Swish, swish. Killing intent surged. Two figures flew rapidly between dream realms. Purple Mountain True Monarch against Duke Long. They were extremely fast like meteors in the sky, but they were incredibly agile like snakes. Boom, boom, boom. As both sides fought, explosions could be heard. Waves of air currents crashed imposingly, but after getting to any dream realm, they dissipated. The two rank 8 goo immortals fought. One was a first-generation split soul of spectral soul demon venerable, having cultivated for 100,000 years. The other was unknown in history, but was a legend of heavenly court, having quasi-rank 9 power. Undeniably, the fight between these two was the core and essence of this battle of the giant dream realm battle, and was the most intense. Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zui Hui collided. It was far less important than the fight between those two. Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes flickered with crystal purple light. His arms were stretched out as small rocks resembling charcoal appeared around his body. The rocks flew out and became larger in the air. The surface of the rocks burned with raging red flames. Thousands of fiery rocks charged at Duke Long like a meteorite storm. Duke Long took the attack head-on, not dodging. As the fiery rocks hit his body, he was surrounded by a light resembling a cloud. The cloud light did not move, but soon, Duke Long found that a fire was burning inside his mind. His thoughts were moving, but the fire was burning up these thoughts. The cloud light needed to be maintained by Duke Long. Thoughts about it were constantly created. Now that they were burned, this defense was gone. The fiery rocks thus landed harshly on Duke Long's body. At once, there were loud sounds as fiery rocks landed on Duke Long's muscular and tall iron-like body. Like eggs, these fiery rocks broke and shattered, exploding as sparks poured out along with rock fragments. Duke Long continued to charge. His body had a terrifying accumulation of Dao marks. He also had defensive methods similar to Bai Chan Tian's wood armor and Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment. His aura was shocking, like a wild dragon in human form. He endured Purple Mountain True Monarch's attacks as he moved unceasingly. His dragon eyes were cold and indifferent. Duke Long had no expression except a cold look. He did not frown. Purple Mountain True Monarch's immortal killer move seemed like a gust of wind, harmless and weak. Duke Long had a very powerful disposition. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a wisdom path goo immortal. He focused on his tactic. He retreated as he fought. The fiery rocks could do nothing to Duke Long, but Purple Mountain True Monarch was smirking. He stretched out his left index finger, pointing at Duke Long who was chasing after him. Immediately, flowers bloomed. On Duke Long's body, countless flowers grew out of nowhere. Fresh flowers blossomed. Thousands of them covered Duke Long's body. Duke Long had a strong body with shocking defense, but when the flowers bloomed, his expression finally changed. Consecutive move. For the first time, Duke Long stopped his chase as he floated in the air. Even though he was flying at a rapid speed, he could immediately stop moving. Anyone would sigh at his amazing movement method and his incredibly strong physique. The flowers were blooming at an increasing rate on Duke Long's body. The petals were tender and fragile, but they were a huge problem to Duke Long. Duke Long stretched out his right hand. He grabbed into a fist and after a while, opened his hand. Poof! With an explosive sound, his right hand burst out with countless faint pale air currents. These air currents were like threads flying in the sky, circulating around Duke Long's entire body continuously. Waves of air currents were like sharp blades, getting rid of the flowers on his body. At once, flower petals floated in the air. As these flowers were eradicated, the air currents seemed weak, but were extremely sharp. After a few breaths of time, the flowers on Duke Long were all wiped out. Purple Mountain True Monarch saw this and his pupils shrunk. Duke Long's killer move was incredibly sharp. It was not about the mass of the air currents, but the technique involved in manipulating them that was extremely profound. Originally, this was a method to deal with enemies, but Duke Long controlled it for use on himself. If he was careless, he would get injured. But Duke Long was proficient and daring. He was extremely confident in this move. He could use it like moving his fingers. Many of the air currents grazed his skin and clothing, but he was completely unharmed. He had complete control of his actions. It was truly superb. However, with this amount of time, Purple Mountain True Monarch was ready with his move. Immortal killer moves had difficulties in activation. If Zhao Lianyun was in Purple Mountain True Monarch's position, she might likely fail her activation of the killer move. But Purple Mountain True Monarch was incredibly experienced and resolute. He used this chance without doubt. An immortal killer move was activated. Illusions appeared, surrounding Purple Mountain True Monarch. There were dozens of purple light illusions. These illusions were still increasing. 1 turned into 4 while 4 turned into 10. They formed into a huge army. Purple Mountain True Monarch's true body was concealed as the purple light illusion army charged at Duke Long. Duke Long snorted coldly. His right hand turned into a dragon claw as he waved. Claw marks appeared in the air out of nowhere. They were several meters long. Everywhere they went, purple light illusions collapsed. Next, Duke Long's left hand also turned into a dragon claw. He slashed at another area as the marks extended, almost creating wounds in space. The purple light illusions were quickly eradicated. Duke Long's dragon eyes shined as a mystical light surrounded a secluded space. Purple Mountain True Monarch knew that his location was exposed. He came out. Both sides were standing in the air, with the backdrop of countless messy dream realms. They were 1,000 steps apart. It seems that after such a long time of sleeping, you're still able to keep up with the times. Purple Mountain True Monarch said plainly. He was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. His long robe was fluttering as his purple hair swayed. His gaze was focused and he was in his top condition. I practiced a bit recently. The times are always changing. There were too many geniuses in the last million years. There are simply too many new incredible methods now. Duke Long sighed. He sighed before continuing. All right, enough with these petty tricks. The probing is over. Let's use our real methods now. Purple Mountain True Monarch smiled, nodding. Indeed. At the next moment, both of them collided like 2 flashes of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling rainbow lights shone like fireworks. When used, the surrounding dream realms became even more illusory and enchanting. These two fellows, seriously. Fang Yuan was observing the battlefield with the Super Gu formation. After observing Purple Mountain True Monarchs and Duke Long's fight, Fang Yuan was speechless. Both of them are rank 8 Gu Immortals, and not ordinary ones at that. They are simply too strong. Normally speaking, when Gu Immortals first fight, they would use Mortal Gu and Mortal Killer moves. Only when they fight seriously will they use Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. But these two directly used Immortal Killer moves to probe each other. These two have at least great Grandmaster attainment level. Be it the fiery rocks, flowers, or the air currents and cloud light, they are all mimicry of other paths. If I do not use reverse flow protection seal, I would lose terribly in one move. So intense. The two of them are fighting with greater intensity now. Their firepower has increased. Information was very important to Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan used the Super Gu formation to observe them. He had huge gains. Be it Purple Mountain True Monarch or Duke Long, Fang Yuan was not their match. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal, he would only passively take a beating. As a matter of fact, during the Battle of Northern Plains Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan was able to escape because of the chaotic situation. Eventually, Fang Yuan used the regional wall to escape from Dogtail Life extending Ferret Maolichio. With my own strength, it is hard to escape from such a situation. Hope is slim. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. At this moment, his expression changed. It turned out that, in his immortal aperture, an information path Gu worm brought words from Wu Yong. Wu Yong did not die. Xiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshen are alive too. They are only trapped for the time being. They are trying to get here with an immortal Gu house. Wu Yong told Fang Yuan to hold on to his life. It was fine even if he escaped. He even told Fang Yuan that Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, was also bringing an immortal Gu house here as backup. But he was still farther away than Wu Yong. Not just the two of them, the other super forces also sent their immortal Gu houses. Southern Border's Righteous Path super clans were in conflict, but after hearing Wu Yong's words about the giant Dream Realm situation, they immediately went into ceasefire and worked together. gathering and moving towards the giant dream realm. Looking at the entirety of southern border from a bird's eye view, Etion Mountain was at the center of southern border towards the west, while the superforces were scattered in all directions, all heading towards the center. Fang Yuan had a complex expression. If he was Wu High, upon hearing this, he would be overjoyed and have improved morale. But he was not. He was Fang Yuan. Once southern border's reinforcements came, Heavenly Court would expose his identity. Chaos would ensue. Fang Yuan would be all alone. As for Wu Yong, Fang Yuan's side, this brother, his biggest backer, would turn into an extremely strong enemy chasing after him in the future. Fang Yuan killed the real Wu Hai, even if Wu Yong did not care about his brother and did not want revenge. Because of his righteous path status, he needed to take revenge and kill Fang Yuan. One could say, Fang Yuan and Wu Yong had an unresolvable conflict. Wu clan actually had another immortal Gu house. Wu Yong was really good at concealing himself. But even though he is very fast, as the closest reinforcement around, he still needs at least a day to get here. Fang Yuan rapidly calculated. When the reinforcements arrived and Heavenly Court exposed Fang Yuan's identity, would he be able to escape amidst the chaos? Hope was slim. It was a chaotic three-way battle now. Heavenly Court's forces were number 1. Shadow Sect was number 2 because of their rank 8 battle strengths. Purple Mountain True Monarch and Zui Yi Hui. Southern Border's Righteous Path forces were 3rd. Even with the Super Gu formation, it was stationary and even Fairy Ziwei's star constellation chessboard could infiltrate it. As for Fang Yuan, he was a Southern Border Righteous Path member on the surface, but the truth was he was closer to Shadow Sect's side. He was a unique person. Based on the battle situation, Heavenly Court and Southern Border's Righteous Path were attacking Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect was unable to rival Heavenly Court. Now that they were attacked by another side, they were in the worst position. One day, it takes at least 1 day to get here. In this current situation, if the situation continues like this, I cannot hold on until then. Moreover, once Shadow Sect falls, Heavenly Court and Southern Border's Righteous Path would deal with me, the traitor, together. Shadow Sect's loss is just one aspect. This Super Gu formation is also unable to hold on for a day. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. He looked at this Super Gu formation worriedly. Because of Chi-Chu Yu's design, this Super Gu formation's second layer could only be controlled by one person. Others were useless. Thus, even if Fang Yuan intended to recall the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals, they were unable to resist Fairy Ziwei's invasion. Moreover, Fang Yuan's identity was a problem. If these Southern Border Gu Immortals learned about Fang Yuan's true identity from Heavenly Court, regardless of whether they believed it or not or whatever action they take, it meant there would be unknown danger for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had naturally thought of the first layer of the Gu formation. This Super Gu formation had 4 layers. Fang Yuan was only controlling the second layer. There was still a first layer. If Fairy Ziwei succeeded, Fang Yuan would destroy the second layer of the Gu formation. In theory, he could activate the first layer and resist her. But, according to Qi Gui's information path Gu Worm, the user of this first layer must be a Qi Clan Gu Immortal. This was Chi-Chu Yu's personal arrangement. From his perspective, he naturally placed his clan's benefits first. The first layer of the Gu formation had many ways to detect identities. Fang Yuan could disguise himself if it was bloodline. But unfortunately for him, one of the methods was about Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. Fang Yuan did not leave any Life Tablet Gu or Soul Lantern Gu in Qi Clan. Regarding this, Fang Yuan could only sigh. He cursed helplessly in his mind. Chi-Chu Yu, this old dog, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, how could he be simple? When Chi-Chu Yu designed it, he naturally did not think of this complex situation. But now it was Fang Yuan's greatest restriction. It was like a dead end. Fang Yuan was getting closer and closer to it. But Chi-Chu Yu's move was undoubtedly the best one he could have made. It was a huge assurance to Qi Clan. Fang Yuan had to ensure that Qi Clan's Gu Immortals did not die out completely, especially Qi Gui. If anything dangerous happened, he needed to teleport him back using the Super Gu formation. With Qi Gui, there would be the first layer of the Gu formation. As for what attitude Qi Gui would have and how he would treat Fang Yuan, it was a mystery. Unless he was completely helpless, Fang Yuan would not make use of Qi Gui. The situation was complex, 3 sides were fighting. Fang Yuan had a special status. Even though he was in the southern border righteous path camp, it was not reliable. There were too many variables now. He was using wisdom path methods too. Fang Yuan's mind was full of churning thoughts. His brain was going to emit smoke at this rate. How could he escape? This was an unsolved problem. Spring-autumn cicada? A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind before he denied the possibility. He could not use spring-autumn cicada no matter what. Heaven's will was inside it. The risk of failure was nearly certain. A few times, Fang Yuan was able to rebirth successfully because of the secret help of Heaven's will. But now, he was standing on the opposite side. Heaven's will wanted to eradicate him. Using spring-autumn cicada to rebirth in this situation was simply deluding himself. The Heaven's will in spring-autumn cicada would directly kill him. Using spring-autumn cicada was suicide, unless he used shadow sex method to reverse refine it. But now, how could Fang Yuan find time for that? Wait, no! I can use time path methods to accelerate the time of my immortal aperture. This way, I can give up the supergoo formation and hide inside my immortal aperture to refine spring-autumn cicada. No, this won't do. There are calamities and tribulations. If I accelerate the immortal aperture's time, calamities and tribulations will descend. Heaven's will would control them and make it much more difficult. And my time path attainment level is too low. I have no guarantee in this to successfully purify spring-autumn cicada under such restrictions. And this method requires me to give up the supergoo formation. It is simply an idiotic way of crippling myself. This would not do. Fate was too vicious, as if there was no way to survive. But Fang Yuan did not give up. He continued to persevere. His determination did not waver, even though his pressure was intense. Even though Fairy Ziwei had not stopped her invasion of the supergoo formation. Persevere. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with vigor. He was not afraid. He was very calm in his mind. This was not his first desperate situation. In fact, he had many such encounters. In this world, cultivating and fighting for one's life, no matter what choices one made, there were risks involved. Once one started moving up like climbing a mountain, how could there be gains and growth without any risks? Even the powerful old ancestor Shui who, the #1 battle strength in northern plains, publicly, had taken a risk, causing Snowy Mountain, hundreds of years of his hard work, to be destroyed. His plan of refining fortune rivaling heaven completely failed. Reverse Flow River was taken away, and even his wife, Lady Wanshou, was injured. Or look at Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals by Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang. These rank 8 great experts. They were such high and mighty existences. But in the end, they died in another region. Even their ruined corpses were lost, unable to return home. And Sword Immortal Bo Qing, as well as Feng Jiugu, who died from attacking Lang Ye blessed land back in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. Fang Yuan was not Ma Hongyun, he was not the child of luck. Compared to everyone above, he was extremely ordinary. In fact, Ma Hongyun died too, even with fortune rivaling heaven's protection. Heaven and earth were impartial, treating all beings as pawns. No matter how talented one was or how extraordinary the Gu Immortal was, in this world, they were just a life form, ordinary and simple, they were all treated equally. His 500 years of experience compared to heaven and earth, what could it amount to? His experience and deep schemes were just the result of having experienced the callous nature of this world, and having understood the ways of human minds. Humans had limits who had never made a mistake. Even rank 9 venerables were no exception. Even Renzu was deceived by wisdom Gu. Conversely, heaven's will was vast. It controlled the situation. The power of heaven and earth was limitless. Defying heaven as a human. How hard was that? Such feelings were not just in Fang Yuan's heart. Ing Wuxie felt very similarly. He was fighting. His enemy was a rank 7 righteous path Gu Immortal. At this moment, the rank 6 immortal zombie Ing Wuxie had the disadvantage. Even though he had incredible immortal killer moves, his opponent was so strong. Ing Wuxie was just barely able to stay on par with him. After an intense chaotic battle, Ing Wuxie was left to fight alone. The situation was dangerous. Soul Beast Summoning. Ing Wuxie unleashed his immortal killer move. 3 ancient soul beasts surrounded his body again. But his enemy, a Xia clan rank 7 Gu Immortal, laughed mockingly. Not long ago, when he first faced the soul beast summoning killer move, he was flustered. But now, after gaining experience, the Xia clan Gu Immortal found a way to counter the ancient soul beasts. Using the dream realms, ancient soul beasts had low intelligence. With just some schemes, the Xia clan Gu Immortal was able to lure these soul beasts towards dream realms. Once the soul entered the dream realm, they were meat on the chopping block. Soul beasts were souls that became solid bodies. Making full use of the battlefield was part of the qualities that made up a Gu Immortal's battle strength. Soon, the ancient soul beasts that Ing Wuxie painstakingly summoned were dealt with by the Xia clan Gu Immortal. Ing Wuxie smiled bitterly on the inside. He could not get free. He had to rely on external help now. But at this moment, his expression froze. He received 6th Hair's letter. Fang Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Ever since Purple Mountain True Monarch awakened and took over control, he had contacted Fang Yuan, asking to work together. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had been wary of Shadow Sect's information path methods. Even though they had their respective needs, they did not make any progress in cooperation. Ing Wuxie did not expect that Fang Yuan would seek cooperation with Shadow Sect now. It's too late. The bitterness in Ing Wuxie's heart intensified. Too late. It was too late. He did not know where Fang Yuan was. But Shadow Sect had already started the mission to save the main body. 6th Hair transmitted that Fang Yuan needed an information path Gu worm to communicate with Ing Wuxie. Fang Yuan could not interact with Shadow Sect directly. They needed 6th Hair as the middleman. This was because communication information path Gu came in pairs. This way, clues to each other's whereabouts were left behind. It was easy to deduce their locations from this. Give it to him, Ing Wuxie thought and did not reject it. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in Ing Wuxie's mind. You are in a sorry state. Ing Wuxie, the Xia clan Immortal is about to kill you. What about lead soul into dream? Aren't you using it? Ing Wuxie heard these words and his eyes widened. He was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan, he transmitted. You are here in this battlefield? What do you think? Fang Yuan chuckled. Stop using soul beast summoning randomly. You have already used it 3 times. The effect is getting worse. You are only increasing the risk and wasting your immortal essence. Ing Wuxie shook. Fang Yuan, you are here indeed. Damn it, you actually made your way in since when? Wait, is my opponent you? If that was me, you would be dead already. Enough idle chatter. Let's. Fang Yuan paused. Cooperate. Cooperation. Hearing Fang Yuan's suggestion, a complex expression appeared on Ing Wuxie's face uncontrollably. Fang Yuan's and Shadow Sect's relationship was very intertwined and complex. As a half-otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan was once Heaven's Will's tool, sent back to destroy Shadow Sect's plan in a last-ditch attempt. Fang Yuan, who successfully obtained the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, was enemies with Shadow Sect. They were at a complete conflict. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect lost entirely. They wanted to tear Fang Yuan to pieces. But Fang Yuan made good use of his time, and the advantage of the Sovereign Immortal body to get stronger. He started to hunt Ing Wuxie and gang. If Ing Wuxie and the others did not have a good grasp of time or excellent methods to escape, they would have died at Fang Yuan's hands already. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan was already able to match rank 8 Gu Immortals. Shadow Sect was now led by Purple Mountain True Monarch. They changed their tactics, seeking cooperation with Fang Yuan. This was a crucial turning point in their relationship. Precisely because of this, at this moment, when Fang Yuan initiated the cooperation, Ing Wuxie nodded, replying, "Then let's work together." Ing Wuxie was not against working together. Or rather, he was once against and hated the idea when Purple Mountain True Monarch mentioned it. He did not understand why. But people change. If this was during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Ing Wuxie was new to life, he knew nothing, he would not consider working with his enemy. When Shadow Sect was strong, Fang Yuan was weak as an ant. Ing Wuxie would never work with Fang Yuan. After losing in Etian Mountain, Ing Wuxie hated Fang Yuan. There was no way for them to cooperate. Ing Wuxie only wanted to regain Shadow Sect's former glory. But as Fang Yuan grew stronger and went after Ing Wuxie multiple times, Ing Wuxie started to feel deep wariness in his heart. Recently, when Fang Yuan chased them to northern plains, other than wariness, Ing Wuxie also felt fear towards Fang Yuan. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Ing Wuxie developed a new emotion towards Fang Yuan. That was admiration. Fang Yuan did what Ing Wuxie was unable to do. He was truly worthy of being chosen by Heaven's will to return to the past and disrupt Shadow Sect's plans. It is not that I am not strong, but that my enemy is Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxie had such a thought and realized that his losses were not that unacceptable. How are we going to cooperate? I can't hang on anymore, Ing Wuxie said directly. Fang Yuan frowned. Ing Wuxie had a very direct attitude. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Of course I will help you people first. Heavenly Court is too strong. There is only hope if we work together. Fang Yuan sighed, transmitting to the Xia Clan Gu Immortal who was fighting Ing Wuxie. Retreat? Why must I retreat? I already know about my enemy's weaknesses. I can win this. The Xia Clan Gu Immortal was very confused. A Yao Clan Gu Immortal is in great danger. You need to help him. Quickly go. I am overseeing the entire battlefield. How can you understand the big picture like me? Fang Yuan said without politeness. The Xia Clan Gu Immortal was very unhappy, but because of Wu Yihai's status, and the fact that he was in control of the Super Gu formation, he snorted in his mind before leaving. How are you going to help me? Quickly do something, Ing Wuxie urged, but suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked at his opponent in shock. He retreated while having a discontent gaze at Ing Wuxie, rapidly flying away. Stop making a fuss. I already helped you, Fang Yuan said at an appropriate timing. Ing Wuxie's heart shook, asking, Didn't you say that was not you? Is he one of your subordinates? Enough pointless chatter. Tell me, what is Shadow Sect's plan? Don't tell me you have no backup plans. Fang Yuan immediately asked. Ing Wuxie smiled bitterly, replying, Of course we do. Our backup is me. Rumble. An intense explosion occurred. From the raging air currents, Purple Mountain True Monarch flew out of the endless profound lights as he charged down. Why are you escaping? Fight me. Behind him, Duke Long chased. His long hair was fluttering. His muscular body had changed. Not only were his dragon horns sharper and longer now, his hands had turned into dragon claws. His dragon tail was waving behind him. His skin was covered with a layer of dragon scales. Purple Mountain True Monarch looked pathetic, but his gaze was clear like water. Duke Long. History states that he cultivated Chi Path primarily, but because of his lacking lifespan, he also cultivated Transformation Path. Purple Mountain True Monarch analyzed in his mind. Just his Transformation Path methods are already so powerful, as expected of someone on par with Bo Qing. Let him try this move. Thinking of this, Purple Mountain True Monarch's body shook. He turned around agilely, flying upwards. At the same time, his 10 fingers fluttered like he was playing a zither. Swish, swish, swish. An endless stream of purple starlight specks shot out of his fingers, piercing through space and attacking Duke Long. These starlight specks were extremely dazzling. Not only were they fast, they flew in the air with a trail of light behind them. It was extremely beautiful. Duke Long grunted. He felt that these purple starlight specks were not simple. He quickly used his attacking methods against them. But these purple starlight specks were very agile. They quickly dodged Duke Long's attacks as they aimed directly at him. Duke Long saw this and praised in his mind. As expected of a wisdom path cultivator, his immortal killer moves are agile and nimble. Especially this move, it is extremely refined. I cannot compare to him in this aspect. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had endless thoughts. They were most skilled in controlling immortal killer moves and creating attacks of varying styles. Why must I get bogged down? It is wiser to make use of my advantages. Duke Long ignored these purple starlight specks, using his powerful defense to take on the starlight specks and charging ahead fearlessly. Seeing this, mysterious light shined in Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes. He finally fell into my trap. Turned out that his move had a hidden effect. Upon contact with any immortal killer move, it would transmit some fragmented information to Purple Mountain True Monarch. Countless fragmented pieces of information would combine and expose the secrets of the immortal killer move. With enough information, Purple Mountain True Monarch would be able to target Duke Long's defensive method and retaliate against it. Duke Long's offensive approach after confirming the power of the purple starlight specks suited Purple Mountain True Monarch's tactic. Purple Mountain True Monarch had always been feeling troubled by Duke Long's defense. After getting enough information, Purple Mountain True Monarch used a new immortal killer move. He pushed with both palms as large amounts of cloud mist appeared, blocking Duke Long from advancing. Duke Long's dragon eyes flickered with sharp light. After looking at it, he instantly saw the power of this immortal killer move. He laughed heartily as he charged into the purple mist. Instantly, he lost his sense of direction entirely. Duke Long immediately stopped, staying motionless as he opened his mouth, emitting a loud dragon roar. The dragon roar reverberated in the entire area. The purple mist became thinner until it faded away. Duke Long saw Purple Mountain True Monarch again. He was still retreating, attempting to pull away from Duke Long. Duke Long laughed. His figure vanished and appeared before Purple Mountain True Monarch instantly. "Eat my fist!" Duke Long shouted loudly, striking with his right fist directly. This was not an immortal killer move. In such a short time, Duke Long had to maintain his concentration on his various defensive killer moves. He did not activate any other immortal killer moves. But with his physical toughness, his normal fist had incredible offensive power. Bam! Purple Mountain True Monarch could not dodge in time. He was directly hit by Duke Long's fist. But his chest that was punched flickered with profound light. His body was basically unharmed. Purple Mountain True Monarch had incredible defensive methods too. Purple Mountain True Monarch was uninjured from Duke Long's punch. He even used the force of the fist to accelerate his retreat backwards. But at the next moment, Duke Long appeared beside Purple Mountain True Monarch again. Punching. Bam! The same scene appeared again, but Duke Long chased relentlessly. No matter where Purple Mountain True Monarch flew to, he could instantly teleport over and punch with his fists. Duke Long's punches rained down endlessly. Countless fist shadows enshrouded Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch was like a rubber ball, thrown around by Duke Long constantly. He was taking a beating without being able to retaliate. Purple Mountain True Monarch was flickering with profound light, defending against Duke Long's fists. Soon, Duke Long's punches were no longer so simple. Chaotic Dragon Fist, an immortal killer move, was activated. But the effect was low. Duke Long thought, "My chaotic dragon fist will cause the thoughts in my enemy's mind to become chaotic if it hits. With a flurry of punches, my opponents will not be able to think. They will only take hits passively." But this effect does not appear on him at all. At Duke Long's level, he can already achieve the traits of other paths. Duke Long's Transformation Path killer move had Wisdom Path effects. But when it was used on a Wisdom Path GU Immortal Purple Mountain True Monarch, it was simply child's play. Duke Long could punch his other enemies with death with Chaotic Dragon Fist, but against Purple Mountain True Monarch, he only had the upper hand. While Duke Long was probing Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path attainment, Purple Mountain True Monarch was also analyzing Duke Long. Even though he was taking hits, he was calm in his mind, with no hint of panic. Wisdom Path had three aspects: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Purple Mountain True Monarch had methods to eliminate his negative emotions in battle. Duke Long's movement is evidently an immortal killer move, allowing him to teleport continuously. Inside his dragon eyes, there is another immortal killer move with powerful investigative effects. With my initial deduction, his teleportation does not depend on where he looks. Don't tell me. At the next moment, Purple Mountain True Monarch snapped his fingers. An immortal killer move was used. Purple halo spread to the range of thousands of steps. Duke Long's figure came to a stop. He could no longer use teleportation to get close to Purple Mountain True Monarch. He saw through it that reaction speed is really fast. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals are as troublesome as always. Duke Long stopped his attacks, sighing. His movement killer move was used with the Dragon Roar earlier. Wherever the Dragon Roar reached, he could teleport over using the killer move. But there was a time limit. Purple Mountain True Monarch saw through this and used his Wisdom Path methods to mimic the effect of Sound Path, cleansing his surroundings. Duke Long's movement method could no longer be used, it was ineffective. In that case, try this move. Duke Long opened his mouth in the air. 2 teeth fell out. They grew larger with the moving wind. In an instant, his 2 teeth became snow-white dragon fangs that resembled curved blades. Duke Long breathed in deeply and after a few breaths of time, used his immortal killer move, Spiraling Dragon Fang. 2 snow-white dragon fangs shot out rapidly. The speed far surpassed Purple Mountain True Monarch, rapidly approaching him. The 2 curved dragon fang blades spiraled around Purple Mountain True Monarch. Each time they hit, there was a dazzling sharp light on Purple Mountain True Monarch's body. Trying to use this method to restrain me? Dragon fangs? They are solid. This is different from normal killer moves. Purple Mountain True Monarch felt his pressure intensifying. The power of the dragon fangs was no small matter. Purple Mountain True Monarch quickly realized that he had to deal with this immortal killer move. Lord Purple has already used his personal methods, but he is still suppressed by Duke Long. Ing Wu Xie flew as he observed Purple Mountain True Monarch's and Duke Long's battle. He had a good angle of the battle in this complex battlefield. He could actually watch the battle of 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. At the moment, the 2 were still probing. Evidently, Duke Long was stronger than Purple Mountain True Monarch. In terms of battle strength, Duke Long was on par with Bo Qing. Purple Mountain True Monarch was naturally weaker, even though the latter actually had peak rank 8 battle strength. Lord Purple's strength will continue to weaken, because he is constantly using the Immortal Killer move to create more defective pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and clear the dream realm. During this process, he would need to split his own soul. It is extremely painful. Ing Wu Xie watched with worry. Purple Mountain True Monarch was not Duke Long's match to begin with, but he still had to create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies now. By the time Purple Mountain True Monarch's methods were fully understood by Duke Long, he would lose. Quick, quick, quick. Ing Wu Xie urged himself. He would not tell this to Fang Yuan, of course. Even though they were working together, they did not set any information path agreements. Ing Wu Xie did not trust Fang Yuan fully. But if they wanted to set an agreement, the situation did not allow them to, and even if they could, Fang Yuan would not do it. Both sides wanted to cooperate, but they did not trust each other. But because of the enemy, Heavenly Court, they had to work together. Found it? Towards your southeast. There is a cocoon of light about to form. Get there quickly. At this time, Fang Yuan transmitted. Ing Wu Xie looked in that direction and felt hesitant. If he followed Fang Yuan's instructions, he had to get deep into the territory of Southern Border's Righteous Path. There were many Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals there. Was Fang Yuan reliable? Was this a trap? Ing Wu Xie could not help but hesitate. If I wanted to harm you, you would have died earlier. Fang Yuan transmitted, as if he knew what Ing Wu Xie was thinking. Ing Wu Xie had to admit that Fang Yuan was right, but he thought, maybe Fang Yuan doesn't want me dead and wants to capture me alive? If he wants to capture me, he would need to make arrangements. Is there a Gu formation or a battlefield killer move there? But this time, Ing Wu Xie shook his head, no longer hesitating. He wanted to gamble. At this moment, he had to gamble. Following Fang Yuan's instructions, he flew. Soon, he saw a Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortal. Damn it! Ing Wu Xie's heart jumped. The Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortal also found him. But when he was about to pounce on Ing Wu Xie, his face changed. After hesitating, he flew away with a complex expression. Why did that happen? Ing Wu Xie was shocked. This was the second time. Was he also Fang Yuan's subordinate? If so, why did he have that expression? He strangely looked unwilling and slightly angry. Ing Wu Xie was getting more confused. He continued to move forward and met with the third person and then a fourth. The two southern border righteous path Gu immortals he met also left him alone. This was naturally Fang Yuan's manipulation. Using the excuse of the big picture, he sent all those southern border righteous path Gu immortals away with simple reasons. For example, that place needs you more. An ally is in danger. If you do not go, they will die. And ignore that rank 6 immortal zombie. I have sent others to deal with him ahead. All sorts of reasons allowed Ing Wuxie to move unhindered. Nobody would expect Wu Yihai to work with Shadow Sect. Among the righteous path Gu immortals in southern border, who would think of that? At this time, Heavenly Court had not yet exposed Fang Yuan's true identity. With Fang Yuan's help, Ing Wuxie got closer to his destination. There is actually a cocoon of light here? Rank 7 expert Yi Ting had a sudden discovery. His body flickered with lightning, bringing his body towards the cocoon. Stop it! Ing Wuxie, who had just arrived, suddenly shouted out loud. Yi Ting felt strange. Who is this? He actually made it here. Ing Wuxie's yell did not disrupt him. He was already very close to the light cocoon. He was about to succeed. But at the next moment, Yi Ting's vision changed. He was forcefully teleported by the Super Gu formation. Lord Wu Yihai. I was about to... Yi Ting realized this and suddenly bellowed. He was truly a hindrance rather than help. He was clearly about to succeed. I know, but another place needs you more. Don't worry. I have already noticed the enemy by the cocoon. I will deal with it. Fang Yuan interrupted Yi Ting's words. Yi Ting wanted to say more, but his vision changed. He was teleported out again to another place. This Wu Yihai, he thinks he can use me as a pawn because he controls the Gu formation? Yi Ting was extremely unhappy, but he did not suspect Fang Yuan's true intentions. Fang Yuan did not randomly teleport him, because around him, there was a southern border Gu immortal about to die from Fairy Miao Yin. Yi Ting quickly entered the battle, forgetting about the displeasure towards Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxie felt like he was in a dream. Seeing that Yi Ting was about to succeed, he almost despaired. But at the next moment, he went from hell to heaven. This change was too sudden. He was overjoyed. Ing Wuxie was a little dazed. But when he came to his senses, he contacted Fang Yuan with his information path Gu worm, crying out, You actually control the entire Super Gu formation. What is your current identity? Fang Yuan knew this could not be concealed. He exposed it. Who else? I am currently Wu Yihai. Ing Wuxie heard this, his eyes almost popped out. This answer was too stunning. Since when and what methods did Fang Yuan use to get to this position? After accepting this fact, Ing Wuxie understood everything. No wonder those southern border righteous path Gu immortals gave way to him. Ing Wuxie thought that their expressions were rather funny now. But soon he felt some worry. Fang Yuan has unraveled dream, staying here for so long without any detection. He definitely has a huge scheme. He definitely made great gains. So close. If not for Lord Purple's plan to catch the righteous path off guard, Fang Yuan might have been able to continue staying here for a long time. It would be a huge problem for Shadow Sect. Ing Wuxie's emotions were changing, from shock to realization and to worry. He finally reached the cocoon of light. This aura, a rank 7 cocoon. Ing Wuxie was excited. How can I choose wrongly? What are you waiting for? Fang Yuan laughed. Ing Wuxie nodded, using his immortal killer move. This killer move took effect rapidly. In an instant, the cocoon that had not formed yet stabilized completely and took shape. Ing Wuxie's soul and Gu worms entered the cocoon of light. Meanwhile, his rank 6 immortal zombie body was abandoned. The cocoon of light broke apart as a rank 7 Ing Wuxie appeared. Don't resist. I will send you off. Fang Yuan's voice entered Ing Wuxie's mind again. At the next moment, Ing Wuxie was teleported away, watching Duke Long and Purple Mountain True Monarchs battle again. Without hesitation, Ing Wuxie used his trump card. Immortal killer move. Lead soul into dream. Ugh! Duke Long's expression changed. In an instant, he was dragged into a dream. At the next moment, he lost contact with the outside world. Purple Mountain True Monarch was stunned. What is going on? A scheme. But next, he received Ing Wu Xie's transmission. I am here, Lord Purple. I am a rank 7 Dream Path Gu Immortal now. Good. Purple Mountain True Monarch was overjoyed. This trump card was finally activated. After some hurdles, I obtained this immortal body due to Fang Yuan's help. He is currently acting as Wu Yihai. He is controlling the Super Gu formation of Southern Border's righteous path. He wants to cooperate with you. Oh! Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes shined brightly. Excellent. Send my information path Gu Worm to him. We need to talk. With Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect starting their cooperation, the situation finally appeared to be turning around. Duke Long entered a dream. Ing Wu Xie had a rank 7 immortal body. He burst out with great strength, changing the battle situation between 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Duke Long fell into a dream realm and could not escape. Purple Mountain True Monarch used this great chance to retaliate. Rumble. Explosions continued unceasingly, but countless dragon shadows appeared on Duke Long's body. There were also countless dragon-shaped tattoos moving around his skin. Such an amazing defensive killer move. Purple Mountain True Monarch could not do anything to Duke Long for the time being. Similar to Purple Mountain True Monarch, Duke Long had a lot of defensive methods. Among them were incredibly useful killer moves. These killer moves were like the wood armor that Bai Chun Tian was so proud of. This type of killer move turned into Dao marks and became engraved on the Gu Immortal's body. They were normally dormant, but when attacked, they would activate themselves and would not need any thoughts for manipulation, only using immortal essence. This was somewhat like Fang Yuan's Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was a top-tier killer move created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But this move was much more refined than Bai Chun Tian's wood armor, or Duke Long's and Purple Mountain True Monarch's defensive methods, because Ghostly Concealment not only melded with oneself and had an active effect all the time, most importantly, it did not cost any of the Gu Immortal's immortal essence. A killer move that was active permanently without using any immortal essence. This was a supreme method of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. From the perspective of Central Continent's 10 great sects and Fang Yuan, it was unthinkable. They had no way of understanding such a mystical method. Swish swish. 2 white lights were spiraling and landing on Purple Mountain True Monarch's body. It was the spiraling Dragon Fang killer move that Duke Long had used earlier. After the 2 flashes of light burst out, the 2 dragon fangs met with no success, but they still circled around Purple Mountain True Monarch, ready for an opportunity. This killer move also needs no manipulation from the Gu Immortal. Troublesome. Purple Mountain True Monarch frowned slightly. But thankfully, I have been keeping Purple Thought Perception Starlight activated. Purple Mountain True Monarch let out a loud shout as countless starlight specks emerged from the pores of his body. Starlight specks flew around Duke Long. They gathered, shooting at Duke Long's layers of defense and being broken continuously. But soon, all sorts of information was transmitted into Purple Mountain True Monarch's mind. Quickly kill him. Ing Wu Xie observed the battle from afar, calling out in his mind. In the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan was also watching Purple Mountain True Monarch's battle closely. Truly unrepentant. Fallen demon. You are beyond saving. Fairy Zi Wei's voice could be heard from the Super Gu formation again. Fang Yuan had helped Ing Wu Xie and indirectly caused Duke Long to enter his dream. Fairy Zi Wei saw all of these. However, if you think Lord Duke Long will fail because of this, you are completely wrong. Saying this, Fairy Zi Wei actually laughed. I need to thank you. The many times you used the Super Gu formation allowed me to see many of the operations of the Super Gu formation. Haven't you noticed that you are gradually losing control of this Super Gu formation? Your invasion speed is getting faster, but there is no need to try and bluff me. Fang Yuan sneered. Fairy Zi Wei was dazed. Even though you people came here imposingly, your true battle strength is only at this level. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. The truth is, as long as another rank 8 Gu Immortal like you shows up, you would be able to sweep the battlefield. Unfortunately, Heaven Overseeing Tower did not send anyone else. Instead, you had to come here secretly to invade the Super Gu formation, and Duke Long had to go battle personally. Even though you know my true identity, You have not exposed me. My identity is still a secret. Other than having no evidence, your intention is to use the strength of Southern Border's righteous path to deal with Shadow Sect, right? And also, there is another reason. Even if you expose my identity and convince Southern Border's righteous path, this supergoo formation will still be in my control. This crucial point will not change because of my identity. You came to the supergoo formation in order to get this huge bargaining chip too. All these show that your heavenly court is putting up a false front. Your rank 8 battle strength is lacking. Fairy Z-Wei went silent. She recalled the scene a few days ago. Back then, she was researching Star Constellation chessboard. This immortal goo house had always been in Heavenly Court's treasury. After Duke Long woke up, he had the authority to take it out and let Fairy Z-Wei use it. After interacting with and using it, Fairy Z-Wei felt the supreme brilliance of this immortal goo house. This immortal goo house was indeed the Wisdom Path immortal goo house created by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It could actually allow my deduction ability to rise by many times. Thinking of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fairy Z-Wei had a look of admiration. Her Wisdom Path deduction ability was originally amazing. Now that it grew by several times, Fairy Z-Wei felt as if this was an illusion of her being the #1 Wisdom Path immortal in the current world. It is a pity that even though my deductions are more powerful now, I still need crucial information. The clues are too few, it is hard to make deductions. Fairy Z-Wei had a dim gaze. She thought about earlier when Central Continent's Goo Immortals were pursued by old ancestor Shui Hu in Longevity Heaven. They managed to conceal the clues and prevent Fairy Z-Wei from deducing the location of where the Central Continent Goo Immortals were trapped. The reinforcements thus had no place to go and could not be sent. She also thought about Fong Yuan all along. Heavenly Court had been trying to kill this person, but they lacked the clues to him. When deducing, because Fong Yuan had preventive measures, he could always hold out and get informed of the deductions. Thus, Fong Yuan's whereabouts were not in Heavenly Court's grasp. Fairy Z-Wei sighed eerily. But right at this moment, the Star Constellation chessboard in her hands started to absorb her immortal essence and activated on its own. A lump of heavens will gushed out of Star Constellation chessboard, floating in the air and turning into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's appearance. Seeing this, Fairy Z-Wei was extremely shocked. Star Constellation chessboard was the possession of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but she had died long ago. Fairy Z-Wei was able to control this immortal goo house now. She was merely borrowing it. Z-Wei, this is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Why are you not paying respects? Duke Long arrived and stood behind Fairy Z-Wei. But this is Heaven's will. Fairy Z-Wei was a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. She could naturally tell what this will was. Of course this is Heaven's will. You are too young, you do not know this secret. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had assimilated with Heaven's will long ago. Even though her body is gone, her will resides in the world of the 5 regions. She is one with heaven and earth. Duke Long exposed some truly terrifying secrets. Fairy Z-Wei was in a daze, feeling unparalleled shock. This means Star Constellation Immortal Venerable achieved eternal life? If Heaven's will is Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, then wouldn't the entire world be on Heavenly Court's side? But Duke Long shook his head. You should say Heavenly Court is on the side of Heaven's will. After assimilating with Heaven's will, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is no longer herself. This was a major and selfless sacrifice. Back then, for the sake of humanity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself to modify Heaven's will. Since then, Heaven's will gained the form of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but it is still Heaven's will in essence. Fairy Z-Wei's gaze flickered. She was a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. She immediately understood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sacrificed herself for the entire human race. She assimilated with Heaven's will. The core of Heaven's will did not change, but some things were modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. For example, the form that it took, and maybe a hint of human-like concern towards Heavenly Court. This was perhaps the reason why Heavenly Court followed and executed the will of Heaven, and after countless eons, it was still standing strong. The great era is coming. The 5 regions will become one. Destiny has already reached a crucial point. Star constellation Heavens will spoke while stretching out her right hand. On her right hand, a lump of heavens will flew out and floated in the air, turning into the form of Southern Border's supergoo formation. Here, a crucial battle is about to unfold. The result of this battle will affect the entire world. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is extremely weak. All of Shadow Sect will be gathered here. Fang Yuan is disguised as Wu Hai, mixing in with Southern Border's righteous path. These are a bunch of fate-defying people, the source of all chaos and turmoil. Eliminating them will help towards the repairing of fate immortal goo. However, Heavenly Court will only allow the 2 of you to fight this time. Star Constellation Heavens will said plainly. Why? Fairy Ziwei did not understand. Heavenly Court had very deep foundations. Earlier in the Battle of Etion Mountain, they had found out too late, and the awakened Heavenly Court rank 8 Goo Immortals were not enough to turn the situation around. But now that they had the reminder of Star Constellation Heaven's will, time was ample. Heavenly Court had lots of time to prepare. Heavenly Court could totally gather its power and crush the enemies. But Star Constellation Heavens will told Fairy Ziwei and Duke Long that only the 2 of them could go. This is something fated to happen. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, the uncertainties of luck have greatly decreased. Now that Fate Immortal Goo is recovering, Fate is regaining control of the world. You will undoubtedly win this time. Do not bother the hibernating Goo Immortals in Heavenly Court. They serve a greater purpose. Heavenly Court's foundation cannot be weakened further. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower and Star Constellation Chessboard. The Goo Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects should not be mobilized unnecessarily. Keep in mind to preserve their lives. In the next 10 years, Heaven Overseeing Tower will need even more rank 8 Goo Immortals to hibernate. Remember this. Star Constellation Heavens will give them many instructions. Fairy Ziwei obtained a lot of information, but she became much more confused now. She found out that even though she was a member of Heavenly Court, she, in fact, knew too little about it. Such a huge organization had deep foundations, but it could not use them recklessly like she had imagined before. Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals were hibernating. Other than to extend their lifespan, there seemed to be an even greater purpose. Heavenly Court had its concerns, but what these concerns were, Star Constellation Heavens will did not state clearly. After saying everything, Star Constellation Heavens will vanished into thin air. Oh Ziwei, don't look at me. Even though I have lived longer, I do not know as many secrets as you think I do. I'll tell you the truth. This is only the second time I've seen Star Constellation Heavens will appear on its own. Duke Long sighed deeply. After pausing for a while, he continued, We need to believe in Star Constellation Heaven's will and do as she says. We will definitely win this time. This is our fate. Duke Long's unwavering determination rubbed off on Fairy Ziwei. In Heavenly Court's actions later, it went according to Star Constellation Heaven's will's instructions. Duke Long and the rest did not defy her. While Heaven Overseeing Tower moved in White Heaven, it was obstructed by Purple Mountain True Monarch's methods. It was carrying Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, and other Goo Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, joining in this crucial battle. Fang Yuan's analysis was correct. Even though he did not understand why Heavenly Court refused to send more Goo Immortals, this did not stop him from seeing through this detail. Precisely so, Fang Yuan made the decision to use the Super Goo formation to help Ing Wuxie and affect the battle between Duke Long and Purple Mountain True Monarch. Using Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan successfully obtained an Information Path Goo Worm from Ing Wuxie. This Information Path Goo Worm allowed him to talk directly to Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan helped Ing Wuxie so as to gain Shadow Sect's initial trust. Otherwise, how could he get this Goo Worm? This Goo Worm and Purple Mountain True Monarch had a close relationship. With it, he would have a crucial clue and would be able to deduce matters on Purple Mountain True Monarch. Thus, these Goo Worms were usually kept very closely to oneself. Only in this situation would Purple Mountain True Monarch give this Information Path Goo Worm to Fang Yuan. During normal times, they would definitely need to set an Information Path Alliance agreement. After getting the Information Path Gu Worm, Purple Mountain True Monarch contacted Fong Yuan and said, "Fong Yuan, I need to thank you. Purple Mountain True Monarch is a great title. Thanks for bestowing it. I like it." Fong Yuan did not expect that the lie he used to deceive Tai by Yun Shang would become reality one day. Purple Mountain True Monarch had well-honed interpersonal skills. Once he said that, the relationship between him and Fong Yuan became much closer. Fong Yuan laughed. "Then I'll call you Purple Mountain True Monarch. You have already felt my sincerity. We are working together. I am not the only one putting in effort. Now, it is time for your side of the deal." Purple Mountain True Monarch attacked Duke Long fiercely, while answering, "Okay. What do you want?" He knew what strength Fong Yuan had, but in this crucial moment, he did not hesitate at all. Fong Yuan answered, "Heavenly crystals. I want a large amount of heavenly crystals." Heavenly crystals were too hard to obtain. Even though they were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they were rare and in small quantities. Fong Yuan's needs were not satisfied. But Shadow Sect had them. Fong Yuan did not doubt that. Even though Shadow Sect was greatly damaged and lost a lot, it did not lack resources. Fong Yuan could see this during his pursuit of Ing Wuxia and gang. As expected, Purple Mountain True Monarch answered, "Okay. I have a lot of heavenly crystals. They can be given to you to express my sincerity." "You want heavenly crystals to nurture the upper extreme heavenly eagle?" This is a sound idea. Reverse flow protection seal cannot be used recklessly. But even if you turn the upper extreme heavenly eagle into a true immemorial desolate beast, you might not be able to control it. I know about your enslavement path method. But don't worry. I have a method for you to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Purple Mountain True Monarch's words made Fong Yuan overjoyed and also incredibly amazed. Purple Mountain True Monarch was very generous. He gave up the heavenly crystals to gain Fong Yuan's support without hesitation. He was already in a passive state, thus, when he said his later words, the method to control upper extreme heavenly eagle, he lured Fong Yuan. This was turning his position from passive to active. As expected of a rank 8 wisdom path Gu Immortal, his words were filled with wisdom. Fong Yuan felt the aura of an intense opponent. Fong Yuan was silent before saying, "Adding in another method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle is fine. But now, I have something more important to do." He said that as if he had some way to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle himself. This way, Purple Mountain True Monarch's bargaining chip was not as significant. Purple Mountain True Monarch smiled. "What is more important? That is, both of us need to enter a ceasefire now," Fong Yuan said. Shadow Sect would benefit from this matter. It was good for Fong Yuan too. Only Heavenly Court would not stand to gain from it. Immediately, Purple Mountain True Monarch gave his orders, recalling the Gu Immortals of Shadow Sect. Fong Yuan also sent orders, even though the southern border Gu Immortals did not understand it. Due to Wu Yihai's identity and his control of the Gu formation, they listened to him. Both sides began to separate. Shadow Sect had many losses. Only Ing Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Fairy Miao Yin and so on were left. Over at southern border, even though there were losses, they were not significant, their numbers were not lacking. However, Shadow Sect's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were still breaking out of the cocoons. The numbers were increasing as the dream realm continued to weaken and vanish. This situation was the worst for Heavenly Court. The difference in strength between both sides is shrinking. Now, what will Heavenly Court do? Fong Yuan was vigilant against Heavenly Court's actions. Duke Long was still sleeping, while Fairy Ziwei was increasing her speed of taking over the Super Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was still entangled with Zui Yihui. Boom! Zui Yihui raised its left claw and jumped up, slamming Heaven Overseeing Tower to the ground. Heaven Overseeing Tower flickered with white light, being undamaged. Zui Yihui opened its mouth and let out Grey Knight. Heaven Overseeing Tower used Fate Vanquish again. The two killer moves faced off. Grey Knight vanished in the white light as Zui Yihui was pushed away with broken bones and tendons. But almost instantly it used an immortal killer move and its injuries vanished. regaining its peak condition. Zui Yi Hui growled again and attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower with fury and hatred. There was a sigh in Heaven Overseeing Tower before it flew into the sky. Zui Yi Hui had its flying killer move too. It flew into the sky and chased after Heaven Overseeing Tower. The central continent Gu immortals in the tower had nervous and anxious expressions. Damn it! This immemorial desolate beast is too sturdy. It is able to use killer moves. Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot deal with it in a short time. What do we do? Lord Duke Long was targeted and fell into a dream realm, being attacked by the rank 8 demon. We need to go. We need to send reinforcements to Lord Duke Long. If this goes on, it will not be good. But Lord Duke Long instructed before leaving that we need to stay inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. We cannot move rashly. Times are different now. There are rank 8 Gu immortals among us. Now that Lord Duke Long is in danger, he has lost control of the battle. If we do not help him, Lord Duke Long will be in danger. After a short discussion, Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked, temporarily pushing Zui Yi Hui back and creating a chance. 2 central continent Gu immortals took the chance to fly out of Heaven Overseeing Tower and move towards Duke Long. Ha ha ha. 2 rats came out. Zui Yi Hui laughed, a sinister light shining in its bestial eyes. It opened its bloodthirsty mouth. The 2 central continent Gu immortals' bodies shook, as if they had encountered a predator. They felt an incredible danger and could not control themselves. Crack! Zui Yi Hui shut its mouth, even though it was far from these 2 central continent Gu immortals. When its teeth connected, it was as if it had bitten these 2 central continent Gu immortals. Blood flowed out of its mouth. At the same time, the 2 central continent Gu immortals were spurting out blood. They were covered in terrifying wounds. Their organs were punctured. Their entire bodies looked completely deformed. This is a food path killer move. It is hard to defend against. Zui Yi Hui has human intelligence. It knows how to use the tactic of targeting an enemy's weakness. Quick! Bring the 2 back. Heaven Overseeing Tower quickly tried to save them, and because the 2 central continent rank 8s had methods to help themselves, they narrowly escaped death and were not eaten by Zui Yi Hui. After escaping that danger, the central continent Gu immortals realized the terrifying power of Zui Yi Hui, indeed worthy of a legendary immemorial desolate beast, the beast that reckless savage left behind. But this way, how can we save Lord Duke Long? Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower in. It is too dangerous. If we are sent into a dream realm, we will lose Heaven Overseeing Tower. Can any of us bear that responsibility? While Central Continent's Gu immortals were discussing, Duke Long was in the greatest danger he had ever been in. Purple Mountain True Monarch's methods were finally working. He broke through Duke Long's defenses. Break! Purple Mountain True Monarch flew to Duke Long and spat out some purple gas. This mystical breath landed on Duke Long and dissolved all of his defenses. Immortal killer move. Brilliant will dissolution. Die! Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes shined with bright purple light. He used his killer move on Duke Long. But at this moment, Duke Long opened his eyes. Boom! There was a thunderous explosion. Purple Mountain True Monarch flew out from the dust and smoke as Duke Long stood on the spot. He had woken up. How could he escape so quickly? Ing Wuxie was greatly shocked. He quickly used Lead Soul into Dream. Purple Mountain True Monarch had a bad feeling. Duke Long had woken up at a very coincidental time. He wanted to stop Ing Wuxie, but it was too late. Duke Long vanished instantly and Ing Wuxie received the backlash of the killer move. He had fallen into the dream himself. This move seems to be called Lead Soul into Dream. It is a good move. If I had more time, I would be able to decipher its profundity. Duke Long spoke, as the vigilant appearance of Purple Mountain True Monarch was reflected in his cold dragon eyes. Duke Long continued speaking. As for you, if your methods are only at this level, you will not be able to handle my next move. Because this was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. Duke Long cultivated Chi Path primarily and Transformation Path secondarily. At this moment, he was finally going to use his true methods. After Duke Long said that, his aura changed abruptly. He had just forced Purple Mountain True Monarch back, and causing Wu Xie's lead soul into Dream to be ineffective. His aura was overwhelming. He was like a giant dragon soaring into the sky. But now it was decreasing. Decrease was not an appropriate word. It was condensing and solidifying. His overwhelming aura earlier was condensing now. In a few breaths' time, Duke Long's shocking aura was completely concealed. He was like a deep abyss, unfathomable and mysterious. Purple Mountain True Monarch acted like he was facing a strong foe. He could sense that Duke Long in this condition was much more dangerous than Duke Long with overwhelming aura. Roar! Duke Long opened his mouth and roared. Next, he vanished entirely on the spot. Oh no! Purple Mountain True Monarch's heart sank. Duke Long was doing the same thing again. He had once used this method to teleport to Purple Mountain True Monarch and use Chaotic Dragon Fist, suppressing Purple Mountain True Monarch. Ordinary Gu Immortals would not be able to react even if they knew about Duke Long's intention. But Purple Mountain True Monarch was different. He cultivated wisdom path, he could think rapidly. Almost at the same time as Duke Long roared, Purple Mountain True Monarch finished thinking and reacted. In their earlier combat, Purple Mountain True Monarch had seen through the secret of Duke Long's teleportation. At this moment, he used the same method again, eradicating the sound of the dragon's roar around him. Indeed, at the next moment, Duke Long stopped moving. He reappeared in front of Purple Mountain True Monarch. But this time, he did not succeed in getting close. He was still several hundred steps away from Purple Mountain True Monarch. But to Duke Long, this was enough distance. Human Chi retraction, he shouted, waving at Purple Mountain True Monarch. His movement was very ordinary, like a friend waving to another friend. But Purple Mountain True Monarch suffered a huge blow. A huge amount of human chi gushed out of his body and flew towards Duke Long uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, it entered Duke Long's palm and vanished. After losing such a huge amount of human chi, Purple Mountain True Monarch's eye sockets sank in. His expression turned pale and his bright purple hair became dull. He felt an intense feeling of weakness in his head and throughout his entire body. Deep within Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes, a mysterious light of shock could be seen. When he heard Duke Long's shout, he thought of a famous Chi Path killer move. Triple Chi Retraction. This killer move was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It had two very well-known traits. The first was that it was very difficult to learn. This killer move was incredibly complex and used a lot of Gu worms. They were used interchangeably with countless steps. Even Wisdom Path Gu Immortals would have a headache in attempting it. The second was that the risks were huge. Because this killer move was very complex, when Gu Immortals used it and made a mistake, the huge backlash would be inflicted on them. If the killer move succeeded and could not hit the enemy, this killer move would return and harm the user. Triple Chi Retraction had incredibly terrifying power. The explanation started at the process of Immortal Ascension. When humans underwent Immortal Ascension, there were three Chi involved: Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, and Human Chi. When Gu Masters cultivate from rank 1 to rank 5, they would accumulate Human Chi in this process. When they undergo Ascension, they would take in Heaven and Earth Chi. The three Chi would become one and the Gu Master would concentrate in controlling them, tossing their vital Gu in and creating the Immortal Aperture through an explosion. The more Human Chi the Gu Master had, the more Heaven and Earth Chi they would be able to fuse, and the higher the grade of the Immortal Aperture they would get. Normally speaking, the 10 extreme physiques meant incredibly abundant human chi, far beyond normal people. Or perhaps a Gu Master could make accumulations by themselves, regardless of what path. As long as one had Grandmaster attainment level, their human chi would be very abundant. After creating the Immortal Aperture, be it cultivation or managing the Immortal Aperture, Gu Immortals had to keep a balance between the three chi. Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, Human Chi. Not one of the three could be lacking and break the balance. Like Feng Yuan, after getting a secluded domain of heaven and earth like reverse flow river, the heaven and earth chi expenditure of the sovereign immortal aperture became extremely high. Thus, he had to place his immortal aperture often to take in heaven and earth chi of the outside world, to replenish himself and maintain balance. Regarding the three chi, no matter which Gu immortal or venerable, they could not be careless about it. In the world of the 5 regions, heaven and earth chi varied. If Gu immortals who were not native took in foreign heaven and earth chi, their immortal apertures would suffer great losses. Even though they could do that in an emergency situation, it could not happen a lot of times. When Gu immortals die, blessed lands would form. For example, in Luopa Valley, many central continent Gu immortals died in the battlefield. Their immortal apertures became blessed lands in northern plains, but because they took in heaven and earth chi of another region, the foundation and resources inside the blessed lands were greatly damaged. All of these explanations serve to prove a point. Heaven, earth, and human chi, they were incredibly important to the immortal aperture and Gu immortals. Any imbalance would cause great damage to the immortal aperture. And this immortal killer move, triple chi retraction, targeted this point. It directly attacked the foundation of the immortal aperture. It was the combination of a consecutive move and variation move. Thus, the Gu immortal who used this killer move had to be extremely skilled. Triple chi retraction had 3 styles. The first style, human chi retraction. After the target was hit, they would lose a lot of human chi, their foundation would fall. Of course, if the target had no human chi like a desolate beast, this move would have no effect. The second style, earth chi retraction. If hit, the Gu immortal's immortal aperture would be drained of earth chi. With a severe loss of earth chi, the 3 chi would completely be out of balance, the immortal aperture would be in grave danger. The third style, heaven chi retraction. This would extract heaven chi. If a person was hit by all 3 moves, their immortal aperture would break apart instantly. Purple Mountain True Monarch retreated. He was already hit by human chi retraction. If he was hit by earth chi retraction too, the disadvantage would be too severe. Even though Purple Mountain True Monarch knew about this move, this was his first time seeing it, he could not see through it in this short period. This move was too complex. The more complex a move was, even though it was more difficult to use in battle, it was also harder for opponents to unravel. After all, everything had advantages and disadvantages. Purple Mountain True Monarch could not resolve it. He could only use his methods as he created countless clones. At once, hundreds of Purple Mountain True Monarchs flew out randomly. At the same time, his main body vanished. Triple chi retraction was powerful, but if it could not hit, it was useless. However, Duke Long was unmoved. He was completely prepared for Purple Mountain True Monarch's response. Next, he laughed coldly as his voice spread throughout the battlefield. Even though he was not loud. "It is too late, Purple Mountain True Monarch. You were hit by human chi retraction. There is no way for you to dodge the next 2 styles. You can only endure it. Come." Earth chi retraction. Duke Long paused before waving again. He was not trying to deceive him. Duke Long's waving motion was not in the right direction, and he did not make any investigations. He had no idea where Purple Mountain True Monarch was now, but he was still hit instantly. Purple Mountain True Monarch was greatly shocked. A vast amount of earth chi flew out of his immortal aperture, raging on like a storm towards Duke Long's palm, before vanishing without a trace. Purple Mountain True Monarch's immortal aperture was greatly damaged. His foundations were crippled and his 3 chi had lost balance long ago. His immortal aperture was going to break apart in a few breaths' time. At this moment, one final choice was presented to Purple Mountain True Monarch. Placing his aperture here. This way, he could take in heaven and earth chi to regain balance. But Purple Mountain True Monarch gave up on this option immediately. This was a horrible idea. Once Purple Mountain True Monarch placed his aperture, his main body would be stuck in his immortal aperture. He would leave the battlefield immediately and lose all initiative. And most importantly, the immortal aperture could only take in heaven and earth chi by opening the entrance. Passage was necessary, and outside, Duke Long was waiting for him. If this immortal aperture's entrance opened, Duke Long would charge in and easily deal great damage to the immortal aperture. Furthermore, he could fight or retreat at will, while Purple Mountain True Monarch would be trapped inside his immortal aperture. Even if I place my aperture and replenish my earth chi, the balance was long since lost due to my lack of human chi. I do not have the human path methods needed to replenish human chi. I can only buy large numbers of humans or variant humans. Countless thoughts flashed inside Purple Mountain True Monarch's mind. In a short time, he made his choice. He stretched out his arm and grabbed at his stomach, before an eerie purple light shined in his hand. As his hand pulled away from his stomach slowly, with his movement, the immortal aperture was taken out. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt a familiar feeling in his mind. He thought of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a fire path method that could take someone else's immortal aperture. This move left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. How does Purple Mountain True Monarch know this? Fang Yuan was a little puzzled, but he soon understood. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a member of Zombie Alliance to begin with, and He Lulan was firmly controlled by Shadow Sect. It was not strange for Purple Mountain True Monarch to know this method. All the paths in the world, with a deep enough attainment, could mimic other paths and achieve their effects. Purple Mountain True Monarch's move was evidently a wisdom path method. It could also be that he created it himself and it had nothing to do with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Purple Mountain True Monarch took out his immortal aperture and placed it in the outside world. The immortal aperture's entrance opened and began to take in Earth Chi. But this grotto heaven had little hope of salvation. Even if the Earth Chi was regained, human Chi was too lacking. Seeing Purple Mountain True Monarch's resolution, Duke Long was slightly shocked. A look of admiration flashed on his face for a moment. Purple Mountain True Monarch lost his immortal aperture. He lost his cultivation foundation. Without his immortal aperture, his future was bleak. Forget about the future. Even now, after his immortal aperture left his body, he lost a huge amount of Dao marks. Even though he kept most of the goo worms and immortal essence with him, without the amplification of Dao marks, his battle strength fell to rock bottom. This was something he had no other way to deal with. If his heaven chi was extracted, Purple Mountain True Monarch's immortal aperture would break apart. The winds of assimilation will blow and he would be in even greater danger of losing his life. Triple chi retraction was simply too incredible. It directly targeted the Goo Immortal's foundation. Even the great Purple Mountain True Monarch had to discard his own immortal aperture. It was like an Iron Palm 1 martial arts expert breaking his own 2 arms. Fang Yuan watched this, filled with shock. Throughout history, there were only 10 who became venerables. Anything related to these 10 existences could become extraordinary. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's formless hand was like this. So was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's reincarnation battlefield. And so was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's triple chi retraction. What can we do? Fang Yuan thought hard on how to change the situation. There was nothing he could do. He could only feel glad now. Glad that Purple Mountain True Monarch had already given him all the heavenly crystals earlier. While manipulating the Super Goo formation and resisting Fairy Z-Way, he started to nurture the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. He had a lot of heavenly crystals now, far more than the Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest earlier. Even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle became an immemorial desolate beast, the same thing would not happen again. It would not starve to death. Indeed worthy of Duke Long. Purple Mountain True Monarch spoke, expressing his admiration towards Duke Long. Duke Long was too powerful. He definitely had quasi-rank 9 battle strength. Against ordinary rank 8 Goo Immortals, he could crush them. Only people like Purple Mountain True Monarch at the peak of rank 8, and being one of the original split souls of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, having cultivated for 100,000 years, had the foundation and qualifications to challenge him. But after dozens of rounds, after Duke Long's probing ended, he realized that Purple Mountain True Monarch had no true way of countering him. So he started to use his Chi Path trump card. Triple Chi Retraction was incredibly powerful, but such a strong killer move would leave the user in horrible condition if it was countered. It was like lifting a rock and smashing it on one's own head. Thus, any Goo Immortal would be very careful with such a killer move. Like how Fang Yuan would rather nurture the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle than use Reverse Flow Protection Seal. In this battle, I am bullying a junior. If you were not someone who is defying fate, we might be able to sit down and have a nice conversation. After all, in this world, there are too few people who can register my interest. However, I believe that in the near future, the entire world will brighten up. It will become incredibly exciting. And I will be the person to unveil this great new era. Duke Long sighed, starting to chase after Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch fought and retreated. He was completely suppressed. He was hit by the first 2 styles of Triple Chi Retraction. His battle strength fell drastically. He was not Duke Long's match originally. The situation was worse now. Duke Long's attacks were powerful and unceasing. At this moment, He surpassed Purple Mountain True Monarch in every aspect. Purple Mountain True Monarch could only hold on desperately while trying to use the killer move to create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. But he had no choice other than to stop it. Ingwu Xie was still stuck in a dream realm. The other Gu immortals only watched helplessly. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, having a heavy heart. He quickly looked around the battlefield. Duke Long had a great advantage. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a lost cause. The only way now was to target the enemy's weakness to salvage the situation. However, Duke Long had predicted this when he sent his forces. All of the people he sent out were powerful beings. Ignoring Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei had Star Constellation chessboard, while Heaven Overseeing Tower was tough as a fortress. Even those Wei Yihui was attacking, it could only damage the exterior. There were many southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals, but they could not interfere in a battle of such intensity. Oh no! This cannot go on. Once Purple Mountain True Monarch loses, the entire battle will tilt in Heavenly Court's favor. By then, there will be too little hope for me to escape. Should I retreat now? Should I take a gamble on whether Heavenly Court has already found a way to counter reverse flow protection seal? Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. This was something hard to decide on. But at this time, the battle between Purple Mountain True Monarch and Duke Long had a new development. A Blessed Land's entrance suddenly opened, as a huge soul beast army appeared from within. Purple Mountain True Monarch relied on these soul beasts to block Duke Long's attacks as he retreated into the Blessed Land. This is Shadow Sect's Blessed Land. Fang Yuan saw this as his eyes shined brightly, flashing with dazzling light. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect's Blessed Land was moved here by Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's Blessed Land contained the door of life and death. Spectral Soul had emerged from it to resist the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Unleashing his great power and killing Heavenly Court's Gu immortals, Heaven Overseeing Tower was destroyed and Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect met with failure as Fang Yuan snatched the fruits of their labor. The Dream Realm covered the entire place and Shadow Sect's Blessed Land had to shut its entrance, defending from the outside. Purple Mountain True Monarch led Shadow Sect here and had been using his killer move to turn dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. After trying hard, unknowingly, the Blessed Land was freed, as the surrounding dream realms were removed. Thus, the entrance of Shadow Sect's Blessed Land could open again. There were countless soul beasts inside the door of life and death. They were all mobilized now to attack Duke Long. These soul beasts were of a massive scale. There were countless desolate beasts, with many ancient desolate beasts and even immemorial desolate beasts among them. The soul beast army disregarded sacrifices, attacking Duke Long in a suicidal manner. Purple Mountain True Monarch passed through the Immortal Aperture's entrance with the help of the soul beasts, entering Shadow Sect's Blessed Land. The appearance of the soul beast army did not turn the situation around. It only gave Purple Mountain True Monarch some time to regain his footing. Fang Yuan, let out your upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. What are you waiting for? At the same time, Purple Mountain True Monarch continued to ask Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snickered. This was already the 50th time he had asked. Ever since he was hit by the Chi Path Killer move, he had been urging Fang Yuan to no avail. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was his final trump card. Even if it was uncontrollable, he could let it out to cause chaos. How could he release it according to Purple Mountain True Monarch's words? Charge in. This Blessed Land is Shadow Sect's base camp. Fang Yuan thought. He wanted to see Duke Long enter the Blessed Land and fight to the death with Shadow Sect. He wanted Shadow Sect's Blessed Land to be full of traps, so that Duke Long could meet with trouble. But Duke Long did not pursue him, he stopped his movement. Fang Yuan was disappointed, while Purple Mountain True Monarch was slightly flustered. Duke Long's lips curled upwards. For the first time, he showed a natural smile. He suddenly turned around, charging somewhere with the speed of lightning. You finally decided to come out? Spectral Soul, he shouted, attacking as air currents raged, turning into a huge claw that grabbed at an area in the Soul Beast army. He found out. Purple Mountain True Monarch felt like he had fallen into an icy river. From the Soul Beast army, a human-shaped soul emerged. He did not evade Duke Long, he attacked. Boom! Even the powerful Duke Long was sent flying, while that human-shaped soul remained unmoved. Ha ha ha! Duke Long spat out blood, but he laughed. Spectral soul, you are truly at your weakest. Damn it! Purple Mountain True Monarch quickly charged ahead, trying to reinforce him. Panic showed on his face for the first time. Fang Yuan saw this and finally understood everything. Shadow Sect is truly cunning. Purple Mountain True Monarch created a huge amount of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, seemingly wanting to let Spectral Soul escape. But this was all a distraction. His true intention was to let out the Soul Beast army for Spectral Soul to devour and strengthen himself. Spectral Soul had the supreme method of devouring souls. That was the only way he could recover his strength rapidly. He might even be able to help Purple Mountain True Monarch defeat Duke Long. But all this was predicted by Duke Long in advance. Duke Long attacked while Spectral Soul was still weak. Purple Mountain True Monarch had to intervene. Too late. Duke Long laughed, stretching his arms as his dragon claws tore through space, forcing Purple Mountain True Monarch to retreat. Duke Long attacked Spectral Soul again. Air currents raged like dragons, entangling with Spectral Soul's main body. Spectral Soul's main body was originally very powerful. It was considered a quasi-rank 9 immemorial soul beast. It could even use goo worms and the immortal essence he had left behind in his lifetime. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul only had a trace of his remnant soul left. And this trace of his remnant soul was surrounded by dream realms, constantly consumed. The human-shaped soul roared, forcefully defending against Duke Long's methods. Duke Long's dragon eyes shined with intense fighting spirit. You want to resist me? Oh, Spectral Soul, if you were still a rank 9, I would avoid you at all costs. I would escape to the ends of the world. But now you are just a remnant soul. Your goo worms and immortal essence are not with you. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I'll tell you the truth. I am here to capture and imprison you within heavenly court, so that the entire world will understand the supreme might and glory of my heavenly court. The human-shaped soul was still struggling, while Purple Mountain True Monarch attacked Duke Long like he had gone mad. Duke Long defended against the latter easily while he looked at the human-shaped soul. He said arrogantly, "Still going to struggle pointlessly? In the past, even Red Lotus Demon Venerable was stopped by me. Now surrender to me." As he said that, Spectral Soul's main body was unable to defend against Duke Long's methods. He was trapped by a cage created from countless air currents. Like what Duke Long had said, he actually managed to capture Spectral Soul's main soul body. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but stare with wide eyes. A rank 9 venerable, with overwhelming prestige that flowed into every goo master's and goo immortal's heart, like a river of fame. But now, Fang Yuan saw that Spectral Soul was actually captured by a rank 8 goo immortal. As a matter of fact, who is this Duke Long? He is actually so strong. However, thinking about it, Spectral Soul had died long ago. This is only his soul remaining. If his soul was in top condition, Duke Long would not be able to take him down. But unfortunately, Spectral Soul had resisted the tribulations and made great sacrifices to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. Even though he succeeded and forced back Heaven Overseeing Tower, the result of his hard work was taken by me. Shadow Sect only had some remnant forces remaining while Zombie Alliance was wiped out. Their losses were severe, and his own soul was depleted until only a trace was left in Etion Mountain. After falling into the dream realm and being weakened for so long, it is already unthinkable that he could last this long. Fang Yuan thought about himself. If his soul was thrown into such a massive dream realm, weakened and depleted by it, without using any dream path killer moves, he would only be able to last for a few days. Even though Spectral Soul only had a trace of his soul left, the quality was superb. He could endure such a long period of time. Even now, he could still struggle. It was not strange that Duke Long could capture him. After all, Duke Long was strong while Spectral Soul was currently weak. Spectral Soul's era was over. He had once slaughtered the world, and his demonic might spread over the 5 regions and 2 heavens. It was a chaotic time period. In his life, he was invincible in the world. He was the strongest being alive, and had the greatest status in heaven and earth. However, time flowed like water. He eventually died. After death, and with the appearance of paradise, earth immortal venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's influence was greatly reduced. Peace and blessings were brought to this world. Even after Spectral Soul died, he was not resigned to failure. He built Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, attempting to defy heaven again. Sword Immortal Bo Ching was his first attempt, but he only managed to become a pseudo-immortal venerable, and his corpse sank into falling heavenly river. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was his second attempt, but the world schemed against him. His hard work of 100,000 years was taken away by Fong Yuan. The failure of Etion Mountain and Spectral Soul's terrible loss had consumed all of his foundation. But with just Shadow Sect's remnant forces, he still whipped up a storm. Until now, Spectral Soul failed completely and was captured by Heavenly Court's Duke Long. The great era is coming. Antiques like myself should quietly lie down and stop trying to become the main characters of the current era. O Spectral Soul, your era is long gone. Duke Long sighed as he stretched out his hand. Air currents moved and carried Spectral Soul as it entered his phantom aperture. Ah! Purple Mountain True Monarch screamed at the sky. His eyes were bloodshot. Seeing how Spectral Soul had fallen into captivity, he almost went crazy. Even the main body was captured. All hope was lost. A complete loss. But Purple Mountain True Monarch was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. He held in the urge to seek out Duke Long for a suicidal attack. That would truly be giving up. He breathed in deeply and moved towards a deeper part of Shadow Sect's blessed land. Running? Why do you think you're going? Duke Long floated in the air. His dragon eyes looked towards Purple Mountain True Monarch with a cold gaze. The entrance of Shadow Sect's blessed land closed, and the Soul Beast army stopped charging out. They returned to defend it. Duke Long laughed arrogantly. He turned around to look at the Super Gu formation and saw that Fairy Z-Wei was making good progress. He aimed at the location of Shadow Sect's blessed land and used an immortal killer move. Dragon Gate. This Dragon Gate was majestic and huge. There were 2 red pillars by the side with a dragon coiling around each of them. Their dragon claws were holding up the top of the gate, firm as a mountain. There were flickering dragon scales and 2 tough dragon bodies. The dragon bodies coiled around the huge pillars. As the dragon's upper bodies looked at each other, the dragon mouths were open with a dragon pearl in each of them, shining like radiant suns, forming a scene of 2 dragons and 2 pearls. The dragon gate opened. The interior of Shadow Sect's blessed land could be seen. This immortal killer move, Dragon Gate, could forcefully open blessed lands. Duke Long laughed, stepping in as the Dragon Gate closed, before vanishing. There was an intense battle in the blessed land, but there was no commotion outside. The entire battlefield fell into a peculiar silence. But it could be easily imagined that Shadow Sect's blessed land was definitely not peaceful. With Duke Long inside, the Soul Beast army was definitely attacking him endlessly. What do we do? Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals looked at each other. Suddenly, they realized that they had no enemies left. Purple Mountain True Monarch against Duke Long. They were inside Shadow Sect's blessed land. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Ing Wuxie, and the rest were hiding inside the dream realms with the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The only things moving in the battlefield were soul beasts. Countless soul beasts were rampaging the battlefield. A portion of them were inside dream realms, unable to escape. They were quickly dissolved by the dream realms. Most of the soul beasts saw the dangers of the dream realms and escaped due to their survival instincts. Soul beasts could hunt for all life forms with souls and devour them to strengthen themselves. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals quickly became the targets of these soul beasts, even though they did not want to fight. Wui Hai. Quickly send us into the Gu formation. The Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals quickly requested. They did not want to leave, because now Shadow Sect lost, Heavenly Court was likely to win. And Heavenly Court had not shown any killing intent towards Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals subconsciously thought that Heavenly Court was on their side. After all, they were all in the righteous path. One was Central Continent's righteous path, and the other was Southern Border's righteous path. Of course, there was also another important element that affected their judgment. The dream realm. This dream realm might be extremely scattered now, but from the perspectives of Southern Border's Gu immortals, it was their resource, it belonged to them. Furthermore, they had witnessed the battle between Duke Long and Purple Mountain True Monarch, as well as Spectral Soul's main body. They finally experienced some of the hidden details of the Battle of Tion Mountain. The huge secret of a rank 9 Venerable was here. There might be a fortuitous encounter. Who would want to leave? This was Southern Border's Super Gu formation, and all sorts of reinforcements from the super clans were rapidly getting closer. As for Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zui Yi Hui, they were still fighting, with both sides in a deadlock. Fang Yuan ordered, "Everyone, work hard to kill these soul beasts. Our reinforcements are coming closer. These soul beasts were sent by the enemy. Killing them is weakening the enemy. If we let these soul beasts leave, there would be a huge problem. This is the responsibility of the righteous path." These words made sense, but the Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals did not listen to him. "Aren't the reinforcements arriving? Let them handle it." "That's right. I am so tired. I need to rest." Even if we are not injured currently, our immortal essence expenditure was huge. We need to save up our battle strength and not waste it. Fang Yuan snorted. "I'm telling you to go. Enough nonsense." Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals scolded and cursed, but Fang Yuan ignored them. He was doing something very exciting. That was asking Wu Clan for help. "Quick! It is very dangerous here. The situation is very complex. Quickly send the Gu worms I need over with treasure Yellow Heaven. No worries. I will bear all the cost myself. Why do I want Bloodline Immortal Gu? I need to use it in the Super Gu formation and increase its power. It is difficult because I am borrowing so many Immortal Gu. Why are you troubled? This is not my first time borrowing Gu." "What? Borrowing Immortal Gu in Wu Clan's internal treasury requires the first Supreme Elder's approval." Fang Yuan contacted Wu Yong. "Elder brother, quickly lend me a hand." Wu Yong was controlling the Immortal Gu house and rapidly moving. Hearing his brother's words, he replied, "What happened? What help do you need?" "I am sure you know about the situation, brother. I am controlling the Super Gu formation now. This is a great opportunity. It can allow our Wu clan to control this resource point and suppress the other clans. We will be free from our difficult situation." Fang Yuan spoke sincerely. Wu Yong was silent for a moment. This battlefield was not sealed. Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals could communicate with their clans using information path methods. Over at Wu clan, they only had Fang Yuan and Wu Liao, along with Chao clan's Gu immortals. Thus, all of the reinforcements were familiar with the battlefield situation. Wu Yong was no exception. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan salvaged the situation and took over Qi Gui's spot in the Super Gu formation. Wu Yong naturally knew about this. When he first heard it, he was a little surprised. He did not expect his own brother to have such a strong formation path attainment. But Wu Yong quickly accepted it. Why? Because earlier Fang Yuan had competed with Qi Shang in terms of formation path. Among them, Chao Silu was involved. Rumors about them had caused a commotion in Southern Border for some time. Fang Yuan exposed his formation path attainment. Everyone was shocked about it, but because of that, everyone could accept this result easily. If Wu Yihai were a Gu immortal born and bred in Southern Border, he would face great suspicion. The great thing was Wu Yihai came from Eastern Sea. The Southern Border Gu immortals did not know much about him. Therefore, Fang Yuan had ample room to act and perform. Wu Yong heard Fang Yuan's words. He could use reputation restriction Immortal Gu to reinforce the Super Gu formation and gain more benefits for Wu clan. He hesitated, but his hesitation had no suspicion in it. He believed Fang Yuan. He had not suspected that Wu Yihai was an impostor from the very start. His hesitation was about how reliable Fang Yuan's plan was, and how successful it could be. If the chances of success were low, and if they failed, what would Wu clan's political situation become? These were all things that Wu Yong had to consider. As a person in power, he needed to have foresight. He could not focus solely on immediate benefits. Wu Yong's hesitation did not last long. He quickly decided to act according to Fang Yuan's plan. This was a great opportunity. It was a good chance for Wu clan. Wu Yong had been defending Wu clan and resisting the challenges sent by all the other clans earlier. It was quite a tough time. He did not want to face it again. And he also understood, as long as he, as a rank 8 Gu Immortal, did not die, Wu clan would have enough foundation in southern borders Gu Immortal world. They would never truly fall. Lend him. Fang Yuan wants reputation restriction Immortal Gu, he will get to borrow it. Bloodline Immortal Gu? Lent. But his action was not blindly decided. Wu Yong and Wu clan's Gu Immortals listened to the reasons for Fang Yuan's borrowing. If there was any inconsistencies or illogical points, they would retort and reject him. Such vigilance was the tradition of all the super forces. Immortal Gu were unique. Any Immortal Gu, even rank 6, counted as the foundation of a super force. Immortal Gu could not be lent out easily. Fang Yuan had to make up logical reasons in this short time period. It was not easy. But eventually he still borrowed 6 Immortal Gu. 6 Immortal Gu is about enough. If we lend more, do you have enough Immortal Essence to use them? Wu Yong rejected Fang Yuan's request in a nice manner. 6 Immortal Gu lent to one person, it was a huge risk. Not that Wu clan suspected Wu Yihai's identity, but if anything happened to him, these Immortal Gu would be lost. It would be a huge loss to Wu clan's foundation. Never put all your eggs into one basket. Everyone understood this logic. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Oh, brother, your reminder is true. I do not have much red date Immortal Essence left. Brother, lend me some Immortal Essence stones. I need to replenish my Immortal Essence. He decided to get some more benefits. Wu Yong did not hesitate, he approved of it. An emperor has no use for hungry soldiers. Without Immortal Essence, all those Immortal Gu were useless. After lending out so many Immortal Gu, they had to make sure they were used properly, right? Fang Yuan obtained 100,000 Immortal Essence stones. Wu clan was a super force indeed. This showed their tremendous foundation. Use it sparingly. The Immortal Essence stones and Immortal Gu are all lent to you. Remember to be vigilant and careful. Wu Yong told Fang Yuan concernedly. Fang Yuan quickly acknowledged it. Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence stones were transmitted over through Treasure Yellow Heaven rapidly into Fang Yuan's hands. Treasure Yellow Heaven went into a commotion. Once Fang Yuan obtained them, he quickly turned the Immortal Essence stones into his Immortal Essence, while tossing those 6 Immortal Gu into Reverse Flow River. Suppressed entirely. After this battle, Wu Yihai's identity would definitely be exposed. Just a few words from Heavenly Court would attract sufficient suspicion. Fang Yuan could not pass intense investigations. Just soul-searching or checking his immortal aperture would expose him. Thus, before running, he had to dig out the last bit of benefits possible. It is a huge pity I could not borrow any Immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan pursed his lips. Even though he scammed Wu clan to this extent, he was not fully satisfied. For any super force, Immortal Gu houses had much greater significance than Immortal Gu. They could not be lent out to Fang Yuan no matter what. Similar to nuclear weapons on Earth, they were the last resorts of certain countries. They could not be lent out. Unless Fang Yuan became someone like Wu Yong who had the greatest authority in Wu clan, then nobody would say anything about him having an Immortal Gu house. Like how He Chung borrowed Dark Prison due to the 4 He tribe supreme elders being forced to stay together as a result of cultivating Green City Rampage and being unable to go out alone. He Chung only managed to gain his authority as a result of this. If Fang Yuan asked to borrow Immortal Gu house, Wu Yong's first thought would be, my brother wants to borrow an Immortal Gu house. After this battle, if he does not return it, and uses this Immortal Gu house together with Xiao clan's help to resist me, what would I do? Also, Immortal Gu houses could not be completely sent over using Treasure Yellow Heaven. Immortal Gu houses were Gu formations. Nobody could use Gu formations or killer moves in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, to send an Immortal Gu house over, it had to be split apart, but reconstructing an Immortal Gu house was very difficult. Immortal Gu houses were the apex of formation path. To create an Immortal Gu house, Even if one knew about the steps involved, a formation path Gu Immortal still needed to focus entirely and put in hard work. Any carelessness and the creation would fail. This was similar to setting up a formation. The Gu Immortal would face a backlash and the Gu formation and Immortal Gu house would also end in the same result. The risks were too great. Lending Fang Yuan so many Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence Stones was Wu Clan's limit. This was also due to Fang Yuan being Wu Yong's brother, and the fact that he had contributed a lot to Wu Clan recently. If not for Frosty Peak, Moon Bowl, and Mount Snail, Fang Yuan would not be able to borrow it. Fang Yuan was profiting on the side, watching Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court go against each other while he reaped benefits. Even though he tried very hard, the situation did not go according to his wishes. Heavenly Court's Duke Long was too powerful, beyond his imagination. Shadow Sect lost and Heavenly Court won. This was basically assured. Even Spectral Soul's main body had been captured. If Shadow Sect had any other methods, they already would have been used up. Speaking of which, Shadow Sect's foundation was truly deep. It was a pity that their losses were too severe on Etion Mountain when they tried to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. The loss was too great. They were unable to recover. On their last breaths, they were still faced with Fang Yuan's pursuit. They could not develop properly. But I have captured pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and gained a lot of heavenly crystals. The upper extreme heavenly eagle is currently being nurtured. And now, I scammed 6 Immortal Gu and 100,000 Immortal Essence Stones from Wu Clan. My gains are actually huge. Fang Yuan was good at reaping benefits. Until this point, he did not fight to the death, he did not put in much effort, but his gains were still stunning. Unfortunately, Dark Limit Immortal Gu cannot be retrieved. I cannot take it out recklessly now. If the Gu formation breaks apart, I will need to face Fairy Z-Wei. There is also another problem, that is Wu Clan's alliance agreement. I joined Wu Clan and underwent an agreement. There is also the Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. They are still inside Wu Clan's ancestral hall. This final problem gave Fang Yuan a headache. The reason why he scammed 6 Immortal Gu was for this problem as well. If Wu Clan used this relationship to try and harm Fang Yuan, he could use the 6 Wu Clan Immortal Gu that he possessed to negotiate with them on that basis. A great chess player would need to plan multiple steps ahead when making a move. Even though Fang Yuan was still stuck in the battlefield now, he was planning for the future. Demonic Path members are truly insidious and greedy beyond hope. Even before death, you are still scamming others. Oh Fang Yuan, your crimes are too severe. You will die today without doubt. Forget about running away, because with me around, you have no hope of escaping. At this time, Fairy Z-Wei's voice resounded from the Super Gu formation. Fairy Z-Wei must have known about the matter of Fang Yuan borrowing Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence Stones from Wu Clan. There was no helping it. Treasure Yellow Heaven was like this. It was an open market. Any transaction could be exposed easily. How could Heavenly Court not have methods to observe Treasure Yellow Heaven and keep it under surveillance? Fang Yuan sneered. This is the result of Heavenly Court not exposing me earlier. It seems that you have no conclusive proof. Actually, even if you do, so what? Will Wu Clan believe you? Will Southern Borders Gu Immortal World believe you abruptly? They will only believe in what they have verified themselves. These righteous path forces are like this. Any sort of matter would be a political scheme in their eyes. Fairy Z-Wei was silent. She did not speak. She understood thoroughly that Fang Yuan was completely immersed into the demonic path. His mind was firm and determined. Words could not sway him. Fairy Z-Wei chose not to waste her effort on pointless attempts. Her speed in invading the Super Gu formation became quicker now. Fang Yuan's expression changed, realizing that this was bad. At this rate, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle matured, it would be too late. The Super Gu formation would break apart in advance. He had the information path reputation restriction Immortal Gu now. His plan was to use this Immortal Gu to control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. But Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in this. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was an immemorial desolate beast, it had rank 8 battle strength, while reputation restriction Immortal Gu was just rank 7. The only thing that gave Fang Yuan hope was that he indeed had strong reputation. He could hopefully use it to allow reputation restriction Immortal Goo to display incredible power. If it did not work, he would need to release the rampaging upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and create chaos to find a chance to escape. The battlefield was divided into 4 parts now. The first and most crucial area was the battle between Purple Mountain True Monarch and Duke Long. They were fighting inside Shadowsek's blessed land. The situation was unknown, but Duke Long had the advantage. It was highly likely that he would emerge victorious. The second area was Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zui Yi Hui. They were unable to defeat each other. Both sides were injured now. Even with Zui Yi Hui's incredible recovery speed, it was still covered in wounds. Heaven Overseeing Tower's edges were also breaking apart. It was no longer as grand as before. The third area was the fight between the southern border Goo Immortals and Soul Beasts. Nothing much was happening. The fourth area was Fairy Z-Wei's and Fong Yuan's fight over the Super Goo Formation's control. This battlefield was the most secretive. Even the southern border Righteous Path Goo Immortals were kept in the dark. In Fong Yuan's opinion, it was a foregone conclusion. Heavenly Court was sure to win. In this situation, he could only escape and his plan of fishing for benefits was over. But Fong Yuan was an old demon. Even if he was about to be defeated, his gains were tremendous. Now, it is time to see if I can escape. Right when Fong Yuan was working hard on this goal, he received Purple Mountain True Monarch's words. Fong Yuan, can we continue to cooperate? Fong Yuan's interest was roused. Of course. Very good. I was not wrong about you. I will entrust everything to you. My Immortal Goo, my killer moves, my experiences, and you will not need to bear any responsibility or task. Ing Wu Xie, He Lu Lan, White Rabbit, Miao Yin and Sixth Hair, they will all be your subordinates. From now onwards, you will be the leader of Shadow Sect. Letting me become the leader of Shadow Sect? Fong Yuan was deeply shocked. Unbelievable. He had never imagined the situation would develop like this. I am enemies with Shadow Sect. I even took their sovereign immortal fetus Goo. Why is Purple Mountain True Monarch doing this? What scheme does he have? Countless thoughts were moving and colliding in Fong Yuan's mind. Purple Mountain True Monarch. What is the meaning of this? Fong Yuan was silent before asking. Purple Mountain True Monarch explained. Fong Yuan. No need to worry that this is a scheme. There is no such thing. Because I am about to die. Spectral Soul was captured. Duke Long is here personally. He will not let me off. The great era is coming. Fong Yuan. Heavenly Court wants to be the leader of the 5 regions and rule all of humanity. Heavenly Court will not let you off, because you are not Zhao Lian Yun. You are a complete otherworldly demon. You have the sovereign immortal aperture as well as the luck path true inheritance. You do not belong to this world. You are a defier of fate, a source of chaos, the biggest uncertainty in heaven and earth. You are the target of Heavenly Court's extermination. If you do not get rid of Heavenly Court, they will eradicate you. My Shadow Sect had once wanted to defy the way of heaven and become a venerable again. But Heavenly Court was our greatest obstacle, even though we lost. I would rather pass you everything than give them to our enemies. Ha ha ha. Purple Mountain True Monarch said this and laughed. Fong Yuan pondered. Even in death, not letting enemies have an easy time? This makes sense. However, I need to probe something. Thinking of this, he asked Purple Mountain True Monarch. You have once said that the sovereign immortal body possessed a huge flaw. What is it? Purple Mountain True Monarch chuckled. Haven't you noticed this flaw? It is not hard to guess. The answer is food. Your sovereign immortal body was not created by human reproduction. Even though it has flesh and blood, the origin is different. The essence of a rank 9 immortal goo remains. Since it is like a rank 9 immortal goo, it definitely needs to be fed. Fong Yuan's eyes shined brightly. I had guessed this long ago. What I want to ask is, what exactly does sovereign immortal fetus goo eat? Purple Mountain True Monarch laughed loudly. Didn't you guess it? You are merely testing my sincerity. I will tell you. Purple Mountain True Monarch said his answer. Fong Yuan sucked in a deep breath after hearing it. Like what he had expected, Sovereign immortal fetus goose food was what he had guessed earlier. In that case, I have a huge problem. But Purple Mountain True Monarch actually told me directly. He indeed seems sincere. Inside Shadowsek's blessed land, countless soul beasts formed into an army and charged at Duke Long like a shocking tide. Duke Long was encircled by the soul beast army. His body was smaller than any of the soul beasts, but he had terrifying battle strength. Even though the soul beasts were numerous, regardless of their cultivation level, they all fell to Duke Long. Duke Long waved his dragon claws. Swish! With a soft sound, a claw mark could be seen. It almost pierced space. Along the way, soul beasts were torn apart, without putting up any resistance. Among these dead soul beasts, there were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But under Duke Long's claws, they were like tofu, soft and mercilessly slaughtered. A bunch of trash. No matter how many you send, it is useless. Duke Long floated in the sky. His body was tall and straight, resembling the peak of a mountain. His dragon horns were sharp and ruthless. His dragon eyes were shining with a cold light. With him at the center, in the radius of 1,000 steps, there was no living beings. A vast number of soul beast corpses were piled up. Purple Mountain True Monarch had already hidden in the soul beast army. His whereabouts were unknown. Duke Long was besieged by the soul beast army for so long. Yet he was unharmed. He was expressionlessly looking at a certain location on the ground. Over there, the door of life and death was opened. Countless soul beasts were coming out from inside like a geyser. Soul beasts had the natural survival instinct to avoid danger. But after such a long time of being inside, the door of life and death was spectral soul's domain. The soul beasts inside the door of life and death were controlled by spectral soul to an extent. They were incredibly loyal to Shadowsect and would not care about sacrifices. They listened to Purple Mountain True Monarch's orders and attacked Duke Long, even though it was hopeless. Door of life and death, Duke Long pondered. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, unique in this world. It was also one of Duke Long's targets in this journey. After taking the door of life and death, when Fate Immortal Goo recovers completely, any life form's soul upon death, without exception, would need to enter the door of life and death. By then, with this secluded domain of heaven and earth, Heavenly Court's rule will be absolute. From Duke Long's perspective, once he used a strong move like Triple Chi Retraction, Shadowsek's blessed land would be incredibly fragile. But now, in order to not destroy the door of life and death, Duke Long decided to use another method. Boom! Duke Long flew out rapidly. He moved like a flying dragon, rampaging without fear. All the soul beasts around him were sent flying, before countless air currents sliced them into pieces. Just a tiny split soul. Where do you think you're hiding? Duke Long spoke as he slammed with his hand. Rumble. A huge translucent mountain created from air currents descended and pressed down immediately. Purple Mountain True Monarch gritted his teeth. He had to show up and resist it. Both sides fought as the air current mountain was expended by half. Purple Mountain True Monarch coughed out blood. He was tossed away like a kite with its strings cut. What are you resisting for? Do you still have hope? Duke Long snorted coldly. He attacked again mercilessly with an imposing aura. Hope? Huh. Purple Mountain True Monarch knew that he could not survive this battle. This was his final moment in life. His gaze couldn't help but become slightly hazy. More than 100,000 years ago, 7 people emerged from the door of life and death. Huff! We finally got out of the door of life and death. We revived. There are only 7 of us now. Thankfully, Reverse Flow River is not around. Otherwise, how could we have left? Now that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is dead. Let's go. We carry the hope of our main body to return to rank 9. That year Shadowsect was established, the first generation split souls were known as red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. That means, I am purple. Purple Mountain True Monarch looked at the water. Seeing his reflection, he looked far away. Let's start cultivating, we need strength. Many years later, rumble. A huge explosion occurred as the goo formation shattered. Smoke started to appear. We got through, as expected of Purple. You are really amazing. We actually managed to destroy the goo formation that limitless demon Venerable created. Yellow laughed loudly. Yellow patted Purple's shoulder, asking, Purple, among us, you cultivate wisdom path. What is your wisdom path attainment level now? Great Grandmaster, Purple answered plainly. Yellow's mouth was opened mouth. Heavens, you are the first great Grandmaster among us. Purple looked at Yellow. What is there to be surprised about? Don't forget, we are the main body's split souls. We carry a portion of his cultivation experiences. Yellow nodded. That's right. The best thing to be happy about is this limitless true inheritance. We got past limitless demon Venerable's final test. This true inheritance is ours. That's right, this way, our hope of executing our major plan has increased. Purple smiled lightly. If it develops like this, we will continue to gain more true inheritances and resources. We will grow stronger and pave the way for our main body. Many years passed again. Heaven's will. To think that it has such great power. Even Azure suffered a loss. What do we do now? The higher our cultivation level, the stronger Shadow Sex forces become, and the more Heavens will target us. At this rate, we will have huge problems. It is not hard to settle Azure's matter. I have a way. That is to refine Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. As for Heaven's will, I will think of a way. Purple said this as he squinted. Even though Azure is no longer bounded by love, his second Venerable Ascension attempt failed completely. What else can we do? How can we resist Heaven's will? Purple started to enter deep seclusion, trying his best to find a way. Finally, he found a method. Assimilate with Heaven's will? Let myself become part of Heaven's will temporarily. Even though it is dangerous, the idea is good. We will enter the enemy's base and learn about a portion of Heaven's will's plans. But there is something to note. If the assimilation is long-term, Heaven's will might take me over and I will truly become part of Heaven's will entirely. I need to find a way to maintain my own consciousness. After a long and difficult deduction. I finally deduced it. I will name this method Purple Gold Rock. Against Heaven's will, even though hope is small, there is still a trace of it. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly covered his mouth, coughing violently for some time, as blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. Time continued to pass. At some point in time, the purple gold rock broke as Purple woke up. Where is this? How long has it been? Looking at the unknown environment, Purple was dazed. Most of the first-generation split souls have died. Only a few are left. They are like me, barely alive. Sigh. Thankfully, Shadow Sect is developing well. Purple let out a deep sigh as he looked at the sky. Heaven's will. He had a solemn gaze. Grandpa, drink some water. One day, Purple woke up and found a pair of master and servant beside him. A young girl wearing elegant clothes along with a muscular female servant. Third young miss, don't bother with this old beggar. Oh, you are too kind-hearted. This old beggar is not a member of our village. Why are you involved with him? The female servant looked at Purple, her goo master aura unconcealed. Purple looked at himself, smiling bitterly. Purple Mountain True Monarch realized that his clothes were extremely tattered. He had a wrinkled face covered in dust and mud. He was scrawny and dirty. But soon, he looked at the female goo master in front of him, thinking, it's her? The crucial person in fate? No, this feeling is not her. It is her descendant. The female goo master left behind some food before leaving with the servant. That night, Purple went to her and left a true inheritance in her dream. This true inheritance is a little messy. It has wisdom path, transformation path, and also food path. I'll call it Black Tigress True Inheritance. Oh, I wonder if it will be effective. Can I influence anything? But there is still hope at least, right? Purple left silently. Northern Plains, in a cave. She's here. Purple Mountain True Monarch thought to himself. A young lady one show charged into this place. Upon seeing Purple Mountain True Monarch, her heart sank to rock bottom. So senior, you were already here. This junior will leave. I don't dare disturb Senior from taking this true inheritance. Purple Mountain True Monarch's aura made Lady Wan Shou's heart palpitate. Purple Mountain True Monarch looked at her, thinking, "This is the girl." He said, "Little girl, you could become a Gu Immortal at such a young age, and also know your own limits, knowing when to retreat or advance, quite good. I don't have the qualifications to take this true inheritance. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but, after you inherit it, you need to tell me of its contents. You will also owe me a favor. If there is a situation in the future, you must help the person who uses this information path Gu Worm. Humph. You can kill me however you want, but I will never beg for mercy." The female Gu Master lying on the ground said stubbornly. Purple laughed. "Little girl, you are quite interesting. You remind me of the past. Meeting me is your great fortune." Saying this, Purple stretched out his index finger, pointing on the female Gu Master's forehead. "This is a fire path true inheritance. I am giving you the first half. When you reach rank 5 and become a Gu Master expert, you can find the second half somewhere in Northern Plains. If you manage to obtain it, you might be able to become an immortal." Saying this, Purple vanished. Immortal Ascension? This old beggar is crazy. Is he a Gu Immortal? The female Gu Master recovered after a long time. She left this place filled with shock and suspicion. Purple stood on the cloud, looking at the departing female Gu Master. He muttered, "This girl is quite special. Not only is there the smell of fate, she is also receiving Heaven's will's attention. I'm afraid that one of her close relatives becomes a pawn of Heaven's will in the future. Young man, I have 3 true inheritances here. The first can allow you to bathe in flames and step on fire, surpassing the mortal realm. The second can allow you to control wind and fly in the air, roaming the world freely. The third can allow you to surpass life and death, gaining the ability to assist the world's people. Which one will you choose? Think about it and tell me." The young Tai by Yun Sheng thought for a while and said, "The third one, another source of hope. Sigh. It has been almost 100,000 years. I hope that the seeds of hope that I spread will accumulate sufficiently to help our main body's plan." Roar. A dragon roar resounded in the entire blessed land. Duke Long spat out dragon flames and directly hit Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch sacrificed his own arm to block his attack, before retreating. Duke Long grabbed. Purple Mountain True Monarch felt intense pain in his heart. After some struggling, half of his skeleton was smashed to bits by Duke Long. Purple Mountain True Monarch endured the pain. Even though he could not move, he still tried to use Gu Worms to dodge. Duke Long's expression was still cold. "Want to know why you lost?" He looked at Purple Mountain True Monarch like a cat looking at a mouse. Purple Mountain True Monarch coughed as he spat out some blood, looking at Duke Long. "I am listening." Duke Long smiled coldly, vanishing on the spot before appearing in front of Purple Mountain True Monarch. A tough fist. Purple Mountain True Monarch's stomach was hit by the fist. The unparalleled force directly broke through his abdomen and created a huge hole. Purple Mountain True Monarch was like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. "You tried to partially assimilate with Heaven's will. The truth is, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had done that eons ago. She is the creator of Wisdom Path. How could you possibly play tricks before her very eyes? The latter half of your life was spent doing one thing, that was to fight for pawns against Heaven's will. But unfortunately, you were assimilated with Heaven's will. You are one of Heaven's will's pawns too." Duke Long said this as he descended. Purple Mountain True Monarch gritted his teeth, exerting his strength to fly out of the pit. He flew backwards and landed on the ground, coughing out blood again. His stomach was held together by 2 pieces of skin, but he no longer bled. He had used healing methods already. Purple Mountain True Monarch had a pale expression. His body was wavering. All he saw was darkness, using only his will to maintain his consciousness. He tried not to faint. Duke Long gradually landed on the ground. He did not pursue him, stretching out his index finger to point at Purple Mountain True Monarch. Boom! A grand beam of light shot out intensely. Purple Mountain True Monarch's entire body was flickering with purple light, but under Duke Long's unstoppable attacks, he was thrown into the sky before crashing onto the ground, his body covered by a pool of blood. As for the second reason you failed, I am sure you have guessed it. That's right. This dream realm has been taken over by heaven's will. The longer the dream realm manifests, the deeper the infiltration of heaven's will in this place. This time, my heavenly court was blessed to have gained the guidance of star constellation heaven's will. We have already understood the condition and location of Spectral Soul's main body. Oh, and that Fong Yuan, it is quite ironic. If he hid somewhere else, we would not have been able to find him. But because he was here to explore the dream realm, he was completely exposed to heaven's will. He attempted to defy the will of heaven. He deserves death. He will die today without doubt. Duke Long stepped forward, during which countless soul beasts gathered. It was a completely dark area filled with endlessly killing intent against Duke Long. Duke Long continued moving forward, without looking above himself. He raised his left arm and grasped lightly. Rumble! There was a huge explosion. During that period, countless soul beasts broke apart, smashed into smithereens. Duke Long had quasi-rank 9 battle strength indeed, primarily cultivating Chi Path and Transformation Path secondarily. He was now using his Chi Path methods. In front of him, the Soul Beast army was like a fragile toy army. He moved forward, his body was tough and his hair was fluttering. Getting to Purple Mountain True Monarch, Duke Long stood and observed Purple Mountain True Monarch by his feet. Purple Mountain True Monarch lay on the ground. His arms were trembling. He was trying to sit up. He wanted to stand. He wanted to continue fighting. Thus, Duke Long looked at him quietly, seeing him exert all his strength to stand up against him. But Purple Mountain True Monarch was too heavily injured. He had no way of fighting back. Even the action of standing was too tough for him. But just when he was about to fall, Duke Long attacked and grabbed Purple Mountain True Monarch's neck. Duke Long used his pincer-like hand to grab Purple Mountain True Monarch, holding him up towards the sky. How does it feel to have your hopes dashed? Attempting to defy fate will result in such a pitiful ending. Even a venerable soul is no different, Duke Long said coldly. Purple Mountain True Monarch grabbed Duke Long's arms weakly. Cough, cough, cough. I indeed have no hope. But that does not mean that others have no hope. Duke Long's expression changed. His sharp dragon eyes gazed at Purple Mountain True Monarch's body. No wonder you are so weak. You sent a portion of your immortal goo away. You are truly unrepentant. Even you could not succeed. What can the rest of Shadow Sect do? Purple Mountain True Monarch's face was purple. He could not breathe. He could not speak. He could only think to himself, this person is different. Oh Fong Yuan, you are definitely different. You are a complete otherworldly demon, the best person to resist fate. You are the greatest pawn chosen by heaven's will to deal with Shadow Sect. But now, you have already escaped the manipulation of heaven's will. I assimilated with heaven's will to spread hope in this world and influence fate. Unfortunately, I failed. Like what Duke Long said, I had unknowingly become the pawn of heaven's will. In the process of assimilating with heaven's will also assimilated me. I have no hope left, but Fong Yuan, you carry the biggest hope. Let me exert my final influence at the last moment of my life. I am really curious, after gaining the entirety of Shadow Sect, how far can you go? Go ahead and wreak havoc in this world. Fong Yuan. All of his internal thoughts were transmitted to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan sighed deeply. A person near death. He held no more suspicions. I understand you, even though we were enemies. I will accept this and become the leader of Shadow Sect. Very good, very good. Purple Mountain True Monarch closed his eyes weakly. He grabbed onto Duke Long's hands in the end. Even though his movement was stiff, he did not let go. He did not go down without a fight. At this moment, Purple Mountain True Monarch truly died from combat. His messy purple hair was no longer shiny. After 100,000 years, his journey had come to an end. This person who had fought endlessly in his life, he had finally rested. Even though he failed and lost his life, at the final moment of his life, he still continued to spread hope. He died with great expectations. Perhaps this was the reason why he was still carrying a smile upon death. This was truly 100,000 years of living in this world, being in a state of half clarity and half insanity. Staring at heaven without bowing down. Before his death, he gifts the source of chaos one. Purple Mountain True Monarch had no more life force. He was now a corpse. What a clean death! Duke Long snorted. His cold dragon eyes could see both the inside and outside of Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch had many immortal goo originally, but he had sent most of them away, while the rest had died along with him. Not just that, his soul was dissipating quickly. Duke Long wanted to stop him, but he could not. The more surprising thing was that Purple Mountain True Monarch's corpse had many Dao marks originally, but now they were all dissipating. He truly left no resources to Heavenly Court. Duke Long let go with his hand, as the Purple Mountain True Monarch corpse with 0 value fell to the ground. Soul beasts roared and surrounded Duke Long, but because of his great power, none of the soul beasts dared to attack him. The soul beasts were far bigger than Duke Long's body, but he could actually move confidently and slowly, unhindered. As expected of the door of life and death, there are a great number of soul beasts here. Even if I kill some, more will appear. They are endless. Duke Long sighed softly. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had existed since the creation of the world. Thinking about it, throughout history, the souls of all living beings that died would reside here. Only after Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Goo did souls gain the ability to remain in the outside world. Thus, deep inside the door of life and death, only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would know how many soul beasts or souls there truly were. Duke Long did not pay attention to these soul beasts. Even immemorial soul beasts were just small issues to Duke Long. Unless it were a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zui Yi Hui or Mao Li Qiu, then he would have to deal with them seriously. Spectral Soul has been captured and most of the split souls are dead. It is time to go outside and sweep the battlefield. Duke Long had the immortal killer move Dragon Gate. He could freely enter and exit Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Even if Shadow Sect's Blessed Land closed its entrance, it could not trap him. But when he was about to move, the entire Blessed Land started shaking. Cracks were forming in the sky, like a shattering mirror. Duke Long frowned slightly. The entirety of Shadow Sect's Blessed Land is self-detonating, as expected of a demon. This way, Duke Long had no choice but to give up his earlier plan. He had to take out the door of life and death before the Blessed Land was destroyed. If the Blessed Land was destroyed, it would create the winds of assimilations. This important secluded domain of heaven and earth would not be safe. Grr. The Soul Beast army growled with fear in their vocalizations. This world was getting destroyed. These soul beasts felt that a calamity was coming. More and more soul beasts went into chaos. Duke Long went against the tide and slaughtered a bunch of soul beasts, ending up in front of the door of life and death. At the same time, outside Shadow Sect's Blessed Land. We cannot take it anymore. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew out of dream realms one by one. They were not complete extreme physique bodies, they had flaws. Even though they had dream path Dao marks, they could not stay inside dream realms indefinitely. Once time was up, they would have to come out. But when the Righteous Path Goo Immortals in Southern Border wanted to kill them, the Super Goo formation activated and the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were teleported away. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created using the cocoons of light by Purple Mountain True Monarch, who expended his own soul. In terms of identity, they were considered Shadow Sect split souls. They were the lingering split souls of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. However, their battle strength was unreliable. Purple Mountain True Monarch had only given them some mortal goo before dying. And their thoughts and foundation were vastly different from Purple Mountain True Monarch. They were like new entities. Greetings to Shadow Sect's new leader. After seeing Fang Yuan, they paid respects to him. Before Purple Mountain True Monarch died, he had arranged everything. Hey Lulan, by Ning Bing, Ing Wu Xie, Fairy Miao Yin, Black Tigress, They all came out of the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Facing Fang Yuan, these people had interesting expressions. Miao Yin pays respects to Lord Sect Leader. Fairy Miao Yin spoke first. She and Xiao Si Lu were among the 3 great fairies in southern border. Her voice was alluring. Her clothes were a beautiful pink. Her body was alluring and her eyes were deep set. Her nose was tall and her eyes were seductive. Lord Sect Leader, Black Tigress followed. Her expression was stiff. Not long ago, she had fought and wanted to kill Fang Yuan. But now, fate worked in mysterious ways. Fang Yuan became her leader in such a short time. He Lulan gritted her teeth, sighing deeply. He Lulan pays respects to Lord Sect Leader. She had worked together with Fang Yuan, became enemies with him, and was even saved by him before. She also used her aunt, Blazing Heaven Demoness, to trap Fang Yuan. But later, during the Battle of Etion Mountain, because of a change of events, she had to join Shadow Sect and undergo a tough alliance agreement. Precisely so, after Fang Yuan took over Shadow Sect, he could decide her life and death. He Lulan had to lower her head. To think that the day would come when we work together again. Bai Ningbing stood alone. She crossed her arms as her dragon eyes shined with cold light. She sighed as she looked at Fang Yuan. Her relationship with Fang Yuan went even further back. From Qingmao Mountain they had traveled together. And now, both of them had their respective fortuitous encounters. They met again and became allies once more. It was truly interesting. As for Ying Wuxie, he was still in a dream realm. Fang Yuan looked at these Gu immortals. His gaze swept past the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. They had short lifespan, they would detonate when time was up. The higher their cultivation level, the shorter their lives. Thus, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were cannon fodder. Among the members of Shadow Sect, the only ones important to Fang Yuan were Ying Wuxie, He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress. There was also Sixth Hair, the spy of Shadow Sect inside Langya Blessed Land. He counted as the 6th person. Among these 6, He Lulan was the most trustworthy one to Fang Yuan, because she could not betray him. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress were members of Shadow Sect due to Purple Mountain True Monarch's true inheritances. After inheriting everything from Purple Mountain True Monarch, Fang Yuan had a good grasp over these 2. Ying Wuxie and Sixth Hair were split souls of Spectral Soul. Since Fang Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect, they had to acknowledge him. As for whether they would follow his orders and act with enthusiasm, that would depend on Fang Yuan's leadership skill. Bai Ningbing was the hardest to control. She had set an alliance agreement with Shadow Sect. They had equal status. Even when Purple Mountain True Monarch was still around, Bai Ningbing did not show them much respect, not to mention Fang Yuan, who had just become the leader of Shadow Sect. In this instant, all sorts of thoughts flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. Next, he said, He Lulan, look after the Super-Gu formation for me. I need to wake Ying Wuxie up. He was controlling the Super-Gu formation to resist Fairy Ziwei. It was very hard for him to split his concentration on any complex killer moves. The reason why he chose He Lulan was because she was the most trustworthy among the 5. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan succeeded in saving Ying Wuxie, allowing him to escape the dream realm. However, even though Ying Wuxie was awake, his condition was not normal. He was listless, he had no fighting spirit at all. He was lying down on the ground like his back was removed. He had been completely broken. Spectral Soul was captured. Purple Mountain True Monarch died. Ying Wuxie's hopes and dreams were shattered. He felt like there was no future left. It was bleak and there was absolutely no hope. Since his life began, the goal of saving his main body had always motivated him and driven him forward. But now that this goal was crushed, Ying Wuxie lost all his drive. Even though they were all split souls, he is still too young. He has not lived as long as Purple Mountain True Monarch. Since the Battle of Etion Mountain, how long has passed? Fang Yuan realized as he urged. Where are the inheritances that Purple Mountain True Monarch left in your immortal aperture? Pass them to me. Even though Ying Wuxie was dejected, he still acknowledged Fang Yuan's identity and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out a purple will. The will was surrounded by rank 8 immortal essence as well as immortal goo, floating in the air. Purple Mountain True Monarch? Fang Yuan took a step back, feeling vigilant. Even though Purple Mountain True Monarch only had a will left, his immortal essence and goo worms were a threat to him. The purple will slowly formed into Purple Mountain True Monarch's appearance as he passed all of his immortal essence and goo worms to Fang Yuan, like what he had promised earlier. Immediately, Fang Yuan refined all of the immortal goo. Fang Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, even though he communicated with Purple Mountain True Monarch, that was all he could do. He could not let Purple Mountain True Monarch send all of his inheritances into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Purple Mountain True Monarch had to pass these inheritances to Ying Wuxia before Fang Yuan could take them. Of course, Purple Mountain True Monarch did not request anything from Fang Yuan. But his intention was clear. Purple Mountain True Monarch wanted Fang Yuan to save these people. Of course, if Fang Yuan refused, he would not be in danger. To think that my gains this time will be this huge. After getting the inheritances, Fang Yuan sighed. In his original plan, he wanted to exterminate Shadow Sect and get rid of Shadow Sect's remnant forces. If he was lucky and went one step further, he would be able to capture Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Of course, he did not bear much hope in that aspect. He knew how hard it was to capture souls. And even if he succeeded, the soul search would be extremely difficult. Spectral Soul was, after all, the founder of Soul Path, a rank 9 venerable, one of the 10 cultivators at the apex in the long span of history. It would be a joke if his soul could be easily searched. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable cultivated Space Path and created Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment, which were in a permanently active state and did not use any immortal essence. Although Spectral Soul's main body did not have immortal essence and goo worms, he absolutely was not to be underestimated. When Purple Mountain True Monarch handed all his inheritances to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan's gains naturally greatly surpassed his previous expectations. Purple Mountain True Monarch wants me to save these people, even though he did not express this verbally. He was afraid I would be suspicious and not agree to accept his gift. He really put in a lot of effort for this. But if I can make good use of these people, they will indeed be a great help to me. They already have no other options. They are my natural allies. Heh! I'll bring you all with me then. Fang Yuan had never been a narrow-minded person. Even when he had just transmigrated to this world, he had been like this. His experiences in his previous life and this life made it such that he was much more open-minded than normal people. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Black Tigress had all betrayed him. But so what? Fang Yuan completely understood their actions. All these thoughts flashed in his mind for only a moment. Fang Yuan stored Purple Mountain True Monarch's will into his sovereign immortal aperture as well. Without immortal essence and immortal goo, the threat level of this will of Purple Mountain True Monarch was close to 0. In the future, unless he had no choice, Fang Yuan would absolutely not give immortal essence and immortal goo for this purple will to use. The situation was pressing. Fang Yuan did not have time to inspect his gains, immediately communicating with the purple will in his immortal aperture. The question he asked was naturally about the method of controlling the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Purple Mountain True Monarch had mentioned before. It was very risky for Fang Yuan to use reverse flow protection seal right now. As such, the upper extreme heavenly eagle naturally became his first choice. The advantages of the upper extreme heavenly eagle in place of reverse flow protection seal was that it was faster and could penetrate space. Moreover, it was an immemorial desolate beast and had an extremely tough body. Naturally, the precondition was for Fang Yuan to be able to control it. Although Fang Yuan had reputation restriction immortal goo, it was not his and he had only borrowed it from Wu Clan. Secondly, this immortal goo was rank 7 and would probably not have enough strength to control the rank 8 upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan soon learned of Purple Mountain True Monarch's method. And surprisingly, he actually also knew of this method. This was an enslavement path method and had a relation to a person. This person's name was somewhat strange. He was called 180 Slaves. He was an Eastern Sea Goo immortal who had a rough childhood. He was born as a slave. He used every opportunity he got and took risks to continuously grow. finally climbing to the peak of his life. He was an absolute genius of enslavement path in his generation. Normal enslavement path methods were to use a higher status to rule over lower status. But he did the opposite, using beasts of lower status to rule over those of a higher status. Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance had grasped 180 slaves' inheritance and put a portion of its contents on sale to Zombie Alliance's members. Shark Demon had once purchased a portion of 180 slaves' true inheritance content. He wanted to use groups of sharks to gain control over that one-finger flow shark. Unfortunately, he was routed by Blazing Heaven Demoness, and with Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters being schemed by Shadow Sect, not only him, even his wife Sue by Man was turned into goo materials to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. Shadow Sect's foundation was extremely deep. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a first-generation split soul. He definitely did not have just one method to enslave the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. But what Purple Mountain True Monarch could offer right now was only this method of 180 slaves. To speak of it, it was actually quite fortunate. Purple Mountain True Monarch was in possession of many immortal goo, but earlier on, he had set up the Purple Blood River Formation. And in his 100,000 years of life, he had been spreading true inheritances everywhere. It was not easy for his current variety of goo worms to use a method of enslaving the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This immortal killer move is called 180 slaves. He used his own name for it. It seems that 180 slaves regarded it as his main trump card and his proudest method. This killer move is not difficult, and I have all the required immortal goo as well. Its mortal goo are common and can be bought from Treasure Yellow Heaven. It seems Shadow Sect had already modified 180 slaves. What I lack now are eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Fong Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. The upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to mature, while large amounts of heavenly crystals were expended. Fong Yuan began to wantonly buy eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Transactions of live desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had always had a huge market in Treasure Yellow Heaven. But eagles were somewhat rare among these. Time was pressing. Fong Yuan did not have much choice. He hesitated slightly before making a decision. He recklessly proclaimed in Treasure Yellow Heaven, "Purchasing eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts at a high price. We can trade with immortal goo as well." In an instant, this caused an uproar. Using immortal goo to purchase desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts? Immortal goo were unique and extremely difficult to refine, while desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts were easy to raise and cultivate. He was clearly trading at a loss. However, Fong Yuan had to disregard it. Soon, he attracted the attention of many goo immortals. "I have both desolate beast and ancient desolate beast mixed heavenly eagles. What immortal goo are you selling?" The first goo immortal asked. The mixed heavenly eagle was not a normal eagle. It had an eagle head and a human body, a pair of hands with 5 human fingers and sharp nails. Its feet were that of an eagle, and it had eagle wings. It liked to use a long bone as a staff to fight. This mixed heavenly eagle might have a peculiar appearance, but it is indeed an eagle. I can use it. Fong Yuan thought, before inquiring, "How many do you have?" "I have 33 desolate beast mixed heavenly eagles and 7 ancient mixed heavenly eagles." That goo immortal responded. Fong Yuan nodded and said without hesitation, "I will buy them. I have a rank 6 immortal goo here." "Only a rank 6 immortal goo? These are 7 ancient desolate beasts," the goo immortal said in a dissatisfied tone. Fong Yuan was even more dissatisfied, directly shouting, "Get lost if you are not selling." That goo immortal's attitude immediately changed. "Oh, don't get so angry. I will sell them. How could I not sell?" The moment this transaction was completed, it immediately created even more uproar in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven's transactions were open. Everyone had personally seen both sides transacting. He actually used an immortal goo to buy the desolate beasts? This is an unprecedented event. There is something wrong with this goo immortal's brain. Although there are a lot of mixed heavenly eagles, how many immortal materials could they be turned into? Using equivalent immortal materials, They would only be barely enough for 10 attempts in refining that rank 6 immortal goo he used. Refining immortal goo was truly too difficult with extremely low success rate. 10 times looked like a lot, but in truth, there were many goo immortals who had to attempt 50 or 60 times to refine immortal goo. It is not a fraud, right? Does this immortal goo has hidden problems? A goo immortal was doubtful. No chance. This is treasure yellow heaven. Who can deceive it? The treasure light it emitted was genuine. My turn. I have rainbow chasing eagles, over 100 of them. Someone came to transact. Rainbow chasing eagles were rather small and were all desolate beasts. There had never been an ancient desolate beast level rainbow chasing eagle. This eagle did not have strong battle strength. Wild rainbow chasing eagles like to chase after rainbows. There was little to comment on their other aspects, but in terms of speed they were outstanding. Alright, this rank 6 immortal goo is yours. Fang Yuan directly was ready to buy it. The seller asked awkwardly, "Can we change it to another immortal goo? I had to raise these rainbow-chasing eagles for over 100 years before they could grow to this scale." Fang Yuan's stance was firm. "Get lost. Trade if you want, or screw off somewhere. Don't. Are you trading or not?" Trading. Fang Yuan's divine sense snorted. "If I were not in urgent need of eagles, would you people be able to get such benefits? Hurry up. Here. Take your immortal goo. My time is precious." Thereupon, the following goo immortals all started addressing Fang Yuan as senior. The scene was getting crowded. Even the goo immortals who did not have eagle-type desolate beasts gathered to watch this show, to see this eccentric character who was using immortal goo to buy desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Treasure Yellow Heaven's commotion naturally attracted the attention of many forces in the 5 regions. Among them was naturally Heavenly Court as well as Longevity Heaven and so on. However, they were unable to stop Fang Yuan. Treasure Yellow Heaven had always maintained neutrality. No one could find its location and no one was able to exert influence on it. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had gathered enough eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. For this, Fang Yuan paid 4 immortal goo, 3 rank 6 and 1 rank 7. In return, the number of eagles he obtained was shocking, reaching over 400. Most of them were desolate beasts while 20% were ancient desolate beasts. At the same time, he had also gathered enough of the necessary mortal goo. Fang Yuan began to try activating the immortal killer move 180 slaves. He was careful because this was the first time he was using this move. His speed was slow, even though he could not afford to waste a single second in this current situation. Goo worms after goo worms were activated. Fang Yuan's progress was quite steady. Guh. Suddenly, his body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The activation had failed and the backlash caused him injuries. Large amounts of mortal goo were destroyed and his mental energy was also expended by a lot. Man as before. Instantly, Fang Yuan recovered. He had no expression on his face as he continued to activate the killer move 180 slaves. Failure. Another failure. After repeatedly failing for 3 times, by the 4th time, Fang Yuan resisted an intense headache, finally activating the killer move. A bunch of strange lights covered the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle raised its head and gave a clear and resonant cry, submitting itself to the rule of Fang Yuan. Success! Fang Yuan had no time to be happy as he heard He Lulan's voice. "Quick! I am about to lose control over the goo formation." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, immediately letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. "You will not escape." Fairy Ziwei's slightly dismayed voice resounded. Fang Yuan had, under her nose, become the new leader of Shadow Sect, and was still trying to escape. He was truly disregarding Fairy Ziwei. But right at this time, Fang Yuan let out Purple Mountain True Monarch's will, along with immortal essence and a few immortal goo. "Fang Yuan, remember what I told you. Leave quickly." The purple will said this and activated a killer move, pouncing at the super goo formation and colliding into it. At the next moment, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan and the rest, piercing into space, appearing outside the goo formation. With one flap of its wings, it immediately soared to the sky. With another flap, it had already become a tiny dark in the horizon, flying out of everyone's vision. Another immemorial desolate beast. Someone left the battlefield. It looks like it was from the Supergoo formation's direction. What had actually happened? The upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan, Ing Wuxie and the rest, quickly leaving the battlefield, stupefying all the southern border righteous path Gu immortals present on the scene. In fact, when Ing Wuxie and the others were transported by the Supergoo formation, many among them had felt something wrong. Almost all those Gu immortals on the eagle's back are the demonic path scoundrels who attacked us. What exactly is Wu Hai playing at? Quick, let us in. The southern border Gu immortals began to protest. However, there was not even a trace of Fang Yuan left in the Supergoo formation. He had already changed his appearance and fled right under everyone's noses. Qi Gui. Something seems to be off. At this moment, in the battlefield, an expert among Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals, Old Treeman, went up to Qi Gui's side. It did not matter if the other clan's Gu immortals failed to contact Wu Hai. The main thing was Wu clan and Xiao clan, especially Fairy Si Lu failing to get a response from Wu Hai. There was definitely a problem. Wu Hai had control over the whole Supergoo formation. If he made a mistake, it would definitely be a big and fatal one. Qi Gui nodded solemnly. He also knew the severity of this matter. This Supergoo formation was, after all, personally arranged by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Although Qi Gui was not able to control the Gu formation, he still could inspect the state of the Gu formation. It was just that this would use up his energy and time, and it was rather troublesome. This inspection immediately turned Qi Gui's expression ashen. Bada had been observing Qi Gui, and seeing the latter's expression change to that of shock and terror, his heart jolted and he quickly transmitted his voice. What happened? Lord Wu Hai is missing. The whole Supergoo formation is forcibly controlled by two forces and they are fighting against each other. One has a central continent aura and the other has a northern plains aura. Just based on their auras, they are both rank 8 Gu immortals. Qi Gui said with distress. Bada was immediately dazed. The impact was too heavy. He took a few deep breaths, as sweat started to appear on his forehead. Too dangerous. This situation was too dangerous. Wu Hai has mysteriously gone missing. He is very likely to have been killed. Regardless of how the two rank 8s infiltrated the Supergoo formation, Wu Hai has no chance with his rank 7 cultivation. Bada started to make deductions. Right now, he could not even imagine Fang Yuan was a traitor. This was also the result of Fang Yuan paying attention to small details like changing his appearance before leaving. More importantly, they could not even imagine that Wu Hai, Fang Yuan, would mix in with Shadow Sect. Why? Because not long ago, Ba Quanfeng, this mole in the southern border righteous path forces, had caused the Supergoo formation to be unable to activate. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had saved the day, and with his help, Southern Border's righteous forces were able to bring up the second layer of the Supergoo formation. This matter had left a very deep impression on the Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals. If such a person was Shadow Sect's mole, how could he hinder Shadow Sect's plan at the crucial moment? It probably bodes ill for Wu Hai. Oh, now that I think of it, I am lucky I was plotted against by Ba Quanfeng. If it were me controlling the Supergoo formation right now, Wu Hai's ending would have been my ending. I should be grateful to Wu Hai for replacing me. Qi Gui was inwardly thankful to Fang Yuan. Whether Wu Hai was dead or not, Bada soon accepted it. Bada had already found Wu Hai an eyesore. Even if Wu Hai had a miserable end, he would still look at it like a joke. But now Bada could not laugh. The Supergoo formation is already out of our control. Shadow Sect has retreated, but Heavenly Court is still here. What is their stance? Bada pondered over this serious issue. Previously, Heavenly Court and Southern Border's righteous path had stood together to fight Shadow Sect. Now Shadow Sect had left, while Spectral Soul's main body was captured by Duke Long. What stance would Heavenly Court have? Bada did not have any answer to this question, because not long ago, Heavenly Court had organized a secret group to invade Northern Plains and destroy Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. but they had to retreat in defeat because of longevity heaven. The current situation was extremely similar. Heavenly Court had organized another expedition group to southern border. It was not easy to say what their stance was. Although both belonged to the righteous path, Bada, who had held a high position in the righteous path for a long time, knew something. Politics never placed significance on moral integrity, it was all about benefits. How could they protect their benefits? One word: strength. If the Supergoo formation was still in their control, Southern Border's righteous forces would still have some confidence to negotiate with Heavenly Court. But Wu Yi was gone now, and the Supergoo formation was seized by others. It seemed to be two rank 8 Goo Immortals who had seized control, and neither of them were from Southern Border. At this time, in this situation, the more Bada thought, the more unsightly his expression became. But he did not waste too much time thinking. In just a short while, he opened his dried lips and made a difficult decision. Retreat! Retreat? We are giving up the Super Goo formation? Our clan's immortal Goo are all here. Chi Gue then pointed at those patches of dream realms. Look at these dream realms. Heavenly Court might have a way to collect them. If we retreat, all the immortal Goo and the dream realms will be lost. Who will bear the responsibility for that? Bada coldly glanced at Chi Gue. Retreat if you want to retreat, if you want to remain, then remain. Leaving behind this sentence, he recalled the last remaining Ba clan Goo immortal and left. Bada's decision immediately created a commotion among the Southern Border Righteous Path Goo immortals. Before Bada left, he had informed all of them regarding their current situation. Wu clan and Chao clan naturally suffered a huge blow when they heard about Wu Yi being missing. The Super Goo formation was no longer in their control. Most of the Southern Border Goo immortals imitated Bada and started to retreat. Wu Liao, however, did not leave. Wu Yi was Wu Yong's brother. He was now missing, his whereabouts unknown. As a Wu clan Goo immortal, how could Wu Liao easily retreat? I believe Lord Wu Yi is alive and well. Chao Si Lu thought for a bit, before leaving with Chao clan's Goo immortals. Most of the Southern Border Goo immortals left, leaving behind Chi Gue, Wu Liao and a few other Goo immortals. They chose to believe in Heavenly Court. After all, it led Central Continent's righteous path. Heaven Overseeing Tower was still tangled up with Zui Yi Hui. Neither were able to get the upper hand. Zui Yi Hui held deep hatred towards the Heavenly Court Goo immortals. It was not just a desire to hunt for food. This point had clearly been calculated by Purple Mountain True Monarch. Among Southern Border's righteous path Goo immortals, those that wanted to leave had left. Amir will dares to obstruct me. In a short while, Fairy Ziwei was covered in the power of Star Constellation chessboard, finally completely destroying Purple Mountain True Monarch's will. This rank 8 Wisdom Path expert finally completed her goal, grasping control over this Super Goo formation. However, she was not in the least bit happy. Fong Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect and escaped right under her nose. Fairy Ziwei was well aware of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's speed. She definitely would not be able to catch up to it if she were to give chase now. Fairy Ziwei's mood was extremely bad. After gaining control over the Super Goo formation, she immediately contacted Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, how is the situation there? All she heard was a loud sound. Space cracked open like a mirror, and from within the tear, a rank 8 Goo immortal flew out. Who else could it be but Duke Long? It was just that, if originally, he had an aloof and domineering aura, now, his face was filled with a dark and ferocious grimace, seemingly enduring something. Fairy Ziwei's heart jolted, immediately activating the Super Goo formation to bring Duke Long in. Lord Duke Long, what's wrong? Duke Long said with clenched teeth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had just moved the door of life and death into my phantom aperture. When that remnant soul of Spectral Soul actually used the door of life and death's power to try to devour my soul. We need to return to Heavenly Court quickly, and use the power of Heavenly Court to separate Spectral Soul's remnant soul from my body and suppress it. Fairy Ziwei's heart sank. She had not expected the situation to be this serious. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had been a grand rank 9 when alive. Even though he was schemed against by heaven's will and taken captive by heavenly court, the moment he was given the slightest chance, the retaliation he unleashed was actually so ferocious. Yes, Fairy Zi-Wei quickly responded. She naturally would carry out Duke Long's order without doubt. But how should we handle Zui Yihui, along with these southern border Gu immortals and Fang Yuan, who has already escaped? Fairy Zi-Wei thought for a bit and asked. Duke Long said with no hesitation, "Don't worry about Zui Yihui. It cannot catch up to heaven overseeing tower. Forget about these southern border righteous forces. Spectral Soul's main body is already within me. From start to finish, we have not fallen out with southern border. Both of us belong to righteous path. Massacring righteous forces is not beneficial to Central Continent's future grand unification of other regions." As for Fang Yuan, as he said this, Duke Long paused and looked at Fairy Zi-Wei. An ashamed look flashed past Fairy Zi-Wei's face. "I did not handle it properly." However, Duke Long smiled instead. "I don't believe you didn't use any method," Fairy Zi-Wei answered. "Lord Duke Long is wise. That thief Fang Yuan has already been struck by my investigative method, as well as the rest of Shadow Sect's members." "Good. Southern border's righteous path reinforcements are coming from all directions. We need to retreat." Duke Long nodded. Finally, the reinforcements of southern border's superclans successively arrived at the remains of Etion Mountain. What they saw was a ruined battlefield. Dream realms were everywhere, piled up messily. They were no longer round like before, but were like a range of mountains, scattered here and there. The Super-Gu formation had already disappeared without a trace. Since Fairy Zi-Wei had already gained control of the Super-Gu formation, she naturally could break it down. Many of the immortal Gu of southern border's righteous forces were taken away by heavenly court. Duke Long and Fairy Zi-Wei then entered heaven overseeing tower and flew to White Heaven. Zui Yihui did not intend to let them off, charging into White Heaven. More and more southern border Gu immortals gathered here. The scale was so large that it was rarely seen even once in 100 years. Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu and the others looked at the battlefield with ashen expressions. They had suffered tremendous losses this time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wind howled by his ears. Fang Yuan was sitting on the back of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, his hair flowing behind due to the wind. Despite the wind having enormous force, Fang Yuan did not budge and remained as stable as a mountain. Any Gu immortal definitely had the ability to resist the wind. Behind him were Ying Wuxie and the others. They were either slumped, standing, looking at the scene below, or recuperating with closed eyes. Fang Yuan did not have any injuries on him. Even when he had failed several times in activating the killer move 180 slaves, he had healed perfectly with Time Path Immortal Gu-Man as before. This killer move 180 slaves is indeed amazing. It actually lets me command the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan inwardly exclaimed. According to the contents of this killer move, the more desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts I have, the more freely I can control this upper extreme heavenly eagle. That means I should purchase more eagle desolate beasts later on and nurture them properly. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had used 4 immortal Gu to wantonly purchase a large group of eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Could not be helped, the situation was urgent. If there was enough time, Fang Yuan absolutely would not make such stupid transactions. Currently, the commotion due to this transaction had yet to fade in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Many Gu immortals were discussing this event and how foolish Fang Yuan was. Possibly only Fang Yuan knew the truth. Maybe Heavenly Court could also have guessed something. Fang Yuan inspected his sovereign immortal aperture. Those desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles were flying in the mini-9 heavens. There were also some eagle nests in mini-purple heaven. Fang Yuan had obtained these eagle nests by looting the headquarters of Northern Plains Hay Tribe, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. There were ordinary baby eagles in the nests that were still growing. Using Hay Tribe's method of raising, after these baby eagles matured, they would likely become desolate eagles or even ancient desolate eagles. However, Fang Yuan had already used time path methods to slow down the rate of time in the sovereign immortal aperture. This led to these baby eagles growing up very slowly. As such, Fang Yuan would have to wait a long time for them to grow up into desolate eagles or ancient desolate eagles. For now, it is better to buy from outside. The more eagle beasts I have, the more control I would have over the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Right now, I have over 400 eagles, but I can just barely control it and can only order it to fly. It is not a big problem to make it fight against weak opponents, but it won't obey if I order it to fight strong enemies like Zui Yihui. There is even a possibility of backlash. Now that they had escaped from the battlefield, Fang Yuan could calmly think. It was not just this. Fang Yuan also needed to consider and deal with the issues of what these desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles ate, and what influence they would have to their surroundings. To raise these eagle beasts, Fang Yuan would need a large amount of basic life forms to feed them. This meant he would have to build a complete food chain, and this food chain had to be of a large scale. Fortunately, my sovereign immortal aperture has a very large space. It is more than enough for this large group of eagle beasts. Moreover, the territory is vast but the population is sparse. I can construct independent ecologies without worrying about them being influenced by the inherent environment. It is like a piece of white paper that can be easily painted. I am quite well off right now, with over 100,000 immortal essence stones. Purchasing and raising the eagle beasts is only one aspect. The other thing is to improve reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect after the giant Dream Realm incident. This greatly surpassed his expectations. Shadow Sect had lost badly. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, leading Fang Yuan to become the biggest eyesore to Heavenly Court. Even if Fang Yuan did not accept the leadership, he would still be targeted by Heavenly Court. Just like Purple Mountain True Monarch said, Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. Heavenly Court absolutely needed to kill him. As such, Fang Yuan might as well accept the responsibility over Shadow Sect. Wait until I have complete control over the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and an improved reverse flow protection seal. I would then have some ability to defend myself against Heavenly Court. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of that majestic heaven overseeing tower, as well as that domineering quasi-rank 9 expert Duke Long. A formless pressure inevitably spread in Fang Yuan's mind. I am still too weak. Even though I have reverse flow protection seal protecting me, it can only let me stand in front of rank 8s and block their attacks. But if they attack endlessly, reverse flow river will be completely consumed in the end. Even though I have the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle, it does not have enough intelligence and is not as convenient as me making a move myself. Moreover, 180 slaves. This enslavement path killer move can be unraveled. Sigh. My strength is actually increasing rapidly. But what I am facing is Heavenly Court, the strongest immortal force in the whole world. I need to devour immortal apertures and increase my cultivation level quickly. I can take a slight breather when I am at rank 8. Rank 7 cultivation is too low. But if I advance to rank 8, the sovereign immortal body's flaw will enlarge. It is hard to resolve. Fang Yuan was facing a dilemma. It is difficult for me to raise my strength. Under this situation, do I rely on them? Fang Yuan's gaze scanned around. Ing Wuxie, by Ningbing, He Lulan, Black Tigress, Fairy Miao Yin, as well as many pure dream reality seeker bodies. Purple Mountain True Monarch had left behind information path Gu worms in his inheritance which recorded these people's situations in detail. Fang Yuan had also just read them. The pure dream reality seeker bodies were all defective goods. Purple Mountain True Monarch had refined them only as a veil to cover the actions of Spectral Soul's main body. These pure dream reality seeker bodies contained remnant souls of Purple Mountain True Monarch. Unfortunately, after they were refined, the remnant souls had merged into the pure dream reality seeker bodies, unable to be separated. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had a time limit, and when that limit was reached, they would self-detonate into dream realms, and these Purple Mountain remnant souls would disappear along with them. This defect could not be resolved even if Purple Mountain True Monarch came back to life. This was also the reason why Spectral Soul's main body had never put its soul into these pure dream reality seeker bodies. Ing Wuxie had also obtained a rank 7 pure dream reality seeker body from a cocoon of light, but he was an exception. because he was once the original pure dream reality seeker, so the flaw of these defective goods did not affect him. His soul could still freely leave the pure dream reality seeker bodies. As such, although there were many of these pure dream reality seeker immortals, they were not worth nurturing. Fang Yuan had also captured nearly 10 using the supergoo formation, but they were all released now since they had become his own men. Fang Yuan had originally prepared to put in a lot of effort to research and study this dream path attainment of Shadow Sect, but now that he had Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, he understood them all, saving countless hours of research and trials. The remaining 5 Gu Immortals were the true manpower that Fang Yuan could use. Currently, the strongest is undoubtedly by Ning Bing, who has inherited by Xiang's true inheritance. Unfortunately, we are only allies. Fairy Miao Yin cultivates the profound sound true inheritance. She is one of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border and is a rank 7. Her battle strength is reliable. Black Tigress? Just as Fang Yuan thought of this, dense black fog started to pour out from Black Tigress's whole body. The fog was immediately blown away by the strong wind. The black fog dissipated, revealed a girl with tender skin and large watery eyes. Her whole face was covered with innocence. Lady White Rabbit was back. Lord Wui Hai. No, what should I call you? Lady White Rabbit asked Fang Yuan with a servile tone. Hey Lu Lan, by Ning Bing, and the others looked at her in astonishment after recovering. Lady White Rabbit's cultivation fell from rank 7 to rank 6. This situation was truly hard to understand. However, Fang Yuan had inherited Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance and understood this Black Tigress true inheritance. A Gu Immortal who cultivated this true inheritance would normally accumulate strength and burst out with outstanding battle strength when in a fight, beyond their usual limits. However, there was a flaw in it. The user would develop 2 personalities. One was a dark, sinister side, and the other was a pure, innocent side. The Gu Immortal would have the pure, innocent nature when living a normal life, having weak strength. When they face danger to their life or their mood gets intensely agitated, they would turn to the dark, sinister nature. This dark side had strong battle strength, but could only be maintained for a short period of time. Both sides shared the same senses and memories, but they usually had different thought processes. However, this was not a problem to Fang Yuan, because Lady White Rabbit already admired Wu Yi Hai, while Black Tigress was recruited by Purple Mountain True Monarch to be a member of Shadow Sect. No matter which side it was, they were both loyal to Fang Yuan. Don't be afraid. I also had my own problems, so I had to hide my true identity from you. You can call me Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan warmly smiled at Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit seemed to be unable to accept it completely, as she acknowledged timidly. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Black Tigress has first-rate battle strength among rank 7, but it is not stable. Now, only He Lulan and Ing Wuxie remain. He Lulan is the most loyal, but she only has rank 6 cultivation. She has the great strength true martial physique, but this natural talent is wasted by cultivating fire path, and she is bent on avenging her mother. Relying on the exquisite blazing heaven true inheritance, her battle strength can barely reach first rate in rank 7, but she is definitely the weakest. As for Ing Wuxie, Fang Yuan gazed at Ing Wuxie, who was slumped down on the back of the eagle and was looking at the sky with a dazed look. He seemed to have had his back removed. His whole body was limp like jelly, and his expression was extremely dark. Fang Yuan shook his head. Actually, Ing Wuxie, who possessed lead soul into dream, could erupt with battle strength that could stably occupy the number 1 position in strength. Even Fang Yuan had to be apprehensive of him. But such a person had no fighting spirit left. Even if he had lead soul into dream, what could one hope from him? Ing Wuxie, hand over all your Gu worms to me. Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Ing Wuxie did not speak. There was no response, as if he was a statue. Fang Yuan's voice became sharp. Ing Wuxie, I am the leader of Shadow Sect. Are you disobeying me? Ing Wuxie did not budge. His heart seemed to be withered in grief. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes, and he was just about to take action when suddenly, a strong pressure erupted from overhead. An immortal Gu house appeared. Shadow Sect remnants. E-Clan is here. Where do you think you are escaping to? A vast aura descended and swept across them. Feng Yuan, along with Shadow Sect's immortals, got a jolt as their gazes focused. One of E-Clan's immortal goo houses, Bay Pavilion. Feng Yuan blurted out the name of this immortal goo house. He had laid low in Wu Clan for a long period of time in Wu Yihai's identity. During this period of time, besides managing his immortal aperture and exploring dream realms, he naturally did some other things as well. For instance, using Wu Clan's channels to get detailed information of Southern Border's Goo immortal world. As such, when Bay Pavilion appeared, Feng Yuan immediately recognized it. Bay Pavilion was not tall, it only had 2 stories and looked flat. The pavilion was covered with ocean blue tiles, and it looked like a hawk spreading its wings. Golden islands were portrayed on the white walls, and blue waves were painted freely on the exposed columns. It had the style of Eastern Sea. Although E-Clan was one of Southern Border's super forces, it was located in the northeast corner and had a close relation with Eastern Sea. This Bay Pavilion's strongest ability was to cross long distances. It could shoot through over 70,000 li directly. Southern Border's Super Goo formation was invaded by Shadow Sect, and Heavenly Court also took part. E-Clan chose to mobilize Bay Pavilion, which was specialized in long-range chases. It was the best choice. Feng Yuan used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape from the Dream Realm battlefield and was planning to go to plunder Shadow Earth Trench. But Bay Pavilion just happened to move towards the direction of Feng Yuan and the group. Bay Pavilion's investigative range was extremely large. The Goo Immortals in the pavilion had already learned of the situation in the Dream Realm battlefield, and when they found traces of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, they immediately gave chase. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was extremely fast, but Bay Pavilion could travel through space and cross tens of thousands of li in an instant. After a few warps through space, Bay Pavilion finally caught up with Feng Yuan and blocked their path. Although Feng Yuan and the rest were shocked, they soon reacted. After all, they had just escaped from a battlefield. Their nerves were still tense and they were on guard. Move! Feng Yuan controlled the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to shoot towards Bay Pavilion. At the same time, he took a step and nimbly jumped from the eagle's back. Before jumping, he did not forget to grab below him. Ing Wuxie was grabbed by Feng Yuan. He was like a living corpse. His eyes were still open and did not even blink. At the same time as Feng Yuan, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan and the rest also jumped. Boom boom. There were 2 strong sounds. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle waved its strong wings directly at Bay Pavilion. Bay Pavilion was immediately pushed quite a distance by the strong force. But there was no damage. A warm light blue radiance started to spread from it. When it just spread, this light blue radiance was only a layer of thin light covering Bay Pavilion. But soon, the blue light quickly spread outwards, dyeing the surrounding space of Bay Pavilion into a blue world. The blue light kept on surging and getting denser, and was also producing gushing sounds like water waves. Suddenly, an elephant trampled out of the blue light. This elephant's size was slightly inferior in size to the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, but a normal person would be as small as a cat when compared to it. It had a wide back and looked like a 7-story building with doors and windows. It was truly strange. This is a wild beast specific to Eastern Sea, story-building water elephant. There are 7 stories on its back, which means it is an ancient, desolate beast. Feng Yuan immediately recognized it. He was very familiar with the story-building water elephant, because he had personally seen it before in the Eastern Sea Trading Convention. However, this story-building water elephant in front of him was not a real life form, but a certain defensive method used by Bay Pavilion. As for its battle strength and how it compared to a true ancient story-building water elephant, it still needed to be tested out. Feng Yuan retreated with Ing Wuxie and the rest, while using 180 slaves to command the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Kill this story-building water elephant. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle accepted the command and let out a sharp cry. It descended on the story-building water elephant, then grabbed at it. Plop! The story-building water elephant could not resist the sharp eagle claws and was directly pierced through, collapsing instantly. It turned back into a blue light that returned to Bay Pavilion. Such strength! It is indeed an immemorial desolate beast. Inside Bay Pavilion, E-Clan's Goo Immortals were also paying attention to this probe, but the result made them exclaim in shock. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was already fostered. Although its growth was quickened, there were enough heavenly crystals, letting it gain true rank 8 battle strength. It was not like last time. Hey Lulan, Fairy Meow-een and others let out sighs of relief. This story-building water elephant is weaker than normal ancient desolate beasts. Even a true ancient story-building water elephant is not the upper extreme heavenly eagle's match, let alone this one which is much weaker. Fang Yuan's mood, however, was somewhat heavy. This ability, it should be the Immortal Killer Move Water Life Resurrection. This move can create countless water life forms and use them for battle. Its strength is that even if the formed beasts are destroyed, as long as the blue light returns, the loss will be very small. Bay Pavilion can recreate them easily. Sure enough, in just a short while, story-building water elephants condensed from Bay Pavilion again. They all had 7 stories with ancient desolate level battle strength. Moreover, there were even more of them this time, 5 in total. 5 water elephants condensed by the blue light charged towards the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan thought, water life resurrection, according to Wu Clan's analysis, not only involves transformation path and water path immortal goo, it also has light path immortal goo. It is impossible to break this move right away. This move can greatly expend its enemy's battle strength. I cannot get caught up in E-Clan's flow. The moment this thought flashed through Fang Yuan's mind, he controlled the upper extreme heavenly eagle to directly attack Bay Pavilion, disregarding the story-building water elephants. At the same time, Fang Yuan gave a command to the Shadow Sect Immortals. We need to help the upper extreme heavenly eagle and destroy these 5 water elephants. He Lulan was the first to respond. She stretched out her right arm. Her 5 fingers moved together without any gaps between them, and lightly jabbed at a story-building water elephant. Boom! A burning crimson ray of light erupted from between her fingers, and with breakneck speed, it pierced through the air towards the water elephant. This immortal killer move's speed was truly astonishing. The crimson ray completely pierced through the story-building water elephant, destroying it instantly. Fairy Meow-een was the second to strike. Another 2 pairs of arms suddenly grew out from her body, and along with her 2 original arms, the 6 arms spread out like a blooming lotus. The 6 hands moved by themselves. The smooth, long fingers were moving in a dazzling motion. Ding ding, dang dang, cling cling, clang clang. With the movement of her fingers, sharp sounds could be heard whenever they touched. At the same time, concentrated, translucent sound waves appeared around 3 water elephants. The sound waves appeared quickly and vanished just as quickly. The 3 water elephants were covered in the sound waves. The injuries on them quickly accumulated. They charged left and right, trying to throw off the sound waves, but the sound waves followed them like shadows. Soon, these 3 water elephants were killed, turning into 3 blue lights that returned to the Immortal Goo House. Earlier, Fang Yuan had only seen information on these 2 immortal killer moves. He did not witness their effects. But now it was different. He Lulan is using the Fire Path Killer move Crimson Ray. Fairy Meow-een is using her trump card, Wondrous Hand, Profound Sound. These 2 immortal killer moves had originated from Purple Mountain True Monarch, and Purple Mountain True Monarch had given all his inheritances to Fang Yuan. Thus Fang Yuan knew them clearly. However, Fang Yuan did not thoroughly understand Bai Ning Bing's killer move, for water elephants were already destroyed. Bai Ning Bing, in her white robe, was crossing her arms across her chest, her dragon eyes flashing with cold light. She seemed to have not made a move, but she had actually already activated her killer move. The final story-building water elephant had soundlessly already frozen into a giant ice block. But soon, the frozen story-building water elephant turned back into a blue light that passed through the ice layer and returned to Bay Pavilion, unobstructed. Bai Ning Bing coldly snorted when she saw this. Fang Yuan's expression slightly shifted as he thought of many things, gaining a deeper understanding of the Gu Immortals on his side. He Lulan is restricted by the alliance agreement, and has no choice but to follow me completely, so she had the fastest response and had no hesitation. Fairy Meow-een did not hesitate on using her trump card, handling 3-story building water elephants by herself, as if she wants to prove her loyalty towards me. As for Bai Ningbing, she inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance and we are only allies. The killer move she used should be cold eyes. She tried to freeze the story-building water elephant and prevent the blue light from returning. Unfortunately, it is of no use. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Fang Yuan's mind as he threw Ying Wuxie behind him. Behind him was Lady White Rabbit. Right now, she still had rank 6 cultivation and had a terrified expression as she looked at the fight between the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and Bay Pavilion. Take him and retreat to the back, Fang Yuan said to Lady White Rabbit without turning around. Lady White Rabbit quickly agreed and obediently retreated far away. Fang Yuan slightly flew forward and took a deep breath. His body suddenly let out dazzling silver light. Red Date Immortal Essence was consumed rapidly as Immortal Goo were activated. Rank 6 Change Form Immortal Goo. Rank 7 Dragon Breath Immortal Goo. Rank 6 Dragon Scales Immortal Goo. Rank 7 Dragon Strength Immortal Goo. At the same time, a large amount of mortal goo like Dragon Scales Goo, Dragon Horn Goo, Dragon Claws Goo, Dragon Eyes Goo, and so on were also activated. Immortal Killer Move. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. The bright silver light suddenly dissipated. Fang Yuan had disappeared. In his place was an elegant silver sword dragon that was emitting a sharp, awe-inspiring aura. The sword dragon growled lightly. It grabbed 2 pure dream reality seeker bodies with its claws, and then swung its tail. Immortal Goo Sword Escape. Whoosh! The ancient sword dragon Fang Yuan had transformed into disappeared from the spot. Fang Yuan's whole field of vision suddenly blurred. The next moment, his sight was mostly covered with the roof of Bay Pavilion. He was already above Bay Pavilion. There was no hesitation. Fang Yuan flicked the 2 pure dream reality seeker bodies down like bullets. Under the astonished gazes of Lady White Rabbit and the group, 2 pure dream reality seeker immortals detonated, turning back into 2 dream realms that covered Bay Pavilion. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle lightly turned its body and quickly moved away from the range of the dream realms. Bay Pavilion was in a commotion. Oh no! This is Dream Realm. This is bad. Bay Pavilion cannot block the dream realms. The entire Immortal Goo House will be corroded and break down. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, which had rank 9 Fate Immortal Goo, was corroded when it fell into a dream realm. In the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm, Duke Long had personally tried it and Heaven Overseeing Tower had been in its phantom state as well, but it was not spared. Heaven Overseeing Tower faced such a situation. There was no need to discuss the rank 7 Immortal Goo House, Bay Pavilion. The moment it was trapped in the dream realms, the whole of Bay Pavilion began to slowly break apart. E-Clan's Goo Immortals sensed they had lost control over a large amount of Goo worms. This situation immediately gave these E-Clan Goo Immortals an unprecedented shock. Without any hesitation, they began to activate Bay Pavilion's strongest method. Immortal Killer Move. Boundless Sea and Sky. Bay Pavilion rumbled and burst out with dazzling blue light, but it could not pierce through the dream realms. However, the Immortal Killer Move was still activated. The next moment, Bay Pavilion suddenly disappeared. It crossed a whole 70,000 li and arrived at another area, completely leaving the battlefield. The whole of Bay Pavilion was in ruins, and no longer looked as majestic as before. The E-Clan Goo Immortals took large breaths. Some were even soaked in sweat. We escaped. That was truly dangerous. If we were just a little slower, we might have truly been trapped. The dream realms are too terrifying. Even an Immortal Goo House has no resistance. No wonder someone prophesied that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be the strongest venerable. Damn it, we could not catch those shadow sex scoundrels. E-Clan's Goo Immortals rejoiced for a while before they clenched their teeth. They had retreated, it was too late for them to go back. Shadow Sex members would have definitely used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Not long ago, when Bay Pavilion had discovered traces of Fang Yuan and the others, they had to spend quite a bit of effort before they were able to catch up. According to both sides' strength, E-Clan, which had the rank 7 Immortal Goo House, should have been slightly stronger. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was rank 8, It had no way to deal with Bay Pavilion in a short period of time. E-Clan could attack, defend, advance, or retreat freely. On the other hand, Fang Yuan's side was a motley crew of Gu Immortals. They could be dealt with one by one. What increased the confidence of E-Clan's Gu Immortals even more was that as long as they delayed for some time, they could wait for reinforcements from other super forces. They possessed a rank 7 Immortal Gu house. They only had to make no mistakes and they would be able to delay Fang Yuan and the others. In fact, E-Clan Gu Immortals did exactly that. They had activated the Immortal Killer Move Water Life Resurrection for a prolonged battle. It was just that Fang Yuan's reaction was too fast. He directly used 2 pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies as Immortal Killer moves and sent them at Bay Pavilion. This had completely caught E-Clan off guard. E-Clan Gu Immortals also knew of some details about the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm. But they had never expected Fang Yuan would be so vicious, sacrificing his own allies so ruthlessly. Another thing was that Fang Yuan had transformed into an ancient sword dragon, which had an extremely fast speed. His transformation path Dao marks turned into sword path Dao marks, added to the sword path Dao marks from the continuous use of sword eyebrows Immortal Gu, along with sword escape Immortal Gu as well as the ancient sword dragon's own speed. It produced an extremely extraordinary burst of speed. If Fang Yuan had moved with his own body, using only sword escape Immortal Gu and carrying 2 pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies, he would still have been fast. But E-Clan's Gu Immortals would be able to react and respond. E-Clan's Gu Immortals had unsightly expressions. They had Bay Pavilion but were still attacked by Fang Yuan. Bay Pavilion was in a ruined state and had suffered much damage. More importantly, they had lost face, having already notified other southern border Righteous Path Gu Immortals. When they arrived, how would the E-Clan Gu Immortals face them? Bay Pavilion was a scene of silence. A while later, the leader of this group of E-Clan Gu Immortals spoke. Let's quickly repair Bay Pavilion. Although we fell into the Dream Realms, there is no damage to the Immortal Gu. The spare Mortal Gu we brought over can restore Bay Pavilion completely within a few minutes. The enemy is powerful. He can actually control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to such a degree. What's even more terrifying is that he doesn't even frown at killing his own allies. Such a nature is simply too ruthless. We tried hard, but how could we resist the Dream Realms? I had wanted to fight these demons to death, but looking at the big picture, we had no other choice than to escape and send this information to other Righteous Path Gu Immortals. E-Clan's leader poured out words after words, while the other Gu Immortals nodded in agreement. The facts could not be changed. But with these words, it gave them a completely different feeling. After the E-Clan leader said his words, he began to contact Wu Yong and other Righteous Path Gu Immortals, informing them of the situation here. What? They were actually defeated. Didn't they have Bay Pavilion? They could still lose. Hee. Look at their excuses. E-Clan is truly shameless. But we have the information now. For instance, Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle as well as Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. At the mention of the Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, these Righteous Path Gu Immortals in the Dream Realm battlefield looked at each other. They unavoidably thought of a person. Lu Guanyi. Lu Guanyi is a demonic path Gu Immortal who also cultivates Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Do you think this Shadow Sect Gu Immortal is him? Not necessarily. Transforming into an Ancient Sword Dragon is only an Immortal Killer move. Moreover, in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi clearly was hostile towards Shadow Sect. Lu Guanyi is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, but that person had Southern Border aura. But this is not a clear indication. If he is a Shadow Sect member, then it is not strange for him to have methods to conceal his aura. For instance, doesn't Wu Clan have an Immortal Killer move to change their aura to other regions? Some people looked towards Wu Yong. Wu Yong had a serious expression. Whether that person is Lu Guanyi or not, we need to find my brother, Wu Yihai's whereabouts. Who wants to chase Shadow Sect with me? He spoke clearly, his voice spreading throughout the whole scene. Lord Wu Yong is kind-hearted. You are still worried about your brother. It truly makes me emotional. We will go. I am willing to see Lord Wu Yong's divine might. The other Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals responded one after the other. Wu Yong's performance in the Purple Blood River Formation had been spread throughout Southern Border's Gu Immortal world by Tai Mian-shun. This information circulation speed could not be doubted. Any Gu Immortal, as long as they had cultivated to rank 8, would become the center of attention no matter the location. Because their every move, even if unintended, would cause huge and long-lasting repercussions to their surroundings. Wu Yong was the leader of Wu clan, and he had revealed their 4th immortal Gu house, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, making Southern Border's Gu immortals acknowledge his power. Adding on that, Wu clan held the number 1 position. Wu Yong's call was immediately responded to by many. This bunch of people are still crafty. They want to hide behind me and make my Wu clan the vanguard. Wu Yong sneered internally. Wu Yong, naturally, was a person who went after practical interests, but he could not do that now. He had to show some effort on the surface. His little brother was missing. As an older brother, he had to look like he had done his best to save his brother. Especially since the Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu related to Fang Yuan in Wu clan's ancestral hall had not shattered. Moreover, as the head of the righteous path, he must take charge of the whole situation. Otherwise, with the interests of Southern Border's righteous path being infringed, if he did not stand up, his and Wu clan's prestige would fall sharply. Naturally, the more important reason was that Fang Yuan had borrowed 6 immortal Gu from Wu clan. A total of 6 immortal Gu, as well as the huge sum of 100,000 immortal essence stones. Among these immortal Gu was Bloodline Immortal Gu, which Wu Yong had personally approved before it was lent to Fang Yuan. Even those 100,000 immortal essence stones were personally initiated to be given to Fang Yuan by Wu Yong. Now that Wu Yihai was missing, the greatest responsibility fell on Wu Yong's head. If Wu Yong did not give chase, not only could he not have any explanation to give to Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals, he would not even be able to give an explanation to Wu clan. Immediately, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building led the Southern Border experts and gave chase in the direction of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Although E-clan was beaten back by Fang Yuan and lost track of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Wu Yong had another method. He immediately sent a message to Wu clan, Supreme Elder Wu Fa, take out the relevant immortal Gu from the treasury and assemble the life location searching Gu formation. Put Wu Yihai's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu in the formation and deduce his location. Wu Fa was Wu Yong's trusted aide. He immediately accepted the order and quickly took action. Wu Yong gathered battle information. According to Heavenly Court's performance, they did not make a move against Southern Border's Gu immortals, but they had plundered the battlefield before leaving, sweeping away many immortal Gu belonging to the Southern Border forces. Southern Border would definitely want to settle the score with Central Continent. However, at present, Wu Yong needed to prioritize saving Wu Yihai. Heavenly Court was powerful. It would be difficult to try getting back the immortal Gu from them. It was better to just give chase after Shadow Sect, which was not that strong, and since Wu Yihai's life tablet had not shattered, he might have indeed been captured by them. Naturally, since Shadow Sect has information path methods to break my Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu to create a false image of my death, they likely can kill Wu Yihai without letting the Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu shatter. Their aim would be to lure us into chasing them. Wu Yong considered carefully. This thought also flashed past his mind. However, he still chose to give chase regardless of this. Because this time, there was not only him, there were countless other Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals, rank 8 Gu immortal Chi Chuyu and several immortal Gu houses. With such a battle force, Wu Yong was confident of crushing Shadow Sect even if they laid an ambush. In front of absolute power, all schemes and plots were useless. At the same time, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was flying with all its strength. On the eagle's back, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed as he quietly activated a mysterious immortal Gu, Perceivable Dao. Soon after, Fang Yuan stopped activating it, his expression solemn. There are indeed many information path Dao marks added on my body. I have probably been struck by some information path killer move. The probability of Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals having done this is low. It is more likely to have been done by Central Continent's Heavenly Court, particularly Fairy Z-Wei. No matter what, I need to quickly get to plunder Shadow Earth Trench and use information path methods to resolve this information path killer move. White Heaven. Boom! A tower broke through the air. flying rapidly in white heaven while leaving behind a long trail of wind. Wherever it went, the surrounding beast groups would feel threat and flee, because this tower was releasing an intense rank 9 aura. It was Heaven Overseeing Tower. After the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm, Heavenly Court plundered Southern Border's Super Goo formation, taking away all the goo worms with them. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already been repaired to its original condition by the many Central Continent goo immortals. At the top of the tower, there was only Duke Long and Fairy Z-Wei. It seems Southern Border's White Heaven has not been influenced by luck suppression Heavenly Palace. Fairy Z-Wei stopped looking at the outside world and turned towards Duke Long. A trace of worry was revealed on her beautiful face. Duke Long was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his brows tightly knotted and his face ashen, his expression turning ruthless from time to time. His strong body was like a monolith. Even though he was sitting down, he gave a feeling of a huge pillar that could support the sky. Truly worthy of being spectral soul demon venerable, even just a small remnant soul could be a huge trouble to Lord Duke Long. Lord Duke Long wanted to take the door of life and death for Heavenly Court, but who could have thought it would be used by spectral soul? Fairy Z-Wei was worried on one hand, while also being full of admiration towards Duke Long. In this journey, Heavenly Court had swept away the disgrace from the defeat in Northern Plains. They had rampaged through the battlefield and taken spectral soul captive. This was mostly the contribution of Duke Long. Without Duke Long fighting, they absolutely could not have such an impressive result. Just as she was thinking, Duke Long slowly opened his eyes. Lord Duke Long, is there anything I can help you with? Fairy Z-Wei quickly came forward and asked. Duke Long slowly shook his head. Don't worry, Spectral Soul is putting up his futile final resistance now. I have already gained control over the situation. As long as we return to Heavenly Court and use Heavenly Court's power, we can easily suppress him. That's good. According to the speed, we should have more than enough time. Fairy Z-Wei let out a breath of relief. However, Duke Long continued, but we need to prepare for unexpected mishaps. If my soul is devoured by Spectral Soul, he will most likely pretend to be me. So, once we return to Heavenly Court, immediately confine and seal me, then use every method in Heavenly Court to carry out a detailed inspection. If I suppress Spectral Soul, I will naturally cooperate. If Spectral Soul has devoured me, he will give himself away at that time. If he continues to pretend and does not resist being sealed by Heavenly Court, he would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Duke Long had considered everything, not giving even the slightest opportunity to Spectral Soul. Fairy Z-Wei quickly acknowledged. After a while of silence, Duke Long asked, what's the situation regarding Fong Yuan? Fairy Z-Wei answered, some time ago, Immortal Goo House Bay Pavilion of Southern Border's E-Clan unexpectedly ran into Fong Yuan's group. Unfortunately, they could not stop him. Fong Yuan is too crafty. He guessed Bay Pavilion might have found them due to him being tracked. So he used Immortal Goo to inspect himself, and he truly did find something fishy. But Fairy Z-Wei revealed a confident smile. Even if he found out, so what? My investigative killer move was activated with the help of Immortal Goo House Star Constellation chessboard. This was the method Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used in the past. That's good. Duke Long felt assured, and slowly closed his eyes again. Southern Border. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was flying quickly while carrying Fong Yuan and the others. A sharp eagle cry resounded throughout the sky, scaring away all the birds in a huge surrounding area. The journey was unimpeded. They did not see Bay Pavilion again. Shadow Sect's immortals slightly let down their guard. An earth trench gradually appeared in their sights. The earth trench was deep and dark, its depths unable to be seen. Even though it was a sunny day, the earth trench was filled with darkness. This is Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Fong Yuan stood up and looked down at the full view of Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. When Ying Wuxie had led Shadow Sect, Fong Yuan had chased them to Northern Plains, where they awakened Purple Mountain True Monarch. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Purple Mountain True Monarch led Shadow Sect's remnant forces to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains, before coming to southern border. This Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was their temporary headquarters. After the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm, Fang Yuan's identity of Wui Hai was already exposed. Even if Heavenly Court had not exposed it, this false identity could not be used anymore. And after a strange series of coincidences, Fang Yuan had become the new leader of Shadow Sect. So he brought the remnant forces of Shadow Sect here to rest and reorganize. Swoosh! The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle folded its wings and began to swoop down to plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Soon, it entered the Earth Trench with Fang Yuan and the others, disappearing into the boundless darkness. Although the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was enormous, it could not be compared to Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Entering the depths of Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was like a small bird by the side of a warship. All kinds of strange and ghastly sounds entered the ears of Fang Yuan and the group. Amongst the shadows were auras of many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Most of them were shadow monsters. Shadow monsters were a type of beast usually born in areas with dense dark path Dao marks. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was undoubtedly such a place. Although shadow monsters were beasts, they still had the innate instinct to avoid danger. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's immemorial aura frightened them, and they dispersed by themselves without needing Fang Yuan to drive them away. Fang Yuan and the others smoothly arrived at their destination. This was not the deepest area of Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, but a cave in a steep mountain wall. The cave entrance was wide. Even the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could squeeze in, albeit with some difficulty. After they entered the cave, Fang Yuan and the others got off the eagle. Fang Yuan put the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle back in his immortal aperture as he moved inside the cave. With Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, it was a piece of cake for Fang Yuan to reach the main area, and he had no obstruction in getting control over the goo formation here. This goo formation is pretty good. It is arranged by using the dense dark path Dao marks here. Only mortal goo are used, but it has the might of an immortal goo formation, and its best effect is to prevent the deductions of others. Those who were able to use the natural Dao marks in the environment to construct a goo formation definitely had great Grandmaster attainment level. This was not hard for Shadow Sect. With Fang Yuan's current formation path Grandmaster attainment, he could only see through this formation roughly and did not deeply understand its workings. It was impossible for him to construct this formation currently. Fang Yuan was able to let out a sigh of relief here. He did not immediately try to remove the investigative killer move on him. Instead, he summoned the other Goo Immortals one by one to have discussions with them alone. As the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan naturally needed to do such a matter. Lady White Rabbit was extremely obedient. She would answer whatever Fang Yuan asked. Fairy Miao Yin was somewhat bold. After quickly replying to a question from Fang Yuan, she often asked Fang Yuan back. Her eyes occasionally gave off coquettish glances, and she even asked who was prettier between her and Xiao Silu. And, in the discussion with He Lulan, Fang Yuan took the initiative to mention that if He Lulan made a huge contribution, he could consider removing her alliance agreement and restoring her freedom. Speaking of which, He Lulan's awkward situation was actually somewhat because of Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan had reborn, he had changed many of the original events. Before his rebirth, He Lulan had already killed He Cheng with the help of Blazing Heaven Demoness, and completed her revenge. She found her true self, and with Attitude Gu, she sought to gain control of He Tribe. Her future prospects had been bright and clear. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, He Lulan lost her aunts, and with a strange combination of many factors that were not in her control, she finally ended up becoming Fang Yuan's subordinate. Just like Hao Ying Wuxie considered He Lulan to be a talent, Fang Yuan thought similarly. Then there was Bai Ningbing. Even if you didn't look for me, I would have looked for you. Bai Ningbing spoke first. Her attitude was completely different from the others. She was holding her arms across her chest and looking down at Fang Yuan. You have made Heavenly Court your enemy? Southern Border's righteous path also won't let you go. What is your plan now? Bai Ningbing asked. She had taken part in the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm as well, and was now in the same camp as Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path similarly would not let her off. I will first process the gains of Shadow Sect's resources. Then I will think about it step by step, Fang Yuan said. The giant dream realm was gone and Wu Yihai's identity was exposed. Fang Yuan had lost this cultivation shortcut. However, after becoming the leader of Shadow Sect, what Fang Yuan gained was much greater than his losses. Shadow Sect might have been thoroughly beaten, with Spectral Soul captured and only Ying Wuxie and Sixth Hair remaining as viable split souls, but it still had many resources left behind. Immortal goo and immortal materials only occupied a small portion. The keys were immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves, immortal goo houses, and so on. There were massive amounts of immortal goo recipes, countless immortal killer moves, and even 12 construction plans of immortal goo houses. Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City. There were also clues to all kinds of true inheritances. For instance, by Xiang's true inheritance, even the secret of 5 Xiangs, the true inheritance of Paradise Earth in the Blue Dragon Whale, clues to Red Lotus true inheritance, clues to Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Naturally, these true inheritances were hard to obtain. If not for this, Shadow Sect would have already taken them and used them to increase their foundation and help in refining sovereign immortal fetus goo. Even without these clues, just Spectral Soul's own true inheritances were an enormous gain. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had used all kinds of soul path methods to massacre life forms of the 5 regions. His soul-devouring method could absorb the experiences and memories of its prey. His split soul technique created generations of Shadow Sect members. His soul replacement technique could create a masterpiece spy like Sixth Hair, and he had even inserted a spy in Heavenly Court. Furthermore, his own soul cultivation, his final form, Fang Yuan could clearly remember how Spectral Soul had used his soul alone to resist the tribulations in the Battle of Yition Mountain. Right now, there were 2 most important matters in front of Fang Yuan. First was information path. He needed to resolve the investigative killer move on him as well as various alliance agreements, and regain his freedom. Second was wisdom goo. Fang Yuan had now already grasped the method to undo the soul path Dao marks in his immortal zombie body. At that time, he could regain wisdom goo's acknowledgement and obtain the massive help of the light of wisdom. Bai Ningbing continued, I already have yin-yang rotation goo now, but I need to advance it to immortal level before I can reverse this female body. But refinement path is too vast and profound. Yin-yang rotation goo is also not my vital goo. I don't have confidence in doing so. Fang Yuan nodded. I understand. Shadow Sect will help you refine it. This is what your agreement with Shadow Sect was. I am now the leader of Shadow Sect. I can also acknowledge the previous agreement. Because we will need to rely on each other for a long time now. Isn't that right? It is good you have such awareness. Bai Ningbing lightly glanced at Fang Yuan before leaving in satisfaction. To speak of it, Shadow Sect had more women than men. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin were all female immortals. Only Ying Wuxie and Fang Yuan were males. After this round of discussions, Fang Yuan, the new Shadow Sect leader, had obtained true acknowledgement. As for Ying Wuxie, he was still in a dispirited state. He turned a deaf ear to everything Fang Yuan said. Killing intent surged in Fang Yuan's mind and he wanted to end Ying Wuxie's life, taking all the immortal goo as well as grasping an excellent method like lead soul into dream. However, Fang Yuan thought of it and decided there was no hurry for now. He had already grasped all the contents of lead soul into dream and only lacked the goo worms, but this move had a huge burden on a goo immortal's mind. It was also complex and very difficult to learn, and there were other aspects that were even more difficult to take into consideration. Even if Fang Yuan took the immortal goo, he would have to spend some time before he could be proficient in it. Naturally, he also had other methods. For instance, the soul-devouring method. As long as he devoured Ying Wuxie's soul, Fang Yuan would have memories and large amounts of experience related to lead soul into dream. Back then, when Ying Wuxie had just been born, he was able to quickly use lead soul into dream. It was because the original split soul contained large amounts of memories pertaining to it. There was another reason as well, Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair was a spy placed in Langya Blessed Land by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan already knew of that. But, after Fang Yuan became Shadow Sect's leader, He could not say for sure if he would obtain Sixth Hair's acknowledgement. Sixth Hair was one of the split souls of Spectral Soul, which had infiltrated into Lang Ye Blessed Land and slowly grew up into a refinement path Gu Immortal. He and Fang Yuan had a hostile relation. Now all of a sudden, Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect. Although it was Purple Mountain True Monarch's will, would Sixth Hair accept it? Fang Yuan did not have confidence. More importantly, Sixth Hair was not bound by an alliance agreement of Shadow Sect. He could not have that. If he had an information path alliance agreement, it could easily be seen through by Lang Ye Land Spirit. His identity would be exposed. After all, no matter which Lang Ye Land Spirit it was, they were both refinement path experts. They naturally had all kinds of methods to see the Dao marks in immortal materials. Fang Yuan did not know what Sixth Hair's stance would be, but he understood that if he casually sacrificed Ing Wuxie and took away his Gu worms, there would be little hope of Sixth Hair acknowledging him. Sixth Hair did not have high value himself, but he was a member of Lang Ye sect. If used properly, who was to say that he would not be of help to Fang Yuan in the future to topple the whole of Lang Ye sect? Fang Yuan did not want to lose this possibility for the moment. The gains could not match the losses. As such, Fang Yuan chose to let Lady White Rabbit look over Ing Wuxie, while he entered closed cultivation to resolve the investigative killer move on him. When Purple Mountain True Monarch's immortal Gu ended up in Fang Yuan's hands, they were no longer a comprehensive set. However, these Gu worms could barely form an immortal killer move called Wisdom Balances Calamity, which could dispel the hidden dangers to oneself. Although it was not specially suited to his needs, it was the strongest method Fang Yuan could use currently. Fang Yuan had never used Wisdom Balances Calamity, but fortunately its structure was simple, it used few immortal Gu and its steps were uncomplicated as well. If it were a complex killer move, Fang Yuan would not have chosen to attempt it so lightly. Red Date Immortal Essence started to be expended as Gu worms activated according to Fang Yuan's thoughts and will. Shortly after, a mysterious light spread out from Fang Yuan's body. Bam! The next moment, the mysterious light suddenly collapsed, producing a muffled sound. Fang Yuan's body slightly shook, 2 streams of blood flowing down his nose. The activation had failed. However, this situation was within Fang Yuan's expectations. New killer moves needed to be attempted many times before they could be successfully activated. Man as before, Fang Yuan quickly recovered to his prime state and began to try again. Second try, failure. Third try, failure. Fifth try, sixth try, failure. While Fang Yuan was activating the killer move, in southern borders Wu clan, Supreme Elder Wu Fa was facing a small Gu formation. This Gu formation was only the size of a water vat, but it used as many as 1,000 Gu worms. The Gu formation was spread on the ground and was controlled by 3 other Wu clan Gu immortals, who were continuously pouring in their immortal essence. The Gu formation activated and started revolving quickly like a whirlpool. Ready? Wu Fa asked. The 3 Wu clan Gu immortals nodded slightly, their attention completely on controlling this immortal Gu formation. Wu Fa slowly spread his hand open, revealing 2 mortal Gu in it. A life tablet Gu and a soul lantern Gu. He carefully tossed these 2 Gu worms into the Gu formation. These 2 mortal Gu were quickly engulfed and disappeared in the whirlpool. The rotation speed of the whirlpool suddenly increased by several times. Sweat covered the foreheads of all 3 Wu clan Gu immortals. Their expressions turned pale and their bodies started trembling. After continuing for a while, 2 Gu immortals directly collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The only remaining one slowly opened his eyes and gave a location with extreme exhaustion. Wu Fa quickly transmitted this location to Wu Yong. Wu Yihai is likely to have been taken captive by Shadow Sect. Since his life tablet Gu has not shattered, we can use this crucial clue to find Shadow Sect's hideout. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Thinking of this, Wu Yong called out to the southern border righteous forces. I have a clue. Follow me. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's expression was unsightly. Wisdom Balances Calamity actually cannot break the investigative killer move on me? It seems I need to use a stronger method. At this time, He Lu Lan's urgent voice reached Fang Yuan's ears. The situation is not good. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's goo formation suddenly broke. It can prevent others' deductions. It seems our location is exposed. I already know. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He was in control of this goo formation. Any problem in the goo formation would be immediately known by him. Fang Yuan was not panicking at the incoming peril. He had already thought of a way. Everyone, come over. We need to practice the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. The super goo formation in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench might be broken, but it had warned Fang Yuan and the group. At this time, the southern border goo immortals were rushing over, but there was still some distance before they reached. Fang Yuan could use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to immediately escape. However, after he carefully considered it, he decided to try using omnidirectional travel and familiarize with this method early to prevent any accidents in the future. Because Fang Yuan's methods could not break the investigative killer move, that meant his location would always be in an exposed state. It was likely that they would be ambushed by enemies while escaping. For instance, Fang Yuan's group had ran into E-Clan's Immortal Goo House, Bay Pavilion earlier, while they were on the run. Under this situation, it was actually risky for Fang Yuan and the others to escape with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not an Immortal Goo House, it and the Goo Immortals were not a single entity, and it did not provide a unified combination of offense and defense like Immortal Goo Houses. This meant the Goo Immortals on the Eagle's back could easily be targeted. But if they grasped the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, they could teleport instantly, crossing an extremely large distance and leaving the danger area. Ing Wuxia and the others were able to escape even Heavenly Court's pursuit because they had this method. Fang Yuan's repeated chases brought no results because of this ancient battle formation. Now, Fang Yuan was the new leader of Shadow Sect. His enemy's advantage had now become his advantage. Fang Yuan summoned all the Goo Immortals and passed on the contents of the ancient battle formation to every person. Among them, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia had already grasped this formation path killer move. But it was the first time for Fang Yuan, Miao Yin, and Black Tigress. In any case, only 3 of them had grasped omnidirectional travel, and among them, Ing Wuxia's mind was in a turmoil and could not be relied on. As such, Fang Yuan needed to gather everyone and practice together. This formation path method needed each Goo Immortal to coordinate, so there was not much meaning in practicing alone. While Fang Yuan and the group were urgently practicing omnidirectional travel, Wu Yong was marching ahead majestically with the southern border righteous path Goo Immortals. Wu Yong, according to your information, the enemies are likely to be in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. We are not that far from the Earth Trench now. Please give your orders to plan the situation. Chi Chuyu said. He was also a rank 8 Goo Immortal like Wu Yong, and based on seniority he was from the same generation as Wu Duxiu, highly senior to Wu Yong. However, Wu Clan was at the height of power, while Qi Clan was satisfied in ruling over their area and had far less reputation than Wu Clan. Adding on the information revealed by Tai Mianshen about Wu Yong, Southern Border's Goo Immortals were starting to feel apprehensive towards this Wu Clan first Supreme Elder, and even some fear. After all, before this, many Righteous Path forces had looked to trouble Wu Clan. Some even openly invaded Wu Clan's external resource points. If they had known about Wu Yong's strength and Wu Clan's clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, they would have restrained themselves and not have acted so recklessly. Wu Clan lost much territory. Wu Yong is absolutely going to settle the score later. After exterminating Shadow Sect's remnant forces, Wu Yong will probably start taking actions. Sigh. We were all mistaken. This Wu Yong is very scheming, completely unlike Wu Duxiu. He actually hid himself so well. Now that I think back, this was probably his plan, to show weakness first so that he can counterattack later with justification on his side, gaining even more benefits. On the way, the southern border Goo Immortals continued to discuss with each other. Theories about Wu Yong soon became the common topic in the group. As for Fang Yuan and the rest of Shadow Sect's members, Purple Mountain True Monarch had already died. Even Spectral Soul's main body was captured by Heavenly Court, to the southern border Righteous Path Goo Immortals. Only that upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was worth noting. They had mobilized 6 Immortal Goo houses in this trip. What was there to fear about an upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Ugh! Bai Ningbing suddenly coughed softly, a pained expression flashing past her eyes. The activation of omnidirectional travel had failed again. Bai Ningbing suffered the most severe backlash, but her expression soon recovered. Man as before. Fong Yuan was successively activating this time path immortal goo, healing himself and others. A complicated expression flashed past He Lulan's eyes, as she once again enjoyed the healing effect of Man as before. Man as before was still alive, even she was once again in Fong Yuan's camp. The only pity was Tai Bai Yunshang, who had died. Moreover, he had been personally killed by Fong Yuan. The training stopped. Fong Yuan healed his injuries using Man as before, and began to think and summarize the reason for the failure. As for the others, they were still healing. Man as before had been used on all of them, but its effect on them was far less than on Fong Yuan. The sovereign immortal body had the property of non-conflicting Dao marks. This slightly weakened Fong Yuan's defense, but at the same time, it gave him a great boost in the healing aspect. The injuries to others were not serious, and adding on their outstanding inheritances, they soon recovered completely. All right, let's try again. Fong Yuan called. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Radiance spread out from every person's body. The radiance soon linked together, but it started to waver and lose its stable state. Bam! There was a crack as the light dissipated, turning into countless little sparks that filled the sky. Fairy Miao Yin groaned. Her face flushed red as she suffered the heaviest injury this time. Fong Yuan did not suffer any injuries. He activated Man as before and healed Fairy Miao Yin first. Our movements need to be united. Again. After a while, Fong Yuan said while clapping his hands. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Another failure. He Lulan gave a muffled groan, her brows slightly furrowed, and a trace of pain flashed past her beautiful face. After resting again, Fong Yuan said, "Let's adjust a little. Follow my movements and then move accordingly." Understood. The three women nodded without a sound. After a while, although Fong Yuan had to taste the bitter fruit of failure again, the progress was much better than before. Good. Fong Yuan's eyes shined. The crucial key to successful activation of the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was closely united movements of all parties. After all the initial suffering and hard work, they finally started to find rhythm. But, right at this time, the formation suddenly emitted a thunderous sound. Not good. There are several immortal goo houses above the earth trench. A pure dream reality seeker body who was in charge of controlling the goo formation hurried over to report. At once, all the female immortals' gazes gathered on Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was Shadow Sect's leader. They were waiting for Fong Yuan's decision. Quite fast, but no worries. Fong Yuan smiled. This situation is within my expectations. We will follow the plan. Yes. The pure dream reality seeker body quickly retreated. Continue, Fong Yuan said to the female immortals. Immortal goo houses have locked onto Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. We have limited time. We need to hurry. Inside Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Wu Yong was looking down at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench through the windows. After observing for a while, a sharp light flashed past his eyes. This super goo formation is quite profound. The creator used the natural Dao marks in the earth trench to construct an immortal goo formation with just large numbers of mortal goo. There are shadow monsters as well. Amazing, this scale is enormous. They have all been gathered into one area by this super goo formation. Qiao Zhikai exclaimed from the side. At this time, Qi Chu Yu's excited voice came from within Qi Clan's immortal goo house. Good formation, good formation. How about letting this old man deduce this formation's weakness and break it? No need. Wu Yong lightly refused. This extermination trip should be finished quickly. Just this goo formation, so what? Even if there were several times more shadow monsters, they won't be able to block our immortal goo house's attacks. As he said this, Wu Yong paused, before sending a command. Everyone, attack. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building immediately took the lead, charging down amidst the fierce wind. It killed all the shadow monsters on its way, paving a path of massacre and chaos. Southern Border's Gu Immortals were visibly shocked as they looked at this sight. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo buildings might have greatly surpassed their expectations. This is Wu Clan's might. Many Gu Immortals sighed internally, as if they were seeing a scene of the past where Wu Duxiu fought her way through all. Wu Yong was of Wu Clan's bloodline in the end. Ferocity was already deep within his blood and bones. At once, the Southern Border Gu Immortals felt a sense of invigoration in their hearts. Kill! Charge! Kill these demonic scoundrels! Several immortal Gu houses rampaged like unstoppable beasts. The countless layers of shadow monsters felt like weak sheep in contrast. Cries of massacre had already reached Fang Yuan's ears, and they were getting louder. Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed slightly. He Lu Lan took several glances at Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan showed no reaction. Bai Ning Bing was still aloof and indifferent. The Super Gu formation would not be able to stop the intense attacks of several immortal Gu houses, and would collapse in a short while. The highest cultivation of the shadow monsters was only rank 7, and they were already killed or had dispersed in all directions. Just as Southern Border's Gu Immortals were advancing boldly into the cave, the pure dream reality seeker bodies stood up. Bam bam bam. A series of self-detonations resounded. Dream realms formed instantly. This move again. Retreat. E-Clan Gu Immortals had suffered from this move before. They immediately retreated far away with Bay Pavilion. Other immortal Gu houses also had no choice but to stop and look on from the side. The Dream Realms had formed into an all-around defense over Fang Yuan and the others. Wu Yong and the rest had complex expressions. How could they break through such a defensive line? It was as if they were being bullied for being ignorant in Dream Path. These righteous path Gu Immortals, who had been advancing with surging momentum, were dumbfounded. Wu Yong suddenly chuckled. Having to use such a defense means Shadow Sect is already at its wit's end. They are blocking us, but we are also trapping them inside. Let me see how long they can keep this defense. Both sides were in a stalemate. Right at this time, Wu Yong's expression changed slightly as he received a letter Gu. It was from Heavenly Court. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Shadow Sect lost entirely, and Southern Border's Righteous Path similarly suffered devastating losses. They lost the Super Gu formation they had arranged, the immortal Gu each clan had offered, as well as countless mortal Gu. They had invested so much, but their earnings were so little. Moreover, in the exploration of the Dream Realm, they had suffered direct attacks and lost several Gu Immortals. The true profiteer, besides Fang Yuan, who had become Shadow Sect's leader, was Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had not only captured Spectral Soul's main body, they had also walked away with the remaining second and first layer of the Super Gu formation. The immortal Gu inside these two layers all belonged to Southern Border's Righteous Path, besides Dark Limit Immortal Gu which belonged to Fang Yuan. Southern Border's Righteous Path was extremely indignant at such behavior. They wanted to demand an explanation from Heavenly Court. After all, they all belonged to the Righteous Path. Heavenly Court's actions were too unreasonable. When they had just started chasing after Fang Yuan and the others, Wu Yong had also started looking for Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Although Southern Border and Central Continent were two different regions, super forces often transacted with each other. The credit for this went to Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was because of Treasure Yellow Heaven that Gu Immortals could transact easily and more often with each other. Continuous circulation of goods meant frequent exchange and communication. As such, Wu Yong was able to look for Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects without much obstruction. However, he was not able to contact Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. If he could not interrogate Heavenly Court, just tangling with the 10 great ancient sects would not solve their problems. Fairy Ziwei, Wu Yong mumbled while holding an information path mortal Gu. He had not expected Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals to take the initiative to seek him out. And this hidden Heavenly Court Wisdom Path Gu Immortal had used just a mere information path mortal Gu to put Wu Yong in a difficult spot. The contents of this information path mortal Gu were about Fang Yuan and the others. Heavenly Court had information about Ying Wuxie, Purple Mountain True Monarch, Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan and the rest, including the information that they possessed on the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. The information that shocked Wu Yong the most was, the real Wu Hai was long since dead. The person who had mixed into Wu clan as Wu Hai was the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. It was actually like this. Fang Yuan is Wu Hai is Fang Yuan. Wu Yong had still been thinking about saving his little brother, but now, he found that his half-sibling had died long ago, and the enemy had been disguising as him all along. Wu Yong first felt shock at this information. After all, this was beyond his expectations. He then felt anger towards Fang Yuan. This blasted criminal was the true killer of Wu Hai, and was actually so audacious that after committing the murder, not only did he not escape, he joined Wu clan instead. This was simply a slap towards the entirety of Wu clan, including Wu Yong. More importantly, Fang Yuan had managed to pull it off perfectly. This was a disgrace, a humiliation. Fang Yuan not only looked down on the great Wu clan, he still ran to Wu clan and gave them resounding slaps. What kind of force was Wu clan? Southern Borders publicly recognized #1 righteous path force. What kind of person was Wu Yong? Wu Yong was the current person in charge of Wu clan. He was the first supreme elder with rank 8 cultivation. He was a powerhouse with a number of rank 8 immortal goo, and even possessed an immortal goo house. Fang Yuan's action was simply toying with Wu clan and Wu Yong like they were a joke. However, besides anger towards Fang Yuan, Wu Yong was also furious at Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had taken away all the immortal goo of Wu clan from the super goo formation. This was one reason. The second was that Heavenly Court had sent this information to Wu Yong. What did this imply? They were telling Wu Yong wordlessly, we have blackmail material on your Wu clan, you should consider your next course of action properly. As far as Wu Yong was concerned, this was a threat. Why was it that information of Fang Yuan being disguised as Wu Hai was a threat to Wu Yong? This was the difference between the righteous path and demonic path. The righteous path had its own rules. The righteous path paid attention to reputation and face. Even if they took something by force, they would need a proper reason. They all needed to stand on the side of righteousness. Previously, many clans created difficulties for Wu clan, seizing Wu clan's resource points. How did Ho clan do it? They first sent one of their Gu immortals to pretend to be a demonic scoundrel, while another Ho clan Gu immortal pretended to chase him down, and with this reason they forcibly occupied the resource point. How did Yang clan do it? They had planned and prepared for a long time. They first inserted themselves in a nearby mortal village of Wu clan. Then, through the friction and contradictions between the mortals, they obtained justification. Wu Yong clearly had high battle strength and also possessed clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Why did he have to act so passively before? This was Wu Yong's scheme. He knew Wu clan had an enormous territory. If he directly showed his strength, other clans would only be wary and perhaps restrain themselves, but they would still be itching to take action. After all, Wu clan only had one rank 8 Gu immortal. But if Wu clan passively defended first, letting other clans bully it, Wu Yong could later retaliate with justification and sufficient excuses, and get a bite out of every clan. Only like this would every force remember the pain, and not dare to infringe upon Wu clan's might for several decades. This was Wu Yong's plan. Even his closest aide, Wu Fa, was not aware of this. In fact, before this, everything had been gradually progressing according to Wu Yong's plan. It was just that he had not expected the appearance of a disruptor like Shadow Sect. The demon Fang Yuan had mixed into Wu clan, and even Wu Yong himself treated Fang Yuan as his own brother. Don't forget that before this, Wu Yong had used Wu Hai many times to elevate his reputation by showing care for him. Such a matter had happened to Wu clan, which was the #1 righteous path force of Southern Border. This would absolutely lower their reputation sharply, and even cause other clans to have thoughts of turning on them. Wu Yong had wanted to use his planned excuses to get back at the other clans. But with this matter, as long as Southern Border's great clans stubbornly pressed on this issue, Wu clan's prestige would be gone. Your Wu clan is the head of Southern Border's righteous path, but a demon mixed in and even left unharmed. What face does your Wu clan have to command the righteous path? What qualifications does your Wu clan have to occupy these resources? Are you occupying these resources so you can supply them to the demons you are hiding inside your clan? On Earth, this was akin to when celebrities were discovered to have taken drugs. Successful people who always proclaimed they loved their family were found to have extramarital affairs, or when traitorous undercover agents were found within the police force. Prestige could not be seen and could not be touched, but it was indeed a kind of strength that could influence all aspects. The way Wu Yong saw it, those resource points Wu clan lost were nothing. Since they could be lost, he could also seize them back. In truth, he was trying to take the opportunity to elevate his prestige, show his powerful strength, and leave behind his story in the history of Southern Border. However, this changed because of Fang Yuan. Once this matter was found out, it would be a huge blow to Wu clan. The prestige and reputation that countless generations of Wu clan members had built and maintained painstakingly would suffer enormous damage. Once this matter was spread, what face would Wu Yong still have to go seize back the lost resource points? Wu clan would not be able to raise its head for a long period of time. This damned Fang Yuan. Wu Yong clenched his teeth. He had never hated a person to this extent. It was actually quite ironic. He had himself to blame for using Wu Yihai to increase his reputation, by showing his benevolence and familial love. But the result? This familial love would turn into Wu Yong's incompetence for being toyed around by Fang Yuan. This was a lifetime stain on Wu Yong. This blasted fairy Ziwei. Wu Yong was full of hatred towards this female wisdom path immortal of heavenly court as well. Her intention was clear. By informing Wu Yong of this, she was warning Wu Yong, as well as using him as a tool to make him do his best to eliminate Fang Yuan and the others. Wu Yong had to kill Fang Yuan. As long as he secretly killed Fang Yuan, Wu Yihai's death could be blamed on Shadow Sect. It was undoubtedly logical. By then, even if Heavenly Court exposed this matter, Wu Yong would have nothing to fear. This matter also would not be his life's disgrace. Fairy Ziwei. Wu Yong mumbled this name. He knew clearly that Fairy Ziwei wanted him to exert himself to kill Fang Yuan and the others. She was blatantly using him. Yet Wu Yong had no choice but to do it. Most importantly, this letter Gu from Fairy Ziwei only had information about Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect. It did not have any words of negotiation or threat towards Wu Yong. This made Wu Yong unable to grasp any information that could be used against Fairy Ziwei. Lord Wu Yong, what happened? Qiao clan's first supreme elder, Qiao Zhikai, asked with concern when he saw Wu Yong's expression turning odd. Wu Yong glanced at him, immediately feeling hatred towards him as well. It was this old geezer, ordering Qiao clan to cling onto and climb up my Wu clan. Without him, how could Fang Yuan have joined my Wu clan so easily? On the surface, however, Wu Yong smiled, speaking warmly to Qiao Zhikai. It is nothing. I was just concerned about my brother. Who knows what would happen to him in Shadow Sect's hands? Qiao Zhikai felt strange inwardly. There were no outsiders here. Why was Wu Yong still concerned about Wu Yihai? Why was he acting like this? Previously, Wu Yong's concern over Fang Yuan was just a show. But it was real this time. His concern over Fang Yuan now was the desire to kill him immediately. You still cannot contact Wu Yihai? Wu Yong secretly contacted Wu clan's Gu immortals back at headquarters. The group of immortals were silent. Among them, one spoke. The last time we communicated with Lord Wu Yihai was when he borrowed Gu from the clan. Another continued. Lord Wu Yihai has 6 immortal Gu he borrowed from the clan. Nothing must happen to him. Wu Yong's anger immediately flared by several degrees. He had personally approved Fang Yuan's request of borrowing these 6 immortal Gu from the treasury. Moreover, there was still the provision of 100,000 immortal essence stones. Wu Yong himself had taken the initiative to give them to Fang Yuan. Wu Yong really wanted to slap himself. At the same time, his hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened even more. It was this guy. This guy really could act. Even at the verge of being exposed, he still did not forget to reap profits. Truly insidious and extremely crafty. I, the Grand Wu Yong, was actually scammed by this guy. Wu Yong had considered that Heavenly Court might have sent false information. However, Fairy Ziwei had provided a lot of evidence. Moreover, back then, after Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, many southern border Gu immortals had witnessed him leaving the battlefield with He. Bai and other immortals on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Wu Yihai's disappearance was too sudden and strange. If Wu Yihai was Fang Yuan, then everything could be explained. Send over Wu Yihai's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo through treasure yellow heaven. Also, Wu Fa, take out some immortal goo from the treasury for me. Wu Yong was looking at the layers of dream realms through the window, while secretly sending his orders. At the same time, he said to the faraway Qi Chuyu, Qi Clan First Supreme Elder, please construct a formation around this area, to prevent the enemy from escaping with space path methods. Oh, the enemy has such a method. Qi Chuyu was surprised before nodding. I can arrange a goo formation to disturb space path transportations, but I don't have enough immortal goo with me. No worries. Wu Yong laughed. Right now we have so many allies with us. No need to worry about not having enough immortal goo. No one retorted to Wu Yong. All of them followed Qi Chuyu's request and looked at what immortal goo they had that could be arranged into a goo formation. If they truly did not have the required goo, they could get them sent over with the help of Treasure Yellow Heaven, despite the huge cost of doing so. But after Fang Yuan had started this trend, Southern Border's goo immortals had already started to imitate it. Fang Yuan soon found out about the matter of Wu Clan transporting goo worms to Wu Yong. After all, Treasure Yellow Heaven was extremely open. Any immortal goo transaction could cause a huge commotion. These immortal goo, they are almost all from Wu Clan's treasury. Looks like they are transporting them through Treasure Yellow Heaven. There are also my life tablet goo and soul lantern goo. Humph. Fang Yuan immediately had a bad premonition. Unfortunately, he could do nothing to stop it even after knowing this. Transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven were extremely safe. Fang Yuan had once relied on this aspect, but now his enemies were using this advantage. Soon, Fang Yuan's information path mortal goo received Wu Yong's message. Wu Yihai, or should I call you Fang Yuan? We can discuss and do a transaction. Use your immortal goo to buy your life. How about it? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Looks like Heavenly Court has exposed the secret. Those goo worms must have been all sent to Wu Yong's hands. Directly threatening me to buy my life? It seems he should have some method. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped training with the other goo immortals. All of you continue practicing. I need to deal with a slight annoyance. Throwing out these words, he immediately stepped aside and began to activate reverse flow protection seal. Inside Wu Yong's immortal aperture, goo worms flew one after another like layers of clouds, almost covering the sky of the aperture. This is the signature killer move that Wu Clan 1, a former super clan of Southern Border, had used to inflict darkness and terror to Southern Border's goo immortal world. After my Wu Clan obtained it, we have been keeping it a secret, worried that we would be excluded by the joint forces of the other clans should they find out. Now, Fang Yuan have a taste of it. Cold light erupted in Wu Yong's eyes. The immortal killer move activated. However, using his methods, he restrained the aura of the killer move. Even Xiao Zhikai, who was standing beside him, did not sense it. At the next moment, Wu Yong's expression changed. His body shook fiercely as he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Lord Wu Yong, what's wrong? Xiao Zhikai was pale with fright, quickly running over to support Wu Yong. How could this be? Fortunately, I only wanted to warn and probe, and did not use its full might. Wu Yong was filled with shock. He had clearly targeted Fang Yuan, but he was the one who suffered. Wu Yong lightly shook off Xiao Zhikai's hand. His expression quickly recovered, coughing a few times. No worries. It is a hidden injury from my battle at the Purple Blood River Formation. Xiao Zhikai immediately showed a moved and admirable expression. Lord Wu Yong hurried over to save his little brother, disregarding his injuries. You are truly the model example of our righteous path, Wu Yong. He was silent for a moment, before saying to Xiao Zhikai, You are amazing. How could Xiao Zhikai have expected Wu Yong's words to be sarcastic? He was still thinking his flattery had worked and was inwardly feeling pleased. Wu Yong's injury was because of Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Reverse flow river's water has decreased a little, Wu Yong indeed has some kind of terrifying method that can directly attack my physical body through my life tablet goo and soul lantern goo. It's a pity he encountered my reverse flow protection seal, and his killer move was completely reflected back. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air and started thinking, this is a little strange. Since Wu Yong knows I am Fang Yuan, how could he not have considered my reverse flow protection seal? Could it be he does not know my other identity, Lu Guanyi? Did Heavenly Court not inform him? Or maybe even Heavenly Court does not know of it. Fang Yuan thought of the dream realm. This time, his identity had been exposed because the external manifestation of the giant dream realm was invaded by Heaven's will. He had entered the dream realm many times to explore, and when his soul entered the dreams, it was without the disguise of familiar face and dark limit immortal goo. As such, Heaven's will could see his true body and find his location. If it was like this, then Lu Guanyi's identity had not been exposed. Damn it! Fang Yuan's heart suddenly sank when he thought of this. I have activated reverse flow protection seal now, and with the investigative killer move on me, am I not telling others that I am Lu Guanyi? Whether or not Heavenly Court discovered this identity before, now that I have activated reverse flow protection seal, they definitely know of it. This was a small hidden confrontation, a brand new battle. It involved three sides: Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and Heavenly Court. Wu Yong suffered backlash from his own method, but his injuries were not serious. Fang Yuan did not suffer any injuries, but had exposed a lot of information. Heavenly Court was manipulating from behind the scenes, making Wu Yong and Fang Yuan fight each other, without using their own strength. This was Fairy Z-Wei's scheme. This Heavenly Court wisdom path Gu Immortal grasped crucial clues and information, and immediately displayed her powerful scheming ability. Moreover, she handled it with extreme finesse. Wu Yong sent another letter to Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan paid no more attention to it. The training of the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel finally showed results, and they were getting closer to success. However, Fang Yuan had now become a burden. He needed to maintain reverse flow protection seal at all times to guard against Wu Yong's attacks. His focus was mostly placed on this, and so it was difficult to pay attention to omnidirectional travel. However, after Fang Yuan intentionally slowed down the pace, they were finally able to activate it little by little. A resplendent radiance illuminated their surroundings. The light quickly dissipated. Fang Yuan and the rest had disappeared from the spot. The intense turbulence of space path was more or less sensed by the southern border Gu Immortals outside the dream realm. They have left. Maybe one or two are left behind. Wu Yong was not surprised. But our Gu formation has yet to be constructed fully. They actually had such methods? Why didn't they use it earlier on? It definitely has some serious flaws. Chao Zhikai guessed. Chi Chuyu stroked his beard. No worries. Although my Super Gu formation has not been arranged perfectly, it has produced some results. I believe that right now, they should have already been separated. Many southern border Gu immortals were clueless, but Wu Yong did not stint on his praise. Qi Clan's first supreme elder is truly formidable. Since Wu Yong knew Fang Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel, he had predicted they would use this method to escape. How could he not have arranged a method to deal with it? He had already secretly transmitted the information to Chi Chuyu and had him arrange a countermeasure against it. Chi Chuyu was a rank 8 Gu immortal, a formation path great grandmaster with a concrete goal and information. He could make an appropriate response. Huff! Bai Ning Bing had just stepped on the ground when she coughed out a large mouthful of blood. She felt exhausted and her face was deathly pale. This is not our intended destination. Bai Ning Bing's dragon pupils slightly shrunk. She quickly contacted the others. The ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel had been disrupted. The shadow sect Gu immortals were separated, far from each other. Besides Fang Yuan, each of them were injured to some degree. What should we do? Sect leader? Fairy Miao Yin quickly inquired. Fang Yuan hesitated. Should he escape by himself using the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? Or should he waste time to regather the Shadow Sect immortals? By now, the pure dream reality seeker bodies had basically all detonated into dream realms back in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. There were still a few who were left in the immortal apertures of He Lulan and the others, including Ying Wuxie, who was in Lady White Rabbit's immortal aperture. Dream realms were invaded by Heaven's will. The pure dream reality seeker bodies were also paid attention to by Heaven's will at all times. Keeping them near oneself was the same as leaking their location. However, pure dream reality seeker bodies could self-detonate into dream realms at crucial times and be used to obstruct immortal goo houses. As such, Fang Yuan was keeping them with him. The investigative killer move on him had not been broken. There was also his life tablet goo and soul lantern goo, which were in Wu Clan's hands. More importantly, Wu Clan actually had methods to attack Fang Yuan through them. The situation could be said to be extremely bad and dangerous. It was difficult for Fang Yuan to deal with even one immortal goo house. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not reliable. Although it had rank 8 strength, it would not risk its life if it encountered a strong enemy. Fang Yuan's control over it had yet to be improved. Dark Limit Immortal Goo was also lost. Heaven's Will could now monitor Fang Yuan at all times and easily make arrangements. Moreover, they might also have been struck by investigative methods as well. Fang Yuan's gaze turned gloomy. After coming out of Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, Fang Yuan's next destination was Western Desert. Among the 5 regions, Western Desert had the highest quantity of Shadow Sect's remaining resources. Because Ying Wuxie, Purple Mountain True Monarch, and the others had traveled the other 4 regions, and plundered all the remaining resources and immortal goo that they could plunder. Only Western Desert remained. Should I go to Western Desert alone? It is a pity to sacrifice them like this. Also, as long as I don't break the investigative method on me, my whereabouts will always be grasped by others. Langya sect. Rumble, air currents surged and great waves billowed. Glorious radiance shined, creating a magnificent scene. From within the light, a figure gradually walked out. He was extremely tall, about 9 feet, with a well-built body. He had long and dense black hair that draped behind him like a cloak, slightly waving as he walked forward. The most eye-catching part was this goo immortal had a pair of spiral dragon horns on his forehead, which seemed to be made of purple gold, shining brightly. Fairy Ziwei had already waited for a long time. She went up and bowed with joy. Lord Duke Long. This person was none other than Duke Long. He had personally led the Central Continent Immortals in Heaven Overseeing Tower, becoming the biggest winner of the Battle of the Dream Realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast. It returned to Central Continent after quickly crossing 2 regions in White Heaven. The Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects left by themselves, while Duke Long and Fairy Ziwei returned to Heavenly Court. As per Duke Long's instructions, Fairy Ziwei activated Heavenly Court's goo formation to screen Duke Long's identity and prevent him from being possessed by Spectral Soul. From the current situation, it looked like Spectral Soul did not succeed in possession, and Duke Long was still Duke Long. But his face was ashen, his brows were deeply knotted, and every step he took, his soul felt a tremor. As expected of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, even after death, his soul path attainment is still unrivaled. I will use our Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard to thoroughly suppress him. Duke Long said, Fairy Ziwei, you shall continue to lead Heavenly Court. Do your best to completely eliminate Fang Yuan and the rest. Fairy Ziwei nodded. I have already notified Wu Yong and have borrowed the strength of Southern Border's Goo Immortals to separate Fang Yuan and the rest of Shadow Sect members. Not long ago, I sent another letter to Wu Yong, informing him of the specific location of these Shadow Sect members. I estimate we will receive news of success within a few days. Duke Long nodded lightly, a trace of admiration flashing past his eyes as he looked at Fairy Ziwei. This was the incredible power of a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. They could pry into the secrets of heaven and earth with just one event. They could appraise people's hearts and make others fight for them while they watch from far away. Fairy Ziwei herself had extraordinary talent and was an elite among rank 8 Goo Immortals. This was the reason why she had been accepted into Heavenly Court. And with the use of Star Constellation Chessboard, she could be said to be among the top 3 Wisdom Path experts in the present. The reason why she could not be said to be number 1 was because the world was vast. There were many experts who lived in seclusion. Even Heavenly Court did not know the specific details. Chaos had to descend, the world had to be turned upside down, before these experts made their appearance. Previously, Fairy Ziwei had not been able to make many achievements because she lacked crucial clues. At that time, Fang Yuan's defense was too good. But it was different now. Duke Long continued to instruct, "This demon Fang Yuan, we must take his life. He is a complete otherworldly demon, the only natural enemy of Fate Gu. But he is also the long-awaited inheritor of Red Lotus. He not only has Giant Sun's true inheritance, but also will gain Red Lotus true inheritance. The great era is coming. Our Heavenly Court needs to have our fourth Immortal Venerable, Great Dream Immortal Venerable. To receive and guide her, we need to put in all our effort to remove all obstacles. Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, Red Lotus, all of them. Everything is for Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Ziwei, do you understand?" "I understand." Fairy Ziwei nodded. "Just like you arranged. That person is now in southern border." "Good." Duke Long nodded. He did not speak any further, turning around and leaving. Fairy Ziwei stood on the spot, quietly seeing off Duke Long with her gaze, until his tall body completely disappeared into the immortal graveyard. She slowly breathed out a sigh, her eyes glittering as she thought of the huge task. Heavenly Court is to be the strongest. For all eternity, she softly mumbled. Southern border. A white figure quickly streaked through the air. Soon after, thunder and fire arrived, exploding in a line behind the figure. It was a small error, but it resulted in a large discrepancy. The white figure dodged in time, coming out safe and sound. It then stopped and casually waved backwards. Whoosh! In an instant, ice and snow flew, and cold wind roared. A figure came out of the thunder and fire, and had wanted to chase, but it quickly stopped and used defensive methods. Several breaths later, this small valley turned into a land of ice and snow. Ice crystals could be seen everywhere, shining brightly under the sunlight while releasing cold air. Having rank 6 cultivation level but rank 7 battle strength? Terrifying, truly worthy of a northern dark ice soul physique Gu Immortal. Chai Clan rank 7 expert Chai Pajun inwardly praised, before increasing his strength. Bam! The thick ice that had formed on his body could not resist his fierce power, immediately shattering into pieces. He was thin and shriveled. His skin was slightly black as if he had been forged in iron. His fierce eyes staring at his opponent, who was standing on a high slope. His opponent was dressed in white and had an extremely graceful figure. Bright silver hair flowed down to her waist, her pale blue dragon eyes emitting a cold aura to the outside world. Her skin was white as snow. Her expression was cold, and with an unparalleled appearance. Even Chai Pajun's soul was stirred when he first saw this beauty. The more eye-catching part was the pair of small and cute red dragon horns that were growing on this female immortal's forehead. She was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. She had activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel with Fang Yuan and the rest. But because of Chi Chu Yu's Gu formation, the battle formation was disrupted and the Gu immortals were separated in all directions. Bai Ning Bing had been teleported to this place and had immediately treated her injuries. She then moved towards the gathering point which Fang Yuan had set, but was intercepted by Chai Pajun. An intense battle began as a result. They fought for dozens of rounds and had battled through hundreds of li, but were unable to determine a victor. Two pairs of eyes gazed at each other. Chai Pajun did not immediately initiate the attack. Bai Ning Bing stared at Chai Pajun's skin with her blue dragon eyes, pondering, this is the neutralized wood body created by Chai Pajun? Even if it is an immortal killer move attacking this body, as long as they are not powerful enough, their strength will be sharply reduced and end up at the level of a mortal killer move. Chai Pajun's neutralized wood body was a unique move. It directly destroyed Bai Ning Bing's Cold Eyes Immortal Killer move. Bai Ning Bing's Cold Eyes Immortal Killer move was a move that was quite troublesome to deal with. In the past, Fang Yuan had been struck by this move when he was chasing Ying Wuxie and the rest. However, Chai Pajun's neutralized wood body could directly disregard Cold Eyes. Naturally, Bai Xiang's true inheritance did not just have cold eyes. As such, while fighting with Bai Ningbing, Chai Pajun had been inflicted with quite a few injuries. Amazing! Chai Pajun suddenly spoke. I have to hand it to you, Bai Ningbing. His tone was flat, without any fluctuation in his pitch. In this silent battlefield, this strange tone seemed to fade into the cold air. You are only a rank 6, but I am actually finding trouble dealing with you. I have been famous for a long time, and have long been a reputed rank 7 fire path expert in Southern Border. But look at me now. I am actually unable to dispel this frost energy on me. One of the 10 extreme physiques, Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, as well as by Xiong's true inheritance. It really makes people envious. If you were kind and walked the righteous path, you would definitely have a place in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. A pity that you have fallen to the demonic path, bringing disaster to countless beings. Your ending can only be death. As he said this, Chai Pajun paused, slightly turning his head to look at the horizon. Thunder rumbled. Crackle. Lightning spread far and wide, cleaving ice and rocks. Another rank 7 expert had suddenly descended. Bai Ningbing, you think you can escape after attacking Southern Border's righteous path? This expert's eyes shined fiercely as he bellowed. Chai Pajun let out a breath of air when he saw the reinforcement. He had intentionally spoken a lot of superfluous words to stall for time. After fighting with Bai Ningbing, he deeply realized it was difficult for him to win against Bai Ningbing, let alone take her life. He needed backup. Fortunately, Wu Yong was in charge of the whole situation, and with Fairy Z Wei's swift information, he immediately dispatched Gu Immortals to besiege the scattered Shadow Sect members. Be careful. This woman is extremely strong. We can't be careless. Relax. I have the information given by Lord Wu Yong. As long as we hold her here for some time, an expert specialized in battlefield killer moves will come to help us. Just as the two were secretly communicating, Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke. Her nature was cold as ice. She had remained silent during the whole battle. This was the first time she spoke. Idiots. It was a cold and arrogant voice, but at the same time it was very pleasant to listen to, making the 2 rank 7 experts slightly dazed. At the next moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Damn! What immortal killer move is this? Its aura alone is so terrifying. I was delaying to wait for backup. I didn't expect Bai Ningbing to also be delaying for time, so she could prepare her killer move. The backup's heart shook, while Chai Pajun shouted and blamed himself for walking into a trap. There is the eerie fire tunnel ahead. As long as I enter it, I can guard against deductions and wait for help. He Lulan moved quickly. In her vision, trees turned into afterimages as she quickly moved past them. He Lulan had ended up in this place after the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel failed, but she had immediately received Fong Yuan's instructions to move to a hidden location about 100 li ahead and take refuge while waiting for others. Without doubt, He Lulan's luck was pretty good, as not far from her was the eerie fire tunnel. This was a formation set up by Purple Mountain True Monarch while he was alive. It was constructed with eerie fire immortal materials and had the effect of concealment by blocking wisdom path deductions. After a while of running, the eerie fire tunnel was already within 5 li. However, right at this time, He Lulan suddenly stopped. She gazed at the inconspicuous small tree ahead. Her brows furrowed and all kinds of goo worm aura gradually rose from her body. You only saw my goo formation now, He Lulan. Your vision is quite poor. A jesting voice came from nowhere. The next moment, the goo formation activated. He Lulan's vision suddenly changed. The mountains and grassy lands disappeared. Only a desert remained where not even grass grew. He Lulan's pupils contracted. Being trapped in an immortal formation was the worst situation. If she had encountered an enemy, she could escape. But in a goo formation, she was caged. There was another thing He Lulan suspected. My speed was not slow. I have been moving according to Fong Yuan's instructions. The enemy actually knew my movement route and also set up a goo formation earlier. Did Fong Yuan sacrifice me, luring the enemy to me so that he had time to escape? Boom! A huge explosion occurred. Flames raged everywhere. Scalding air currents gathered into a solid air wall that fiercely repelled everything. At once, yellow sand filled the goo formation, and smoke rose up. Dust gradually settled down, revealing a lone figure. It was Hei Lulan. She was gasping heavily, her body covered in a fiery dress. This gorgeous dress that was originally filled with flames now only had some bits of fire remaining. Even this move cannot destroy the goo formation? Sensing she was still inside the goo formation, Hei Lulan's heart sank to rock bottom. The fight had been ongoing for over an hour. Hei Lulan had used all her methods but was unable to destroy this goo formation. She was completely in a disadvantageous and passive state. In fact, during the whole fight, she did not even know what her opponent looked like. This southern border righteous path goo Immortal was controlling the goo formation from behind the scenes, and had never revealed himself. I must admit, Hei Lulan, you are really strong. It is a pity that you do not possess even a meager amount of formation path attainment. I will be honest with you, even if your battle strength doubled, you still won't be able to forcibly break my signature goo formation. As he said this, the formation path goo Immortal let out a long laugh of satisfaction. Hei Lulan snorted, sighing inwardly. I don't have much immortal essence left and I have used all my methods. To think that I, Hei Lulan, would finally die here. Oh, mother, I could not avenge you, although Hei tribe is already destroyed. Hei Chung is still alive. This is my biggest regret. Right at this time, the formation path goo Immortal's laughter abruptly stopped. Damn it! He let out a shout in which his fright could be clearly heard. A chance? Hei Lulan roused herself. At the next moment, she saw the gray world of the goo formation suddenly brightening up with long rays of light. Sword light. The sword lights flashed by, but they left behind long lines of white marks in the dark sky. As the white marks rapidly enlarged, Hei Lulan heard a resonant dragon roar that quickly turned louder and louder until it was the only thing she could hear. Hei Lulan's mind jolted. She was extremely familiar with this dragon roar. She had a heavy impression of it. Because not long ago, Hei Lulan had been hunted down miserably by the creator of this sound, and was only able to barely survive with the combined strength of Ing, Wuxie, and the rest. Fang Yuan. Hei Lulan almost called out in joy. Never before had she felt Fang Yuan's dragon roar would sound so beautiful. The white sword marks were exceptionally conspicuous in the dark sky. The sword marks were enlarging rapidly, and like tearing open a mouth, bright light poured inside this enlarging mouth. No! That formation expert goo Immortal let out an unresigned cry. At the next moment, the immortal formation that made Hei Lulan suffer indescribably shattered loudly. Light filled her vision. Hei Lulan was on guard. Her squinting eyes slowly opened up, and after adapting to the light, she saw Fang Yuan standing right beside her. And that southern border goo Immortal was being jointly attacked by Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress. I am safe. Hei Lulan immediately let out a breath of relief and relaxed her mind. The joy of escaping from death soon faded. She, who had an ambitious and ruthless nature, only glanced at Fang Yuan once, before sitting cross-legged on the ground and healing her injuries. As far as Hei Lulan was concerned, the situation just before was extremely dangerous. Her injuries were serious, proving that her life had been hanging by a thread. Fang Yuan did not help to heal her. Fang Yuan did not have any presentable healing method other than man as before. If it were Fang Yuan who was injured, apart from using man as before, he could also transform into an ancient desolate beast and rely on the ancient desolate beast's self-recovery ability to heal himself. But for Hei Lulan, this transformation path method was not feasible. The battle soon ended. Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress were rank 7 experts, and they were jointly attacking a rank 7 goo Immortal. They naturally had the advantage. And this rank 7 southern border goo Immortal's main cultivation was formation path. He was best at setting up goo formations, but close combat was his weakness. More importantly, his immortal formation had been destroyed by Fang Yuan. He suffered a backlash, immediately suffering heavy injuries. With injuries from both this and the attacks, this rank 7 goo Immortal quickly lost his life. This was a rank 7 formation path goo Immortal. They were rather rare, Fang Yuan stored the corpse in his sovereign immortal aperture and did not immediately annex it. He called out to the upper extreme heavenly eagle, "Go! We will reinforce by Ningbing." The group of immortals knew the urgency of the situation. With just a slight delay, they could be besieged by a large southern border group. It was because of this Fang Yuan did not hastily merge this corpse's immortal aperture into his sovereign immortal aperture, and instead hurried on the upper extreme heavenly eagle. By the time they saw Bai Ningbing, the battle had ended. In all the surroundings, it was a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing was in Bai Xiang form, proudly standing on top of a snowy peak. And her opponents, 2 were dead and 1 was injured. Bai Ningbing actually won in a 1 versus 3. Bai Xiang, right? This is the killer move Bai Xiang. The killer move that once brought white terror to the whole of southern border. Who could have thought it would reappear in Bai Ningbing? The injured southern border Gu Immortal was filled with fright, and used all his strength to retreat. But when he saw the upper extreme heavenly eagle appearing in the horizon, he almost lost hope. However, Fang Yuan did not chase him, instead taking Bai Ningbing and immediately leaving. Right now, they had become fugitives and had to fight for every second. They could not waste their precious time on this rank 7 Gu Immortal. Since this rank 7 Gu Immortal could escape death while his other 2 allies had already died, he definitely had methods to flee, and it would not be easy to kill him in a short time period. The upper extreme heavenly eagle changed directions, flying towards western desert. Bai Ningbing cancelled the killer move Bai Xiang, and immediately collapsed on the eagle's back. She was already spent. The killer move Bai Xiang was abnormally powerful, but it was very taxing on the mind, and its consumption of immortal essence was also extremely fast. To Bai Ningbing, it was an extremely heavy burden. If that fleeing southern border Gu Immortal had continued to fight, he might have been able to see through Bai Ningbing's facade. A pity he was frightened badly by Bai Xiang. This immortal killer move was terrifying in all aspects. Its user could revive from just a small fragment. They were almost an invulnerable white monster. Unless someone could break this killer move, or kill Bai Ningbing instantly without leaving behind even a fragment. Bai Ningbing fell unconscious immediately after canceling the killer move. If Fang Yuan and the rest had not come to her rescue, she might have died from mental exhaustion. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had a good knowledge of wisdom path methods and could heal this side effect. When Bai Ningbing slowly woke up, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had already flown over 100,000 li. "You actually came to save me?" Bai Ningbing gazed at Fang Yuan and spoke without any politeness, expressing her astonishment. Bai Ningbing could not be any more clear of Fang Yuan's nature, and had not even thought of being rescued by Fang Yuan. He Lulan was also doubtful of Fang Yuan's objective, and had previously wondered if Fang Yuan had sacrificed her. Bai Ningbing thought even further, and was sure Fang Yuan would sacrifice them and escape by himself. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing expressionlessly and said lightly, "The situation is more serious than you imagine. We have all been struck by investigative killer moves, which is why you were all intercepted by southern border righteous path Gu Immortals when you were escaping." Although Fang Yuan had perceivable Dao Immortal Gu, which could detect Dao marks on a Gu Immortal's body, he was not aware of how many Dao marks other Gu Immortals originally had. Without this number, even if Fang Yuan inspected the Dao marks on He Lulan, Bai Ningbing and the rest, what use would it have? However, from the enemy's actions, he could clearly see that they had also been struck by similar investigative killer moves. Which southern border Gu Immortal was it? Fang Yuan, you are now Shadow Sect's leader and have inherited Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. Even you cannot break it. Bai Ningbing asked. I already tried. Fang Yuan sighed. He did not have all of Purple Mountain True Monarch's immortal Gu, as many of them had been lost in battle. Although he had several good methods to deal with this situation, Fang Yuan could not use them without the respective immortal Gu. He Lulan's gaze flickered when she heard this, immediately thinking of Langya sect. Since they did not have enough immortal Gu, they could refine them, and she knew Fang Yuan's and Langya sect's relationship was extremely close. Fang Yuan could use the help of that connection. In fact, Fang Yuan had also wanted to do so. Not long ago, when he decided to rescue Bai Ningbing and the rest, he had contacted Sixth Hair. However, Sixth Heir did not acknowledge Fang Yuan's status. He was doubtful of Fang Yuan's motive and asked Fang Yuan to save Ing Wuxie. After all, only these two split souls remained of spectral soul. However, Ing Wuxie and Lady White Rabbit were both staying in Fairy Miao Yin's immortal aperture. This was one of the reasons why Fang Yuan went back to rescue them. Sixth Heir was not willing to cooperate, so Fang Yuan looked for Langya Land Spirit. What made Fang Yuan happy was that Langya Sect and Langya Land Spirit were no longer difficult to communicate with like before. He only needed sect contribution points and he could borrow Langya Sect's strength to refine Gu. Fang Yuan handed some contents of Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritances, causing his sect contribution points to sharply increase. He exchanged them for the chance of having Langya Land Spirit personally refine Immortal Gu for him. Under Fang Yuan's request, Langya Land Spirit used the human isolation style to refine Gu instead of the Hairyman Heaven and Earth style. Heaven's will was observing them. If the Land Spirit used the Hairyman Heaven and Earth style, he might not be able to refine Gu successfully no matter what because of interference from Heaven's wills. Although Langya Sect had begun refining Gu for Fang Yuan, Gu refinement was a series of processes. Moreover, Immortal Gu were difficult to refine and could not be rapidly created. The situation is even more complex. I suspect Heavenly Court has already collaborated with Southern Border's Righteous Path to eliminate us. Heavenly Court is using Southern Border's Righteous Path as a tool, but they won't just watch from the sidelines the whole time. Besides the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals, we need to be careful of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals lying in ambush and waiting for a chance to deal with us, Fang Yuan said in a heavy voice. Strong winds blew past. Below, luxuriant mountains steadily moved towards the rear like an endless herd of elephants. Fang Yuan and the group of Gu Immortals, on the back of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, had no mood to enjoy this grand scene of rivers and mountains. They were in a perilous situation. The entirety of Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals were trying to get them. There might even be lone immortals and demonic cultivators waiting to see if they could reap some benefits. They were unable to fight Southern Border's Righteous Path. Any rank 8 Gu Immortal or Immortal Gu House meant enormous trouble and danger to Fang Yuan and the rest. However, besides this, the most worrying thing was Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had left after taking away the Super Gu formation. Although Fang Yuan and the rest were not aware, the reason for this was for Duke Long to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. But even after leaving, Heavenly Court's influence still remained and their intention to eliminate Fang Yuan and the rest had not disappeared. Instead, it was getting even more intense. Fang Yuan's speculation was unitedly approved by He Lulan, by Ning Bing and the others. If they were in Heavenly Court's position, they would also not let go of Fang Yuan and the group. Aside from leaking information to Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals to make use of them, Heavenly Court would definitely have left some hidden cards to make sure nothing went wrong. However, their hidden cards were currently unknown, and the unknown creates pressure in people's minds. Heavenly Court's hidden cards were like an executioner's blade hanging above everyone's head. Who knew when they would suddenly slash down? Even if Fang Yuan and the rest escaped to Western Desert, Heavenly Court's hidden cards might follow behind them. Heaven's will can actually infiltrate externally manifested dream realms. By exploring the dream realms, I was simply exposing my secrets. I was still constantly maintaining dark limit and familiar face to disguise myself, thinking I was deceiving Heaven's will. This was my biggest problem in this battle of the dream realm. Fang Yuan was standing on the eagle's back. Reverse flow protection seal had already been deactivated as maintaining it was very costly. Currently, Fang Yuan was using all kinds of investigative methods, including 3 breaths future vision. While inspecting his surroundings, he reflected on himself, finding his mistakes and errors. To err is human. Making mistakes was a normal thing. Even rank 9 venerables made many mistakes in their lives. One's vision was limited, being trapped in their nature, encumbered by their environment and other various reasons made it such that no one could make the best decisions all throughout their lives. After making a mistake, realizing the mistake and correcting it was the behavior of an outstanding person. If Fang Yuan had known this information earlier, he would absolutely not have casually explored the dream realms. Now that he recalled, Fang Yuan found many arrangements of heaven's will. For instance, his gains in the giant dream realm were Grandmaster attainment level in Water Path, Formation Path, and Dark Path. However, what Fang Yuan needed the most was an increase in the attainment level of Information Path and Time Path. If his Information Path attainment level rose, even if he did not have Information Path Immortal Goo, he could gradually solve his problems. His Time Path attainment had all along remained at ordinary level. If it rose and was combined with He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan's battle strength could definitely rise sharply. Even if it were not Information Path or Time Path, it would be very helpful if his attainment level in Sword Path, Refinement Path, Luck Path, or Soul Path reached Grandmaster, especially Sword Path. Fang Yuan currently had several Sword Path Immortal Goo, and also had Bo Qing's true inheritance. If his Sword Path reached Grandmaster level, his battle strength would soar madly. Unfortunately, none of them appeared. At the latter stage of exploring the Dream Realm, I only encountered absurd dream realms. Heaven's will invaded the dream realms and controlled their rotation. It probably did not want me to progress anymore. In my memories of the 500 years of my first life, there was not any mention of dream realms being contaminated by Heaven's will. Maybe this was a secret no one had discovered yet in Fang Yuan's first life. But even more probable was that when Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, his will was tampered with by Heaven's will so that he forgot this information. I have lost Dark Limit Immortal Goo. Right now, the others and I are exposed to Heaven's will. Fortunately, since the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is extremely fast, Heaven's will does not have much time to make specific arrangements. Southern Border, Righteous Path, Heavenly Court, and Heaven's will, these three were pursuing, encircling and intercepting as they tried to take Fang Yuan's life. However, Fang Yuan was not panicking. He meticulously planned and prepared as to how he could protect his life under this situation. In fact, after the destruction of 88 Truyang Building, Fang Yuan had been pondering over this matter. He had ample mental preparation. Being exposed now was far better than if he were exposed before, because Fang Yuan had many hidden cards to deal with the situation. It depended on how he used them. Currently, he was using wisdom path methods. Thoughts were emerging and colliding in his mind. He continuously played out various situations, how to resolve them and how to protect himself while expending the least resources. An immortal goo house is flying over from the southeast side. Bai Ningbing suddenly warned. She had inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance. Her long-distance investigative methods were much more suitable for this situation than Fang Yuan's 3 breaths future vision. Shortly afterwards, Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed as well. I also see it. This is Ho Clan's Flying Sand Pavilion. She had a greater understanding of Southern Border's details, immediately recognizing the immortal goo house. Fairy Miao Yin immediately added in shock, "They are so fast." Flying Sand Pavilion was one of the fastest immortal goo houses in Southern Border. It was even faster than the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If Fang Yuan and the rest relied solely on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape, Flying Sand Pavilion would catch up to them sooner or later. However, Fang Yuan had already planned ahead and expected such a situation, so he had practiced the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel with the others. Although it had been disrupted by Chi-Chu Yu's Gu formation, it was only a small setback. Right now, they had all gathered together and could use this method again. Flying Sand Pavilion was rushing between the mountains. This was its unique method. It could use Earth Path Dao marks to reduce the immortal essence expenditure and increase its speed. Undoubtedly, in Southern Border, which was filled with mountains and forests, Earth Path Dao marks were extremely dense. Flying Sand Pavilion was like a fish in water. While moving at full speed, Flying Sand Pavilion was like rumbling sand. Yellow-brown sand was constantly moving inside, while dust clouds surged on the outside. The Gu Immortals inside were not just from Ho Clan. There was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Shang Wu Jie. Shang Clan was among the top super forces in Southern Border. It naturally had a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder Shang Wu Jie had all along maintained the tradition of neutrality in Shang Clan, and had good relations with all clans. If it were Yao Clan, Luo Clan, or even Tai Clan, Ho Clan Gu Immortals would absolutely not have given them face and invited them into Flying Sand Pavilion. Suddenly, Shang Wu Jie's expression shifted slightly as Fang Yuan and the rest suddenly disappeared from his perception. They used that ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Shang Wu Jie's mind jolted, before a map of southern border appeared in his mind. After combining various information, Shang Wu Jie soon deduced several areas where Fang Yuan and the rest were most likely to appear. And these areas all had southern border righteous path Gu Immortals. Wu Yong's plan is not bad, Shang Wu Jie lightly remarked, but suddenly his brows furrowed. He realized that according to this layout, Fang Yuan and the rest would eventually be chased to the northwest of southern border. And over there, Wu Yong was already lying in wait. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building speed could be ranked as number 1 among the current southern border's immortal Gu houses. However, Wu Yong had used an immortal Gu house of Tai Clan, Beacon Tower, to travel there. This immortal Gu house was made of beacon towers scattered all over southern border, and it was by using this mystical immortal Gu house that southern border's righteous path were able to quickly spread a large net. Fang Yuan and the rest were like large fish covered by this net. Swoosh! Under the sunny sky, for Gu Immortals suddenly appeared. They were Fang Yuan and the rest, who had teleported using omnidirectional travel. This is already the 5th time. A lot of my Dao marks have been consumed. This is not looking good. The enemy knows our position and has been encircling, pursuing and intercepting us, like they have laid out a large net and are now rapidly tightening it. Should we change our direction and catch them off guard? Bai Ningbing and the rest were discussing. Fang Yuan shook his head. The investigative killer move on us is the root cause. They will catch up to us sooner or later if we don't remove it. The current plan is to strive for every second and rush out of this net to Western Desert. They could go to Western Desert. Heavenly Court would not be able to easily mobilize Western Desert's righteous path to hunt Fang Yuan and the rest. Go! Fang Yuan let out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and ordered it to fly away. The true ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel could cross a very large distance. Unfortunately, Ying Wu Xie's method was not the complete version. And in the series of battles, the core immortal Gu of omnidirectional travel were destroyed. What Fang Yuan and the rest were currently using was actually an incomplete omnidirectional travel. This incomplete omnidirectional travel not only had a shorter teleportation range, even worse was that it spent Dao marks of the Gu Immortals. Shadow Sect remnants, where do you think you are going? After flying for a distance on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan and the rest suddenly heard Wu Yong's voice. What? Fairy Miao Yin immediately paled. Don't be afraid. This is just Wind Whisper Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan snorted and reassured. Wind Whisper Immortal Gu had an extremely large range. As long as it was activated continuously without caring for immortal essence expenditure, it could theoretically cover the whole of southern border. But soon, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was alarmingly fast. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was an immemorial desolate beast with first-rate flying speed, the distance between Fang Yuan and Wu Yong was rapidly shrinking. Use omnidirectional travel. Fang Yuan instantly knew this was bad. Although they were still far away, he firmly chose to activate the ancient battle formation. Facing a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he would not feel safe even if they were farther away. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was stored away. Omnidirectional travel was activated successfully. The 4 Gu Immortals suddenly disappeared from the spot. However, when Fang Yuan and the rest appeared again, their expressions were extremely unsightly. What's going on? We only teleported such a small distance? It is not even 10% of the previous distance. Wu Yong's voice resonated in the Immortal's ears once again. You are trapped in my airlock. Omnidirectional travel will not work anymore. The voice had just been heard when clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon once again. The Shadow Sect Immortals felt an enormous rock pressing down on them. An unprecedented danger was hanging above their heads. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Wu Yong, together with Rank 8 Immortal Gu House clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Air lock! When were we hit by this killer move? I didn't feel anything at all. Shadow Sex Immortals were all taken aback. They were not aware when this killer move had struck them. If it were not for the subpar result of omnidirectional travel and the facts in front of their eyes, they would have thought Wu Yong was bluffing. Never underestimate a rank 8 Gu Immortal's methods. Wu Yong did not have high seniority. His seniority was even lower than most other rank 8 Gu Immortals in Southern Border. But he was well-learned and talented, and having inherited Wu Duxiu's legacy, he had plenty of available methods. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. How does this killer move airlock work? How long does it last? How can I find out flaws of this move and target them? His mind was rumbling like the sea as thoughts surged like huge waves. These questions perplexed him. More importantly, he had to resolve them quickly as it concerned his life. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building continued to approach closer. Wu Yong's laughter could be heard. He clearly would not give Fang Yuan enough time to think. The situation was extremely pressing. Fang Yuan needed to make a decision immediately. He thought for a moment and immediately sent his order. All of you enter my immortal aperture. Why? You are all too weak. You will just be sending yourselves to death by trying to fight a rank 8 Gu immortal. It is better for you all to enter my immortal aperture and research airlock. Try to find a method to restrain it as quickly as possible. Fang Yuan spoke bluntly and opened the entrance to his immortal aperture. The immortals looked at each other. But quickly, He Lulan was the first to enter. If she did not need to send herself to death, it naturally was a good thing. He Lulan had been worried Fang Yuan would use the alliance agreement on her to send her to face Wu Yong and sacrifice herself so Fang Yuan could get some time to escape for his life. But unexpectedly, Fang Yuan did not do so. Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress hesitated for a moment before following in. They had made their accomplishments because of Purple Mountain True Monarch's true inheritances, and were now Shadow Sex members. However, the main reason for them accepting Fang Yuan's order was because Fang Yuan was Shadow Sex leader. On the contrary, Bai Ningbing remained behind. She naturally was not concerned about Fang Yuan. Instead, her gaze turned towards Wu Yong and carried an expression of eagerness to fight him. Bai Ningbing chased after excitement in life. It was like Fang Yuan chasing after eternal life. This feeling burned like fire and could even be said to be madness. Don't be foolish. Even if you have Bai Xiang form, Wu Yong could easily kill you in an instant. Fang Yuan's tone was impatient. Bai Ningbing snorted, but still entered the sovereign immortal aperture in the end. Fang Yuan quickly closed the entrance, then commanded the upper extreme heavenly eagle to fly quickly. Wu Yong's sigh came from behind. Fang Yuan, you are also an outstanding genius. You were actually able to hide in my Wu clan for so long under Wu Yihai's disguise. You are truly a daring person who will make great achievements. It is a pity. It would have been great if you really were Wu Yihai. Wu Yong's sigh was sincere. He really cherished talented individuals. Fang Yuan was fleeing ahead while Wu Yong was chasing from behind. The immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle erupted with an extremely fast speed under such a desperate situation. However, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was still faster than it. After all, it was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had another huge advantage. Immortal Gu houses would not get tired. As long as there was enough immortal essence, an immortal Gu house could maintain a stable condition for eternity. However, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was different. It would get tired and fatigued after flying for a long time. However, Fang Yuan did not even consider this point. Because, according to the current speed of the two, long before the upper extreme heavenly eagle gets tired, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building would catch up. Who else did you bring? Bring them all out. Fang Yuan turned towards Wu Yong. All kinds of Gu worm auras quickly rose from his body and lingered around him. Relax, I came alone. Wu Yong smiled as he activated the immortal Gu house. The verdant bamboo leaves on clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building turned into arrows as they shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan controlled the upper extreme heavenly eagle to swerve up and down, continuously flying in the air while adeptly dodging the arrows. Not bad. You have a solid foundation in flying. This enslavement path skill is even more amazing. Wu Yong did not stint on his praise. Fang Yuan realized something wrong. Light wind was lingering around his body. It could not be detected at first, but it was growing larger now. Not only him, even the upper extreme heavenly eagle's wings were entangled by 2 lumps of blue wind, greatly affecting its flying speed. Wu Yong's constant attacks are forcing me to dodge and change directions rapidly. Although the upper extreme heavenly eagle speed has not decreased, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building is moving in a straight line. There is also this air lump on me. It is probably the killer move airlock. It can actually absorb the scattered winds to increase its power. Wu Yong's attacks were not able to touch Fang Yuan, but had still achieved his objective. The distance between the 2 sides was rapidly shrinking. You still haven't found a way to break it? Fang Yuan questioned Shadow Sect members inside his immortal aperture. Difficult. There is only a little progress. This is clearly a rank 8 killer move. It is no trivial matter. Nothing but words. As Fang Yuan inwardly clenched his teeth, he heard Wu Yong's voice. You must be thinking of how to break my killer move, right? No harm in telling you, once this move is set up, it cannot be shifted, but its range is quite large and can cover all the surrounding 100,000 li. It also has a time limit. As of now, it can still last for 8 minutes. Wu Yong spoke honestly. Fang Yuan's heart sank at this information. Wu Yong's behavior clearly showed his strong self-confidence. He already felt Fang Yuan was in the palm of his hands, unable to escape. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building continued to attack endlessly, finally catching up. Wu Yong gave a slight smile as he lightly flicked his index finger towards Fang Yuan from the 2nd floor window of the bamboo building. Immortal killer move. Finger wind dragon. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertips. The small worm shot at Fang Yuan with an extreme speed. While flying, it grew larger as its body expanded to 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. After a few breaths of time, it turned into a vicious wind dragon that was 220 feet long, baring its fangs and claws as it fiercely collided against the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was not able to react in time, and just as it was about to be struck by the finger wind dragon, Fang Yuan walked forward and actually took the initiative to collide against the finger wind dragon. Wu Yong felt astonishment that quickly turned into shock, because after the finger wind dragon collided against Fang Yuan, it actually did no damage, and even more bizarre was that it turned its direction and flew back, lashing at him, its owner. Boom! There was a huge sound as the finger wind dragon collided against clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. The immortal goo house shook intensely, its speed immediately decreasing by more than half. And the finger wind dragon had completely crumbled. Fang Yuan took the chance to get back on the upper extreme heavenly eagle and pull apart a large distance. Wu Yong saw Fang Yuan wearing a long robe, with a sash floating in the wind, while giving off an ethereal and majestic aura. Wu Yong's astonishment immediately reached an extreme level. This killer move? Could it be? Wu Yong blurted out. Although he had not personally taken part in the Battle of Reverse Flow River in Northern Plains, the information of this battle as well as Lu Guanyi's name had become famous in the 5 regions. Wu Yong recognized this killer move. It was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This meant he now knew the secret that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi and Lu Guanyi was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw Wu Yong's surprise and inwardly thought, it seems Heavenly Court did not inform Wu Yong of my Lu Guanyi identity. Or maybe Heavenly Court was still not aware of it. Fang Yuan felt a slight pity. His Lu Guanyi identity was exposed now and could no longer be used. This would affect his connections in Northern Plains. However, there was nothing he could have done about this. Facing a rank 8 great expert, Fang Yuan could only maintain his footing by using Reverse Flow Protection Seal. If he used other methods, he would be easily killed by Wu Yong. Although Wu Yong suffered a setback, his gaze towards Fang Yuan became incomparably fiery. Fang Yuan not only was Wu Yi with Shadow Sect as his background, he also possessed Reverse Flow River and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. As long as he was captured, His accumulations and wealth could absolutely elevate Wu clan's strength to a whole new level. This enormous profit moved Wu Yong. Moreover, Fang Yuan was also the greatest humiliation to Wu clan over these years. Good. All my plans in mobilizing the entire righteous path to create this situation where I could fight you alone were not a waste. Wu Yong mumbled while controlling the immortal Gu house to bombard at Fang Yuan and give chase. The effect of airlock on Fang Yuan had been reflected back to Wu Yong. But the upper extreme heavenly eagle was still plagued by it, while Wu Yong was inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and was simply not affected. At this moment, Wu Yong controlled the immortal Gu house to collide against the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh as he moved forward to block the immortal Gu house. Wu Yong chuckled and flew out of the immortal Gu house to face Fang Yuan. At the same time, immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building targeted the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Although Wu Yong was not inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, he had left his will behind along with large amounts of immortal essence. The upper extreme heavenly eagle quickly fell into a disadvantage against clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Fang Yuan's situation was even worse. He thoroughly experienced the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was only able to react passively against Wu Yong's attacks and had no way to fight back. After 10 or so rounds, Wu Yong thoroughly experienced Fang Yuan's powerful defense. He got a headache dealing with reverse flow protection seal, as any attacks at Fang Yuan would only be reflected back, even punching and kicking. Wu Yong's gaze then landed on the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This immemorial desolate beast was the critical point of this battle. Realizing this, Wu Yong split some attention to firmly suppress Fang Yuan, then used his immortal killer move to bombard the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle wailed in pain. It had an astonishing speed, but how could its master let it easily escape when he himself was trapped here? But an immemorial desolate beast had a tough physique. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was still alive and healthy, even after taking on Wu Yong's attacks. Not good. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Facing a powerful enemy, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's original will had been gradually taking control and was trying to flee for its life. Right at this moment, this will reached a qualitative change and broke free from the restraints of Fang Yuan's 180 slaves. It immediately shook its wings and escaped. Fang Yuan was thrown aside, and now had to face Wu Yong and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building by himself. You still haven't made any progress? Fang Yuan called in an urgent tone towards the shadow sect immortals inside his immortal aperture. How can we have any results in such a short time? Bai Ningbing and the rest were also in low spirits. Wu Yong charged forward. With me here, don't even think of letting them out and using omnidirectional travel. Sure enough, in the following battle he gave Fang Yuan no chance. After several more rounds, Wu Yong suddenly spread his arms, activating an immortal killer move which he had been preparing for a long time. Fang Yuan's vision suddenly changed. He was trapped in a strange battlefield and was unable to escape. If you give yourself up and offer all your cultivation accumulations, I can still spare your life, Fang Yuan. Wu Yong gave his ultimatum. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. This was truly a hopeless situation. His only hope now was for Bai Ningbing and the rest to be able to find an opportunity to use omnidirectional travel and escape this battlefield. But, just as Wu Yong was about to make a move, his expression changed slightly as he looked at a certain direction. Who is it? Come out. A sigh was heard, following which, a Gu immortal who was brimming with central continent aura appeared. Both Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were surprised at the sight of this person. You are Feng Jiugu. A middle-aged Gu immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Wu Yong. This person was dressed in a red and white robe, standing straight like a spear or sword. His eyebrows were sharp like swords. Mysterious light was flashing in his eyes. A gentle smile was on his face, and there was an elegant and invincible aura in him. But at this moment, his expression carried a trace of melancholy. He was a central continent Gu immortal whose name was spread throughout the 5 regions, a pillar of spirit affinity house, a sound path rank 7 who could battle rank 8. He was Feng Jiugu. Why was he here? Wu Yong and Fang Yuan were surprised and astonished. Feng Jiuji's appearance and achievements had long spread throughout the 5 regions. Thus, although Wu Yong was seeing Feng Jiugu for the first time, he quickly recognized him. After all, a rank 7 Gu immortal who could fight rank 8 was a peerless genius that was rarely seen even once in 1,000 years. Were it not for Fang Yuan's other identity, Lu Guanyi, Feng Jiugu would probably still be the only one to hold this achievement. Wu Yong quickly restrained his surprise and sneered at Feng Jiugu. A central continent Gu immortal actually dares to appear in front of me. Good, good. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Heavenly Court reaped the most benefits, taking away many immortal Gu from southern borders' righteous path. Right now, Feng Jiugu was being implicated by this matter and provoked Wu Yong's hostility. Fang Yuan's gaze also focused on Feng Jiugu. This was not his first time seeing Feng Jiugu. In his first life of 500 years, Feng Jiuji's appearance had already been imprinted in the depths of his heart. The radiance Feng Jiugu emitted in the 5 regions' chaotic war had even surpassed ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Unfortunately, he died in Lang Ye Blessed Land. His death had led to a great disturbance, shaking central continent while the other 4 regions danced in joy. Even after being reborn, Fang Yuan had seen Feng Jiugu as well. It was in that strange space inside the thieving Heaven True Inheritance in Luopa Valley. Under some strange combination of coincidences, Fang Yuan had saved Feng Jiugu. Originally, he would have perished inside the thieving Heaven True Inheritance's strange space because of Qin Baishang's suicidal attack. But it all changed after Fang Yuan's rebirth. Although Fang Yuan had done it completely unintentionally, he was indeed Feng Jiuji's savior. But so what if he saved Feng Jiuji's life? In this world, how many times had kindness been reciprocated with ingratitude? Fang Yuan fixed his gaze on Feng Jiugu. He did not dare to relax as he shouted coldly, "Feng Jiugu, you are the person Heavenly Court arranged to ambush me?" Feng Jiugu glanced at Wu Yong before fixing his gaze at Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan again, moreover in such a situation, made Feng Jiugu sigh inwardly. Fang Yuan's progress was too fast. The first time Feng Jiugu knew of Fang Yuan, the latter had seized Feng Jin Huang's opportunity and became the new owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because of his daughter, Feng Jiugu knew of Fang Yuan's name. But he was not even in the least bit concerned. The reason? Because back then, Fang Yuan was only a mere mortal. The difference between an immortal and a mortal was like the difference between heaven and earth, the difference between cloud and mud. They were not even at the same level. Could even be said to be the mortal Fang Yuan's greatest glory for being able to attract a trace of attention from the grand Gu immortal Feng Jiugu. However, the development of later events went far beyond Feng Jiuji's expectations. Fang Yuan continued to be involved in major events, repeatedly bringing calamity to the world. His identity was exposed, an otherworldly demon who was the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada, inheritor of Giant Sun's true inheritance, and so on. The whole world was shocked, especially when Fang Yuan's progress was extremely fast. He rapidly ascended from a mortal to an immortal, and then to an expert among Gu immortals. Everything happened in a flash. Many Gu immortals could not have such accomplishments even after putting in effort for countless years. But Fang Yuan seemed to have easily achieved this. The first time they truly met, Feng Jiugu was actually saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smoothly inherited one of the thieving Heaven True Inheritances, ghostly concealment. Then in the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan played a huge role. I did not expect Lu Guanyi to be Fang Yuan. The great era is coming, heroes and experts are emerging, and Fang Yuan is currently the one who is shining the brightest. Feng Jiugu sized up Fang Yuan while thinking to himself. At the same time, he had a wry smile on his face. I hurried over from Central Continent to pursue an immortal Gu that thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once used, but unintentionally ran into this matter. Is he saying he is not the person arranged by Heavenly Court? Fang Yuan frowned. Based on Feng Jiuji's nature and way of doing things, he would not deceive Fang Yuan at such a juncture. Wu Yong, however, sneered in disbelief. Who could have thought Feng Jiugu to have a hypocritical side as well? When I activated the battlefield killer move, you could have easily left if you did not want to participate in this matter. Feng Zhougu nodded. Right. I entered of my own accord. It is because I owe my life to Feng Yuan. It would not matter if I had not come across this, but since I ran across this matter, I have to help him. What? Wu Yong was astonished. Feng Yuan was also dumbstruck. Wu Yong asked back in an incredulous tone. I didn't hear wrongly? You owe him your life, so you want to help him? Ha ha ha. Wu Yong started laughing. Feng Zhougu was a central continent Gu immortal, a person from the 10 great ancient sects. Everyone believed he would definitely become a member of Heavenly Court in the future. He was actually going to save Feng Yuan? Who was Feng Yuan? An otherworldly demon, a demon listed at the top of the Demon Judgment Board. Feng Zhougu actually wanted to save him? This was simply a huge joke. Wu Yong laughed, but not only him. Even the smile on Feng Zhougu's lips started becoming bigger. As Wu Yong looked at Feng Zhougu's smile, his laughter gradually stopped, slowly replaced by solemnness. He knew. Feng Zhougu was serious. This person was simply a lunatic. A righteous path Gu immortal wanted to help a demon. Feng Zhougu was not just an ordinary righteous path Gu immortal. He was a huge star of the righteous path. Despite having only rank 7 cultivation, he was treated as a quasi-rank 8 expert by the world. His reputation in Central Continent and in the 5 regions was extremely huge. And Feng Yuan was similarly not an ordinary demonic character. Over these last years, he held the biggest spotlight in the whole world. He was a complete otherworldly demon, possessing spring-autumn cicada, reverse flow river, giant sun's true inheritance, thieving heaven's true inheritance. In Central Continent, he had seized Hu immortal blessed land under the noses of the 10 great ancient sects. In Northern Plains, he had destroyed 88 Truyang building. He then went to Southern border and thwarted Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan, and seized the fruits of victory. And recently, he had successfully infiltrated Wu clan, and after the Battle of the Dream Realm, he became the leader of Shadow Sect. Feng Zhougu wanted to help a person like Feng Yuan? Wu Yong was a righteous path Gu immortal. He tried putting himself in Feng Zhougu's shoes. Even if Feng Yuan saved his life, how much pressure would he face if he helped Feng Yuan? This pressure did not only come from his faction, it came from his family, his sect, Heavenly Court, and even all the Gu immortals in the world. No, Feng Zhougu is different from me. He is not born of the righteous path, and was once a demonic path Gu immortal. Wu Yong suddenly recalled. Demons are truly insane. They cannot be reasoned with. Wu Yong raged inwardly. Feng Yuan thought of Feng Zhougu's past. Feng Zhougu had been an unremarkable secluded cultivator with no fame in his early years. He cultivated sound path and committed to it his entire life. One time, he sang loudly in a nameless valley, which attracted 2 other Gu immortals to sing in chorus. Back then, it was night time with the moon hanging high and light wind blowing gently, causing ripples in a glittering lake in the valley. As the 3 Gu immortals sang in harmony, time flew by rapidly, and they had sung till dawn. The 3 stopped singing and started laughing. They did not greet each other, but left full of joy. Only after a few years did Feng Zhougu learn of these 2's names and origins. At that time, there was news in Central Continent's Gu immortal world that these 2 were demonic Gu immortals who had seized a rank 7 immortal Gu from Black Heaven Temple, and were hunted down by the allied forces of the 10 great ancient sections. Feng Zhougu immediately set off to help them. Those 2 Gu immortals were at a dead end, opposed by the masses, so when they saw Feng Zhougu coming to aid them, they were both moved and surprised, asking Feng Zhougu why he did this. Feng Zhougu had replied, "A few years back, we sang together. I sang about the bright moon, while you sang about the verdant mountain and a white lake. The clear moon and gentle breeze showed your human hearts. How could those capable of singing such a song be petty people who covet others' immortal Gu? I trust you too." The 2 were so touched their tears started flowing down. One of them spoke. "You understand us. We had inherited this rank 7 immortal Gu from a true inheritance. But how could we have imagined Black Heaven Temple to falsely accuse us? Black Heaven Temple is one of the 10 great ancient sects. Whatever it says, others believe them." The other persuaded Feng Zhougu. "We have only sang 1 song together. We are complete strangers. The two of us are in great danger and have no hope left. It is still not too late for you to leave. Feng Jiugu, however, shook his head and insisted on helping them. The two immortals said worriedly, "If you do not leave, you will also be branded as a demon." Feng Jiugu laughed. "Neither demonic nor righteous. There is only Feng Jiugu in this world. To leave or to stay, I decide my own life and death." The two immortals were moved and teared up in admiration. Feng Jiugu's poems were not famous back then, but as he repeatedly forced back Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals and was victorious time and again, the matter soon got out of hand. When the other 9 ancient sects heard of the matter, they expressed support for Black Heaven Temple and created the huge pressure of public opinion. As a result, Feng Jiugu proclaimed that he would challenge Central Continent's champions as he traveled the world. The 10 sects sent their experts to challenge Feng Jiugu in single battles, but were all defeated. Feng Jiugu was not afraid, fighting as he continuously traveled a huge distance, suddenly changing his tactic and going for the enemy headquarters, causing the 10 sects to lose miserably. The scene was total chaos and there was nothing anyone could do. Finally, Spirit Affinity House made their move. The fairy of that generation, Fairy Bai Qing, moved Feng Jiugu with love and turned him into a member of Spirit Affinity House. Back then, Feng Jiugu could put himself on the line to save 2 complete strangers who had only sung a song with him, becoming labeled as a demon as a result. Now, why would Feng Jiugu not help the demon Feng Yuan? Especially when Feng Yuan had saved his life. Feng Jiugu was still the same person, be it in the past or present. Feng Yuan suddenly realized the meaning behind Feng Jiugu's earlier sigh. Feng Jiugu had already wanted to help Feng Yuan, but he thought of his wife and daughter as well as his situation. He was probably intending to help secretly, but unfortunately, his presence was sensed by Wu Yong. Feng Jiugu had to make a choice after that, and just like what he did back then, he made a similar choice. Neither demonic nor righteous. There is only Feng Jiugu in this world. To leave or to stay, I decide my own life and death. Demonic path or righteous path. These 2 factions and identities could not restrain Feng Jiugu. To leave or to stay, as far as Feng Jiugu was concerned, if he left, his heart would not be free, only by remaining would his heart be at ease. His actions simply came from his inner heart. I am always me. I am Feng Jiugu. For all eternity. Ha ha ha. Wu Yong suddenly started laughing loudly. His laughter was filled with anger. He was obviously angry at Feng Jiugu for wanting to help Feng Yuan. Good. Good. Both of you are only rank 7 Gu immortals, but have rank 8 battle strength. Let me experience what level of strength you two have. A rank 8 Gu immortal's pride and confidence made the killing intent inside Wu Yong flourish and intensify. He was absolutely confident of his victory. So what if it was 1 against 2? He, Wu Yong, was a rank 8 Gu immortal while his opponents were only rank 7. How could the gulf between rank 7 and rank 8 be so easy to bridge? Let alone when he had an immortal Gu house with him. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. A rank 8 immortal Gu house. A rank 8 Gu immortal with a rank 8 immortal Gu house. How could he lose? Wu Yong could not think of any way he would lose. The battle started again. The atmosphere immediately tensed. Feng Jiugu slowly moved towards Wu Yong, while saying to Feng Yuan without turning his head, "You once saved my life. Now I am saving yours. The favor has been repaid, you should leave. Whether you can break through and get out of here alive will depend on yourself." Feng Yuan was surprised. By the looks of it, Feng Jiugu was not going to fight together with him, and was instead going to fight Wu Yong by himself. Okay. Feng Yuan immediately retreated to a corner. Who was he? How could he forego such a chance? Seeing that Feng Jiugu was facing him alone, Wu Yong felt a trace of admiration inwardly and spoke, "All right, let me experience the power of the famous Central Continent genius." He then stored the immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building back into his immortal aperture. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was his trump card. It was constructed with multiple rank 8 immortal Gu. Naturally, it consumed an enormous amount of immortal essence. Wu Yong had already activated it for a long time to set up the situation and chase Feng Yuan. Now Wu Yong stored it. It was like a sheathed divine sword. The enemy would never know when Wu Yong would activate this trump card, and would always feel apprehension and pressure. At the same time, this also showed Wu Yong's self-confidence and pride. He wanted to fight Feng Zhougu fairly. Battle intense soared as both sides readied themselves. Fierce wind suddenly blew around Wu Yong before subsiding rapidly. Feng Zhougu and Fang Yuan both watched with focused gazes. This was a sign of Wu Yong activating his immortal killer move. It was extremely fast. Moreover, the aura before activation had been concealed to an extreme degree. Be it Feng Zhougu or Fang Yuan, both were unable to sense it. Feng Zhougu quickly retreated, cautiously pulling apart some distance from Wu Yong. How could he dare to be conceited against a rank 8 Gu immortal? Especially against an immortal killer move which was completely unknown. Facing it head-on was absolutely reckless. The fierce wind subsided, turning into gentle breeze which then rotated endlessly, transforming into enormous figures in a blink of an eye. They were shaped like humans but were tall like elephants with bulging muscles like piles of stones. Their whole bodies were bluish-black, sharp fangs protruded out of their mouths, and they had a pair of thick monstrous arms that drooped down to their feet. Their eyes were completely black, and green hair grew all over their bodies. Immortal killer move, Soft Vajra Wind Chief. Wu Yong created 6 wind chiefs at once. Some of the wind chiefs were shouting, producing loud wheezing noises, while some screamed with an almost ear-piercing pitch. They divided into 2 groups, with each group having 3 wind chiefs. One group charged at Feng Zhougu while the other chased after Fang Yuan. Feng Zhougu wanted to fight Wu Yong, while Wu Yong had his own pride and wanted to deal with both Feng Zhougu and Fang Yuan together. A light flashed in Feng Zhouji's eyes when he saw the killer moves form. Instead of retreating further, he unleashed his long-range palm attacks. Ding ding ding. Each of his palm strikes produced a resonant sound. The sound waves vibrated and spread, striking the 6 soft Vajra wind chiefs one after the other. The soft Vajra wind chiefs had an imposing momentum earlier, but they were completely stopped by this immortal killer move of Feng Zhougu. They were even sent back and looked like they were unable to resist the attack. Both Fang Yuan's and Wu Yong's pupils shrunk at such a sight. They were both shocked. Feng Zhougu only had rank 7 cultivation level, but the power of his immortal killer move did not lose to Wu Yong's. Whether it be Fang Yuan or Wu Yong, they could both see that this was because of the extremely abundant amount of sound path Dao marks on Feng Zhouji's body. His sound path Dao mark accumulation was so immense that it was actually on par with Wu Yong. How did he cultivate to this extent? Fang Yuan was endlessly astonished as he observed the battle from afar. The reason he could fight with rank 8s was because of reverse flow protection seal. But Feng Zhougu was able to fight rank 8s because he possessed an extremely deep sound path foundation. When these two were compared, Fang Yuan was naturally inferior to Feng Zhougu. How did he cultivate? Having such a foundation, it is no wonder he was able to fight against Central Continent's 10 ancient sects back then, and has the confidence to fight Wu Yong. Does he truly have this foundation, or is it some temporary method that can only last for a short time? Fang Yuan began to ponder. Naturally, his main attention was still on Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move, as well as analyzing and deducing the killer move airlock. At the same time, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals inside his immortal aperture were also doing their best at this. Crack, crack, crack. Wu Yong saw that the soft Vajra wind chiefs were ineffective, and activated another killer move. He grasped a thin and long wind whip in his hand and continuously lashed it at Feng Zhougu. The wind whip seemed to have no end to it and could also be immediately contracted. Every lash could break the air and produce a crisp explosion. Feng Zhougu showed no weaknesses. His left hand sent palm strikes against the soft Vajra wind chiefs, while his right hand clenched into a fist and dealt against the wind whip. His left palm struck the air, every strike bringing with it a long and resonant bell sound. His right fist pummeled in front of him, every fist producing a rumbling explosion like striking a war drum. Dang dang dang. Bam bam bam. For a moment, Feng Zhougu was actually equally matched against Wu Yong. Even Fang Yuan was almost dazed. The main reason was because Feng Juji's Dao marks accumulation did not lose to the rank 8 Gu Immortal Wu Yong. How did he cultivate to the point where he was able to go against the common sense of Gu Immortal world? The biggest difference between a rank 8 and a rank 7 was the amount of Dao marks. An earthly calamity could, on average, give 250 Dao marks to a Gu Immortal. A heavenly tribulation was 750. A grand tribulation was 7,250. A myriad tribulation was 86,750 Dao marks. The difference between the Dao marks of a rank 7 Gu Immortal and a rank 8 was extremely huge, while the difference between a rank 9 Gu Immortal and a rank 8 was like heaven and earth. This was one of the main reasons why rank 9 was invincible, and rank 8 Gu Immortals could crush rank 7s. As Gu Immortals advanced further, the amount of Dao marks they gained would increase explosively. Even though everyone knew this, it was simply too difficult to do anything about it. Rank 8 Gu Immortal themselves signified higher quantity and quality of tribulations than rank 7. Hence, it was almost impossible for a Gu Immortal at rank 7 cultivation to possess a rank 8 Gu Immortal's Dao mark accumulation. If not for this, there would have been abundant examples of rank 7 fighting rank 8 in the Gu Immortal world. However, Feng Jugu was able to achieve this. If this is his temporary power-up method which increases his Dao marks, it would be slightly easier to accept. But if he actually has such a Dao mark accumulation, that is too terrifying. Feng Yuan thought to himself while observing the battle. Wu Yong did not get angry at Feng Jiugu being able to fight him equally. Instead, his expression became more calm. Good. Truly worthy of Feng Jiugu. Well then, how about this move? Wu Yong pointed his finger. His fingertip aimed at Feng Jiugu. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The small worm shot at Feng Jiugu with an extreme speed. While flying, it grew larger as its body expanded to 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. After a few breaths of time, it turned into a vicious wind dragon that was 220 feet tall, baring its fangs and claws as it showed a ferocious imposingness, as if it was going to swallow Feng Jiugu. It was Wu Yong's specialty immortal killer move, Finger Wind Dragon. Feng Jiuji's pupils shrunk slightly, and he immediately retreated back. Finger Wind Dragon was extremely powerful. Feng Jiugu could not face it head-on. Hence he retreated to create some distance and attack from afar. Could not be helped. Wu Yong's Finger Wind Dragon killer move had rank 8 Immortal Gu as its core. Feng Jiuji's Dao mark accumulation was similar to Wu Yong's, but he did not have any rank 8 Immortal Gu. Wu Yong's rank 8 killer move, Finger Wind Dragon, was extremely powerful. Feng Jiugu could not face it with his killer moves that used rank 7 Immortal Gu as their cores, or he could use quantity to make up for the quality. Feng Jiugu had this idea. He retreated while sending out endless punches and palm strikes, using rank 7 killer moves as he weakened the Finger Wind Dragon until it completely dissipated. But this undoubtedly was an intense burden on Feng Jiuji's rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence. On the other hand, Wu Yong's Immortal Essence was something only rank 8 Gu Immortals had, White Lychee Immortal Essence. Feng Jiugu was far inferior to Wu Yong in this aspect. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were stronger than rank 7, not only in Dao marks but also their other aspects that were of qualitative difference. Immortal Essence was only one of them. Just by using one Finger Wind Dragon, Wu Yong had immediately broken the stalemate, suppressing Feng Jiugu. This killer move is dangerous. I can sense the violent strength hiding inside it. I must not let it get close to me. Feng Jiugu had an extraordinary perception. Wu Yong had indeed stacked another move on top of this move. It was Chaotic Shooting Blades. Once this move was activated, the Finger Wind Dragon would self-detonate, turning into countless jade wind blades which would shoot everywhere. The power was terrifying and had shown its might in the Purple Blood River formation. Although it was the first time Feng Jiugu saw the Finger Wind Dragon, with his plentiful battle experience, he intuitively sensed this follow-up of Wu Yong. This discovery let Feng Jiugu avoid danger, but he became even more passive. He could only retreat while weakening the Finger Wind Dragon with long-range attacks. This gave Wu Yong enough opportunity and time to prepare a new immortal killer move. This was very dangerous. Feng Jiuge also knew this, but unfortunately, Finger Wind Dragon was extremely fast and gave him huge pressure, adding on the 6 soft Vajra Wind Chiefs. Feng Jiuge was unable to interrupt Wu Yong. This is troublesome. Feng Jiuji's brows began to furrow. At this rate, the situation would become increasingly disadvantageous for him. Once Wu Yong activated another Immortal Killer move, it would definitely make Feng Jiuji's situation even more unbearable. However, right at this time, a figure suddenly joined the battlefield. Boom! The Finger Wind Dragon directly collided against Feng Yuan's body. Then, it was reflected back by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The Finger Wind Dragon, which had troubled Feng Jiuge for some time, was sent flying back to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, who was preparing a new killer move, immediately frowned deeply. Reverse Flow Protection Seal is truly amazing. It was Feng Jiuji's turn to look at Feng Yuan in a new light. Reverse Flow Protection Seal immediately showed extraordinary effect. The Finger Wind Dragon was reflected at Wu Yong, but right at this moment, Wu Yong gave a firm shout, his whole body erupting with a powerful aura. The Immortal Killer move he had been preparing was finally activated. In Wind Ghost Sickle Hand, he stretched out his right arm and grabbed towards the Finger Wind Dragon. Almost instantly, with no prior indication, an enormous ghost hand suddenly appeared on the Finger Wind Dragon's body. The ghost hand formed completely by Yin Wind. It was extremely large, grabbing the Finger Wind Dragon like grabbing an earthworm. The ghost hand was pitch black and had long sharp claws that were like 5 sickles. At this moment, as it grabbed down, it looked like it had the power to slaughter immortals. The Finger Wind Dragon gave a miserable cry and struggled fiercely. Several breaths later, it completely broke apart, turning into gusts of wind which soon dissipated. Feng Jiuji's expression turned solemn. Finger Wind Dragon was undoubtedly a rank 8 killer move, but Wu Yong's Yin Wind Ghost Sickle Hand clearly appeared to be much more powerful. If this hand had grabbed Feng Jiuge, the consequences were too miserable to imagine. If Feng Yuan had not interfered at the crucial moment, Feng Jiuge would still be being chased by the Finger Wind Dragon and would also have to face Yin Wind Ghost Sickle Hand. His situation would have been extremely precarious. Wu Yong's expression was similarly unsightly. He had been preparing Yin Wind Ghost Sickle Hand for a long while, and had thought of defeating Feng Jiuge with this. But with Feng Yuan's interference, he had no choice but to change the target to Finger Wind Dragon, wasting this great killer move. In fact, Yin Wind Ghost Sickle Hand had a subsequent transformation as well. It was called Yin Wind Rope, and its ability was to capture Gu immortals. After all, Feng Jiuge was from Central Continent. Wu Yong had spent such a large amount of effort and immortal essence to prepare Yin Wind Ghost Sickle Hand so as to capture Feng Jiuge alive. If he achieved his goal, he would have gained huge benefits. Firstly, if Wu Yong captured a person like Feng Jiuge alive, it would be a huge boost to his own fame and would have a huge influence on Southern Border's righteous path as well. Secondly, just capturing Feng Jiuge and not killing him would mean they would not have to fall out with Central Continent and Heavenly Court. Finally, after capturing Feng Jiuge, Wu Yong could not only extort him, he could also blackmail Spirit Affinity House and even Heavenly Court. If he could make Heavenly Court compromise and hand over those immortal Gu they took from the Super Gu formation, even if it was just a portion of them, Wu Yong's prestige in the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world would definitely rise to unprecedented heights. It could even directly stabilize Wu Clan as the #1 force of the righteous path in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. But now, Feng Yuan had disrupted his plan. These two guys. If I use ordinary rank 7 killer moves, Feng Jiuge could easily resist them and even counterattack. If I use rank 8 killer moves, although I would be able to force back Feng Jiuge and suppress him, I would have to go through Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. If the killer move is reflected, I would be the one to suffer losses. Wu Yong's eyelids twitched slightly at his present situation. It was problematic. He felt a little troubled. If he was just facing Feng Yuan, Wu Yong could completely treat him like a sandbag and have full initiative. If he was facing just Feng Jiuge, he could also forcefully suppress the latter. But if he was to face both of them, Wu Yong was troubled. There is not much hope in breaking reverse flow protection seal in a short period of time. This is the first time I am witnessing this move, and I am also not a wisdom path gu immortal. Maybe Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven have already researched and made countermeasures against reverse flow protection seal. But the only way now is to continue attacking them until they are unable to cope with the attacks, then find an opportunity to kill them. If there was no opportunity in battle, he would create it himself. Thinking of this, Wu Yong suddenly concealed himself, disappearing from Feng Yuan's and Feng Jiuji's sights. He disappeared. Where is he? Feng Yuan looked at Feng Jiugu. Wu Yong was taking a step back for the sake of advancing further. Feng Yuan's investigative methods were no good, and was simply unable to sense Wu Yong's location. Feng Jiugu also shook his head. He seems to be using this battlefield to hide himself. He could only detect some vague details. Feng Jiugu had just finished speaking when there was a sudden change in the whole battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fierce wind rose from nowhere, making whizzing noises as it moved around the battlefield like formless pythons. Then wind blades formed out of the wind. Each wind blade carried the piercing power of a rank 8 killer move. They maneuvered around in the air and charged towards Feng Yuan and Feng Jiugu. Good. Feng Yuan was happy instead of startled. His robe fluttered behind as he charged ahead. The wind blades, however, nimbly passed around him and shot towards Feng Jiugu. Wu Yong wanted to get rid of Feng Jiugu first before he dealt with Feng Yuan. This choice was extremely wise, because only Feng Jiugu had the ability to counterattack. Once he was dead or captured, what could Feng Yuan do with just reverse flow protection seal? Feng Jiugu smiled brightly at this. Interesting. I am being treated as a pushover. His tone was not furious. Instead, it had some joy and curiosity. He had never experienced such a feeling. Feng Jiugu sent out punches and palm strikes, destroying the wind blades. But after being destroyed, the wind blades turned into gusts of fierce wind which whizzed around before condensing into new wind blades. The wind blades shot forward continuously and with an increasing amount. Feng Jiugu did not dare to let these wind blades touch him, but despite destroying them as early as possible, he was now in a passive situation. Feng Yuan quickly rushed forward to help. This time, Feng Yuan lingered beside Feng Jiugu. Many wind blades struck Feng Yuan, but were immediately reflected back. However, they did not shoot back at Wu Yong, instead striking back at this battlefield. Although Wu Yong was the controller, he had manipulated the Immortal battlefield killer move to send out the attacks. Hence, he was not the direct attacker. Wu Yong became the mastermind manipulator, while Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could only reflect the attack to the attacker. As such, the wind blades could only target this battlefield. Wu Yong, who was hiding in a corner, was inwardly joyous when he saw this, and put in even more strength into the battlefield killer move. Feng Yuan was passively defending, his frown getting deeper as time passed. Feng Jiuji's situation had already turned for the better with Feng Yuan's protection. He thought for a moment before transmitting his voice to Feng Yuan. Protect me while I prepare a move to destroy this battlefield. Feng Yuan was stunned, before quickly agreeing. Previously, he had already deduced it would be difficult to break this battlefield killer move. It was very difficult to see any effects based on his strength and attainment. On the other hand, it was better to wait for airlock to dissipate and use omnidirectional travel with Bai Ningbing and the rest to leave this battlefield. So he needed to stall for time to the greatest extent possible. If he let Feng Jiugu fight with Wu Yong alone, Wu Yong would soon gain the upper hand and suppress Feng Jiugu, even getting rid of him and then be free to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Jiugu might have rank 8 battle strength, but he was still rank 7 after all. Hence, Feng Yuan came to help. Feng Jiugu began to prepare his killer move. He did not resist, leaving his defense to Feng Yuan. Such trust made Feng Yuan feel a little uncertain. Seeing this, Wu Yong hastened the battlefield killer move even more. The wind blades were unable to do anything to Feng and Feng. Another change occurred in the battlefield. Crackling of thunder could be heard. This thunder was extremely peculiar. Normal thunder sounded like an explosion or rumbling. This thunder, however, sounded bright and sharp, like knocking a gourd on a large 100-year-old bamboo flute. Several breaths later, Lightning bolts flickered as they struck down at Fong and Fong. Careful. This is clear jade lightning. Fong Jiugu warned. Clear jade lightning emitted dazzling blue light. It was extremely fast and emitted such glaring light that Fong Yuan had to close his eyes. He quickly activated his transformation method to change his eyes to dragon eyes. Only then was he able to resist the dazzling lightning. Fong Yuan was actively maintaining reverse flow protection seal, which took almost all of his attention, so he was not able to use ancient sword dragon transformation. But if it was just transforming his eyes, he could still do it. Clear jade lightning struck down. Fong Yuan took it head-on. The jade lightning hit his body and was reflected back, wreaking havoc to the battlefield. But some of the jade lightning struck towards Fong Jiugu. However, these clear jade lightning bolts disappeared without a trace when they had just neared Fong Jiugu. Fong Jiugu was preparing a killer move. He naturally would not fully rely on Fong Yuan and had laid down some defensive methods. Fong Yuan felt relieved at this. He could defend much more calmly now and even counterattack. Wu Yong saw the lightning did not work and changed the battlefield again. Lightning disappeared. Strong wind weakened and changed into drops of beautiful green water pearls which then formed a thin drizzle. Be careful. This is clear jade dripping wind. Fong Jiugu warned once again. This water pearl-like wind sprinkled on Fong Yuan's body but were similarly reflected back. Fong Yuan was completely safe. Fong Jiugu, however, did not fare well. As clear jade dripping wind neared him, they continued to disappear, but many water drops still landed on his body. Fong Jiugu had defenses all over his body as well. The clear jade water drops splashed on him, producing clear sounds. The water continued to land on him. Fong Jiugu's body seemed to have turned into a human-shaped musical instrument, as delightful melodies echoed continuously. Wu Yong laughed loudly and even revealed himself because he saw victory within his grasp. My move still has another variation. Its name is Profound Immortal Sound. Fong Jiugu, you cultivate sound path, why don't you evaluate this move? As his voice stopped, low murmurs of wind started to resound in the battlefield. The sound of the wind was mild and clear, resounding within Fong Yuan's mind. In an instant, the robe on Fong Yuan started shaking and billowing. Not good. This profound immortal sound has the strongest offensive power among the 4 variation moves. Although I have reverse flow protection seal, I can only protect myself. How can I help Fong Jiugu? Fong Yuan's heart sank. Wu Yong's battlefield killer move was 4 clear transforming winds. It was created by a rank 8 Wu clan ancestor and was passed down from generation to generation. This 4 clear transforming winds had 4 variations: clear wind blades, clear jade lightning, clear jade dripping wind, and profound immortal sound. It was Wu clan's trump card killer move with awe-inspiring might, and had helped Wu clan to dominate southern border for countless years. Whether it be clear wind blades, clear jade lightning, clear jade dripping wind, or profound immortal sound, the essence of these variation moves was wind path. The Wu clan ancestor whom had created this immortal battlefield killer move had clearly cultivated wind path to the extent of being able to imitate other paths with it, touching upon sword path, lightning path, water path, and sound path. In Wu Yong's hands, this move had outstanding effect. Fong Yuan was helpless, while Fong Jiugu was in a dangerous situation. Profound immortal sound became more concentrated and sonorous, while the musical sounds on Fong Jiugu were suppressed until they were almost inaudible. Fong Yuan was helpless. He had a lot of immortal goo and immortal killer moves, countless desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and so on. But when facing the rank 8 goo immortal Wu Yong, these things appeared to be superficial. They were not useful enough to serve any purpose. Only reverse flow protection seal could be relied upon by Fong Yuan to maintain his unharmed state. Unfortunately, even this trump card could not resolve this dangerous situation. Profound immortal sound was becoming clearer and louder. Fong Yuan's reverse flow robe was shaking, while the reverse flow river continued to decrease in volume so fast that it was startling him. But Fong Yuan was more anxious about Fong Jiugu. Red blood was flowing out of Fong Jiugu's nose, mouth, and eyes. His body was shaking and it was getting more intense. Damn it! If this goes on, Fong Jiugu's killer move will be broken and will definitely backlash. causing heavy injuries. Adding on Wu Yong's attack, he might even die immediately. Feng Yuan understood this but was powerless to do anything. He naturally was not worried about Feng Zhougu, but if Feng Zhougu died, it would be his turn to face Wu Yong. Even if airlock's effect dissipated later on and he could use omnidirectional travel again, he would not have the chance to do so in front of Wu Yong. However, just as the situation was gradually tilting in favor of Wu Yong, Feng Zhougu suddenly let out a breath of air, his body relaxing. Soon afterwards, a unique aura rose from his body. Feng Zhougu slowly opened his mouth and started singing in a weak voice. The tone of his voice was not high, it was soft and low, but it was clearly heard by Feng Yuan and Wu Yong. His singing gradually became slightly louder, like a low murmur or like soft sleep talking on a quiet night. A sudden emotion rose in Wu Yong's heart. Wu Yong's expression rapidly changed. He had protected himself with layers of powerful immortal-level defenses, but when he heard this song, these defenses actually seemed to be non-existent, letting the song evoke emotions within him. Feng Yuan's expression also changed. Although he did not feel anything, intense ripples were set off on the surface of the reverse flow robe. This situation was even more serious than when he had faced the profound Immortal Sound's attack. Incredible, he possesses such a powerful sound path killer move. It targets anything and everything near it. I am also within its range. I should get away from Feng Zhougu. Feng Yuan quickly retreated. He was doing this not only for himself but was also trying to help Feng Zhougu. Wu Yong made the same choice and was even more thorough in his retreat. His body disappeared without a trace. Being able to retreat or advance at will, this was the superiority of having territorial advantage. The immortal battlefield started attacking even faster and more wildly. Profound immortal sound, clear wind blades, clear jade dripping wind and clear jade lightning. These four variation moves appeared together and covered Feng Zhougu in multiple layers. Feng Zhougu ignored them, using his body to firmly resist all the attacks, while continuing to sing. The song was a pure and simple tune, but it contained the boundless profundities of sound path. The song gradually became louder. It was not an instant rise, but a gradual and gentle one, alternating between low and high pitch as it rose. Emotions coiled around Wu Yong's heart, making him even more puzzled. What sound path killer move is this? What kind of power is this? The song suddenly dropped to a low pitch. An incomparable gloominess and sentimental feelings attacked Wu Yong's heart, making him have an urge to cry. Without any warning, a word emerged in Wu Yong's mind: separation. The pain of separation, the sadness of separation, the gloominess of separation, and the reluctance of separation. Splitting up with your lover, never seeing your friends again, and the death of your loved ones. Separated, but the past remains the same. Separated as old friends bid farewell. Separated, like the setting of the sun. Separated, like falling flowers that convey deep sadness. The song was sometimes mournful, like it was complaining about the injustice of fate, sometimes sad, as if it was questioning the cruelty of reality, sometimes resentful, like it was screaming internally, and sometimes gloomy, like crying without tears falling out, kept deep within oneself. Huff! Wu Yong's body suddenly shook fiercely as he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His expression looked incredulous, because he shockingly discovered that immortal battlefield killer move, for clear transforming winds, was actually disintegrating and breaking apart. None of the goo worms that formed this battlefield killer move were destroyed because of the song. Even the mortal goo were intact. Naturally, some goo worms had been destroyed when Feng Yuan had reflected the attacks with reverse flow protection seal. But Wu Yong had immediately replenished them, and there was no actual harm done. What made Wu Yong astonished was these goo worms had not received the slightest of damage. But they were no longer under his control and had begun to separate from each other, not willing to cooperate and work together. This was absurd. If the coordination of one or two goo worms was in chaos, it did not matter as long as they were not the cores of the killer move. If a part of the goo worms were destroyed, as long as they were not the cores, the killer move could still be maintained. But now all the goo worms had separated and were leaving. Wu Yong was simply unable to control them. The culprit behind this was the song from Feng Zhougu. Soon, Fang Yuan also sensed what had happened. He detected that the whole battlefield was in the midst of crumbling apart. Fang Yuan was inwardly very surprised. Wu Yong sensed the situation was awry and wanted to abort the battlefield killer move for clear transforming winds, but it was too late. At the very next instant, the whole battlefield disintegrated. The three immortals saw the clear sky and the white clouds once again. Wu Yong coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was forced out of hiding. His expression was pale as he staggered back due to the heavy injuries. An immortal battlefield killer move was different from a Gu formation. If a Gu formation was destroyed, the Gu immortal would usually not suffer heavy injuries. But when an immortal battlefield killer move was destroyed, the backlash would normally be heavy and severe. The stronger a killer move was, the greater the power of the backlash. For clear, transforming winds. This was a grand killer move that Wu clan had used to subdue southern border. It was terrifyingly powerful. Hence, when it disintegrated, the backlash on Wu Yong was extremely severe. What an amazing killer move! What is its name? Wu Yong gazed at Feng Jiugu and asked. Feng Jiugu did not reply him. Instead, he continued singing. Wu Yong's expression changed again. At this moment, he could not hold back anymore. He took out the immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong entered this rank 8 immortal Gu house which had powerful defenses, healing himself calmly inside it. The matter of immortal essence expenditure was no longer the main issue. Wu Yong had no choice but to do this. But soon, the result that had shocked him occurred once again. Under the effect of the song, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building actually started to shake and showed a slight sign of disintegrating. This was an actual rank 8 immortal Gu house. This meant that Feng Jiuji's killer move was at rank 8 level. Seeing this, Wu Yong's eyes shined with a terrifying light, and without tending to his injuries, he directly controlled the immortal Gu house to collide into Feng Jiugu. An immortal Gu house had no clear weakness. It was the essence of formation path. Immortal Gu houses could rampage and destroy everything in a battlefield. This was not just a fact from past human history. It was also tried and tested common wisdom that Fang Yuan learned in the 500 years of his previous life. Naturally, every immortal Gu house had its own unique power. For instance, He tribe's dark prison could tame ancient desolate beasts. Another example was 33 heavenly halls of Baixiang Grotto Heaven. It was an immortal Gu house with extraordinary defense, and it was most proficient in storing and preserving immortal materials. But unfortunately, 33 heavenly halls was only an incomplete immortal Gu house. It had suffered serious damage in the past and had now already lost its movement ability. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building naturally had its own killer moves. But Wu Yong's act of directly colliding into Feng Jiugu was also a wise choice. After all, activating killer moves required time. Direct collision would spend the least amount of time and was also the most straightforward. Feng Jiuji's immortal killer move might be shockingly powerful, but he seemed to be unable to move from the spot and could only passively face attacks. This flaw had already been noted by Fang Yuan and Wu Yong. The defenses on Feng Jiugu were almost exhausted. If clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building collided into him, he would definitely turn into meat paste. At this precarious moment, Fang Yuan could not just watch from the sidelines. When Wu Yong finished with Feng Jiugu, it would be his turn next. Airlock's time limit had not been reached yet. Fang Yuan moved forward and blocked the path of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Fang Yuan could not activate Strength Path Giant Hand. Most of his attention was on maintaining Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He was only able to transform his arms and hands into dragon arms and claws, cover them with dragon scales, then activate rank 7 Dragon Strength Immortal Gu. These Immortal Gu were all borrowed from Wu Clan, and now they were being used against Wu Yong. Wu Yong felt his chest tightening at this sight, and intensely poured in his immortal essence into the immortal Gu house. Boom! Both sides collided, and without any surprise, Fang Yuan was sent flying. His strength was inferior to clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He was like a cannonball that was shot far away. But he suffered no injuries because of Reverse Flow Protection Seal. On the contrary, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building lost many mortal Gu from the collision. With this opening created, Feng Jiuji's song became even more effective. Wu Yong seized the chance, continuing to control the Immortal Gu House to collide into Feng Jiugu, while at the same time, he began to concentrate on activating a killer move of Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. The Immortal Gu House was about to collide into Feng Jiugu, but Feng Yuan could not return in time. However, right at this moment, Feng Jiugu suddenly moved and flew to the sky. Wu Yong's attack missed. His expression immediately showed shock and fury. Feng Jiugu could clearly move since the start, and had intentionally done this to deceive the enemy. The song was still continuing. Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was disintegrating. From the surface, it looked like a two-storied bamboo stilt building. Although it was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House, it used few Gu worms. It was not like those Immortal Gu houses which were huge. They had a large number of Gu worms. With only so few Gu worms, Feng Jiuji's song was clearly even more effective. First, bamboos began to separate. The bamboos on the edges even directly left the Immortal Gu House. These bamboos were naturally not real bamboos. Soon after leaving the main body, they emitted bright jade radiance as they disintegrated into countless little Gu worms. Wu Yong's expression turned gloomy. The situation was extremely unfavorable to him. At this time, Feng Yuan neared once again. Wu Yong coldly snorted, gazing deeply at Feng Yuan and Feng Jiugu before he mobilized Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to leave. In just a few moments, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building left the battlefield, becoming a small black dot in the horizon. He had actually taken the initiative to retreat. Wu Yong took the initiative to retreat. Feng Yuan and Feng Jiugu were not happy. Their hearts sank. Wu Yong could move ahead to attack, he could naturally retreat too. Feng Yuan and Feng Jiugu both hoped that Wu Yong would fight against them to the death. But Wu Yong did not do that. He chose to retreat in a logical and wise manner. He was a rank 8 Righteous Path Gu Immortal against 2 rank 7s, he actually chose to retreat. If news got out, Wu Yong would lose a portion of his reputation. The reason why it was only a portion was because his opponents were the famous Feng Jiugu and Lu Guanyi Feng Yuan. Wu Yong needed a lot of courage to do this. Of course, he needed great wisdom. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move 4 Clear Transforming Winds was broken. Wu Yong suffered a backlash from the killer move and was heavily injured. But he had Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, he could still fight. But when he found out that Feng Jiugu could move, and he could do nothing to Feng Yuan, he sensibly chose to retreat. This was a great move. In fact, this was even more powerful than his fierce attacks earlier. Feng Yuan's and Feng Jiuji's weaknesses were immediately targeted. Firstly, only a few edges of Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building had broken. It was still incredibly fast. It was impossible for Feng Yuan and Feng Jiugu to chase after Wu Yong, especially when Feng Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was no longer under his control. Secondly, Wu Yong obtained precious time to calmly heal himself. After all, his wounds were not light. His battle strength was severely affected. And finally, Wu Yong could repair Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, and even add in more Gu worms to the Immortal Gu House. He would not be so passive when facing Feng Jiuji's Immortal Killer move again. Wu Yong's sound path attainment level was only ordinary, but his wind path attainment had long reached the level of mimicking other paths. He could totally use wind path methods to weaken the effects of Feng Jiuji's killer move. That was to say, when Wu Yong pursued them again, Feng Yuan and Feng Jiugu would have a face of fully healed rank 8 Gu Immortal with a peak condition Immortal Gu House, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, that was completely prepared for Feng Jiugu. Wu Yong could retreat as he pleased. He did not need to desperately fight with Feng Yuan or Feng Jiugu. He could wait for a better opportunity later. In contrast, Feng Yuan and Feng Jiugu could do nothing to him. They were in the passive position. Feng Yuan only had reverse flow protection seal, while Feng Jiugu might have an immortal battlefield killer move, but even if he had time to set it up, he could not trap Wu Yong because he had the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. The difference in strength. Even though Feng Yuan and Feng Jiugu worked together, there was still a huge gap in strength between them and Wu Yong. If it were only Wu Yong, they might have some hope of winning. But Wu Yong had the Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. His battle strength had risen immensely. The two of them were helpless. Feng Yuan, leave first. At this moment, Feng Zhugu said to Feng Yuan. He spoke very plainly. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk a little. Feng Zhugu looked at Feng Yuan deeply. He was expressionless, but he soon turned to look at the small black, in the sky, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Back then you saved my life, today, I will save your life. From now on, the favor has been repaid completely. Feng Zhugu continued. Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow. That is not right. If not for my help, Wu Yong would have already killed you. You helped me and I helped you, you still owe me a favor. But Feng Zhugu continued in a light tone. If I say I owe you nothing, that means my heart is at ease. I have no obligations remaining. What you think is your business. Remember, if I survive this time, I will pursue you as my target. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will not let you escape, be careful. Ha ha. Feng Yuan could not help but laugh. He understood Feng Zhugu's intention. Feng Zhugu saved him to repay that favor, but this way it would go against his righteous path status. His wife and daughter would be in an awkward position. Thus, after Feng Zhugu saves Feng Yuan, he would need to pursue him and kill him, to prove his own allegiance and to protect his wife and daughter. All right, the next time we meet, we will be enemies, Feng Yuan said, opening his immortal aperture's entrance, letting He Lulan and the others out. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel, started to activate. Feng Zhugu did not respond. He did not even turn to look at Feng Yuan. He directly flew towards Wu Yong. If Feng Yuan used omnidirectional travel to escape, Wu Yong might chase after all. Thus, to repay this debt, Feng Zhugu had to take a risk and personally obstruct clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Looking deeply at Feng Zhugu for the last time, the ancient battle formation activated and Feng Yuan along with the other immortals vanished on the spot. Wu Yong, who had been watching Feng Yuan and Feng Zhugu, smiled bitterly as he saw him leaving. He slightly regretted his arrangement earlier. If he did not come alone, he would be able to take down both Feng Yuan and Feng Zhugu. But for the reputation of Wu clan, he had been planning hard to divert the rest of southern border's righteous path forces away. He had spread a net so that Feng Yuan would come right at him. This was not far from Western Desert. Feng Yuan's escape was almost certain at this point. I was careless. I did not think that Heavenly Court would help the demon Feng Yuan. Wu Yong watched as Feng Zhugu flew towards him, showing a cold and icy gaze. This was the guy who ruined his plans. He deserved death. But the opponent had immense talent and status. Wu Yong was a little hesitant. There was greater value in capturing Feng Zhugu alive than killing him. If he killed Feng Zhugu, Wu Yong would be enemies with Heavenly Court and Central Continent, and Heavenly Court currently held the secret that Wu Yihai was Feng Yuan. If he captured him, Wu Yong would be able to negotiate with Central Continent using this bargaining chip. In fact, Wu Yong had been thinking about this earlier. If he wanted to kill Feng Zhugu, he would not have attacked like that. Wu Yong was not a hired killer, he was the leader of a super force. He needed to think of many things, not just this battle alone, but also the consequences that would follow. Immortal killer move. Separation song. Feng Zhugu was still a distance away from clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He used this special move again. Wu Yong snorted. He had already added many goo worms into this immortal goo house. Even though the goo worms were still being separated, it was far weaker now. The intense battle continued. Wu Yong quickly gained the upper hand, even though he was still injured. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was too domineering. Feng Zhugu could only fight from a distance and use separation song against it. Wu Yong was an experienced schemer. After retreating once, he had no problems with retreating again. As long as the immortal goo house was broken apart to an extent, he would retreat and repair it. Feng Zhugu's separation song did not have any offensive power. The goo worms that were removed were quickly regained by Wu Yong and he placed them back in again. The only problem for Wu Yong was that immortal goo houses were not easy to assemble. But this battle was already set. Feng Zhugu could not win. If they clashed without either side falling back, Feng Zhugu might have some hope of victory. But Wu Yong was not a brute nor a fool. After fighting for some time, he abandoned the pride of a rank 8. In return, he could easily retreat and hold the initiative in his hands. Even the genius Feng Zhougu could only be suppressed. He had no chance of victory. At the same time, in Central Continent's heavenly court, Fairy Ziwei held on to star constellation chessboard as she looked at the battle situation of Feng Zhougu fighting Wu Yong. "It is about time," Fairy Ziwei muttered. It turned out that Feng Zhuji's encounter with Feng Yuan was planned by star constellation Heaven's will. With the help of Heavenly Court, Feng Zhougu managed to meet Feng Yuan coincidentally, while chasing the theft path Immortal Gu. Even Feng Zhougu was kept in the dark. In fact, even Heavenly Court was confused, not knowing why star constellation Heavens will plan this. Feng Zhuji's aura was weakening. He was covered in injuries, he could only use one more attack. In contrast, Wu Yong was inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He was in good condition. The Immortal Gu house had only lost some of its outer layer. Fighting before retreating, before fighting once again. Humans were the most intelligent of all living beings. Wu Yong's proper strategy made Feng Zhougu unable to make a comeback. "Feng Zhougu, if you surrender, I can keep you alive and send you back to Central Continent for Heavenly Court's judgment," Wu Yong said plainly. Feng Zhougu smiled. "Oh Wu Yong, if you can take my next move, I will surrender to you. Why not?" Wu Yong's expression froze slightly. Even at this point, Feng Zhougu still had a trump card unused. "Back in the day, the reason why I became famous, after receiving the acknowledgement of a rank 8 Gu Immortal who accepted that I had rank 8 battle strength, was because of this move. Listen to it, my 7th song. Wait, Feng Zhougu." At this moment, two figures appeared in the battlefield. They both had rank 8 aura. They were Gu Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Wu Yong was surprised. Heavenly Court actually still had such hidden cards. This was out of his expectations. In his opinion, if they had such strength remaining, why did they not use it earlier? Was it because they could not make it in time? Wu Yong guessed. While thinking, Wu Yong sneered, "Central Continent's people, you came just in time. I have something to tell you. Not only did you snatch the immortal Gu of our southern border's righteous path, your members are even defending demons." Wu Yong had no fear. He was defended by the Immortal Gu house, and other southern border righteous path Gu Immortals were coming to reinforce him. But these two Central Continent Gu Immortals came prepared. One of them said, "Even though we are in two different regions, we are all righteous path members, we need to work together. We took the Immortal Gu away earlier because we were afraid the demon would destroy them. We are already prepared to return these Immortal Gu back to their original owners." "Oh!" Wu Yong was surprised. The other said, "As for defending the demon, we will deal with that. Feng Zhougu, are you willing to swear upon Heavenly Court's orders to pursue Feng Yuan forever, and to not rest until you take his life?" Feng Zhougu thought for a moment before replying. "I am willing." A boundless sea of sand, reaching as far as the eye could see. The sky was blue with white clouds and clear rays of the sun. "I am finally in Western Desert." A figure emerged from Western Desert's regional wall. Instead of slowing down, he accelerated towards the sky. This youthful-looking person was dressed in a white robe with long sleeves. He had black hair and dark eyes. His face was clear as jade. It was Feng Yuan. Feng Zhougu blocked Wu Yong for him, allowing him to escape. The sovereign immortal body was adept at traveling between regional walls, be it Southern Border's regional wall or Western Desert's regional wall. They could not stop Feng Yuan. In fact, the regional walls were where Feng Yuan was safest. He was like a fish in water. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest were inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Thanks to him, they were able to travel through the regional walls, arriving in Western Desert as well. Thankfully, none of them were rank 8 Gu Immortals, and because Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had annexed many blessed lands and had sufficient Dao marks and foundation, he could contain these Gu Immortals. If ordinary Gu Immortals crossed regional walls, they would need to rest for some time, but with his sovereign immortal body, Feng Yuan traveled through them easily. There were no losses. After the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm, even though Feng Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect and inherited Purple Mountain True Monarch's many inheritances, he had lost the identity of Wu Yi Hai. His Lu Guanyi identity was exposed, and the crucial dark limit immortal goo had fallen into Heavenly Court's hands. And most important, he lost a rank 8 battle strength. Upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Along the way, Feng Yuan had been thinking about this battle, summing up his gains and losses. To think that the manifested dream realm would be invaded by Heaven's will. If I did not explore the dream realm, Heaven's will might not have found me. However, Shadow Sect was going to attack the dream realm eventually. Even though I am inside Western Desert now, I lost Dark Limit and was hit by Heavenly Court's investigative killer move, and most importantly, Heaven's will is watching me. My traces are completely exposed. Escaping from southern border and arriving in Western Desert was only temporarily alleviating the situation. If Heavenly Court or Heavens will had enough time to plan, Western Desert would become a dangerous place too. Feng Yuan would be assaulted by countless Gu immortals or forces here. Thus, his urgent needs now were to get rid of the investigative killer move on him and find a way to hide from Heaven's will. Western Desert's zombie alliance was destroyed, but there are still a lot of resources left deep within Translocation Desert. Other than that, there are 2 places that naturally form goo, and can also produce immortal goo, like Southern Border's Jade Pot Mountain. By Ningbing's Ice Soul immortal goo was a wild immortal goo, naturally created in Jade Pot Mountain. Because of Shadow Sect's secret operation, Western Desert had many secret spots. 2 such spots were like Jade Pot Mountain. There were wild immortal goo about to spawn from them. Undoubtedly, Feng Yuan had to rush to these 3 locations. Feng Jiugu saved me. The favor is used up. His appearance was too coincidental. It might be part of Heavenly Court's plan. If he chases after me, even if I have reverse flow protection seal, I cannot do anything to him. And most importantly, Central Continent is going to send more experts. After all, it is only a matter of time. Thus, I need to act fast. Thinking of this, a bright light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Immortal killer move. Ancient sword dragon transformation. White light flashed. At the next moment, Feng Yuan turned into a slender silvery sword dragon. The sword dragon waved its tail and moved elegantly with rapid speed. Soon, Feng Yuan used sword escape immortal goo on top of the ancient sword dragon transformation. Whoosh! He flew like a silvery light, tearing through space. The speed was unthinkably fast. Several days later, in Translocation Desert. This was one of the more famous deserts in Western Desert. Like how Eastern Sea had Ice Flow Sea Area, Twin Polar Sea Strait, Air Bubble Sea Area, Shark Sea, Elegant Splendorous Sea Area, and other mystical sea areas. Western Desert had a large number of deserts scattered all over. They normally had special traits that differentiated them from the others, becoming famous among Western Desert Goo Immortals. Rank 6 Transformation Path Goo Immortal Ease 1, known as Fiend Mosquito, was currently floating above Translocation Desert. He wore thin black leather armor. He had a sharp nose and small eyes. His black hair was messy like weeds. Not only was it sticking upwards, it also extended to his shoulder. Hee. I am tailing 3 Feather Boy. I might be able to find that corpse city of Zombie Alliance. He was smug internally, sniffing as he tried to smell. Found it. His eyes shone as he followed the smell, rushing down towards Translocation Desert. Seeing that he was getting closer to the ground, Fiend Mosquito did not dodge. When he was almost in contact with the ground, his black armor flickered with eerie light. Boom! With a soft sound, he drilled into the desert like he was jumping into water, vanishing. His field of vision turned dark. Fiend Mosquito had closed his eyes already. The hot sand surrounded his entire body. The temperature was very high. It could instantly cook an egg before turning it into char. But Fiend Mosquito had his defensive methods. This environment was not unbearable for him. Even if his vision was dark, that was not a problem. Fiend Mosquito was most skilled at pursuing smell. The clues were more evident when traveling in the sand. He continued to travel across the desert. Guh! Suddenly, he pierced out of the sand and arrived in a cave. Fiend Mosquito was not surprised. There were many such caves under Translocation Desert. During the remote antiquity era, 2 immemorial desolate beasts fought here, one of the immemorial desolate beasts, an Earth Chi Bat Camel, lost the battle and died here. The Earth Chi Bat Camel was a rather unique immemorial desolate beast. It had two forms, bat and camel. When it traveled in the desert, it would become a brown camel large as a mountain, moving slowly. When it wanted to fly, it would turn into a jade bat, small as a fist, and would move extremely quickly. This unique immemorial desolate beast was quite similar to the Sun-Moon Kuanpeng from Eastern Sea. Many Gu immortals compared the two. The Sun-Moon Kuanpeng was a type of immemorial desolate beast living in Eastern Sea. Under the Sun-Moon Kuanpeng would turn into a giant bird and soar the skies. When under the moon, the Sun-Moon Kuanpeng would turn into a giant fish and devour the seas, having a grand aura. After the Earth Chi Bat Camel died, its Tao marks spread out and were carved in this desert, creating Translocation Desert. Inside the desert, large amounts of Earth Chi moved. This Earth Chi was like bubbles in water, creating tiny caves. Fiend Mosquito was now inside one of those caves. There was no air here. Mortals would die if they came here. They would not die of suffocation, but the Earth Chi would turn them into stone. Gu Immortal Fiend Mosquito was naturally immune to it. In fact, he could collect the Earth Chi as it was a type of resource as well. But now he was tailing Three Feather Boy. He was afraid that taking the Earth Chi would alert the former. Thus, he did not do so. He continued to sniff until he sensed Three Feather Boy's scent, continuing to move forward. Along the way, he passed many caves. These caves were varied in sizes. Some were like rooms while others were like palaces. Finally, he came to a special cave. The aura here is so dense. Three Feather Boy must be nearby. Fiend Mosquito tried to open his eyes, but soon he was filled with shock. My goodness! This cave is too huge. It is like a mortal town. The Earth Chi here is so dense that an Earth Chi sandstorm is brewing. Fiend Mosquito soon found that at the center of this cave, there was a dark and heavy lump of moving sand, oozing with immortal material aura. This sandstorm is made from Earth Chi. It is a rank 7 immortal material, extremely valuable. Fiend Mosquito was happy but worried. He was happy seeing such a huge immortal material. As a Western Desert lone immortal, this was a huge profit. His worry was that the sandstorm was very wild and had great power. It was hard to take it. Wait! Three Feather Boy's aura is nearby. That means he came here. Why did he not take this huge piece of Earth Chi essence? Fiend Mosquito's pupils suddenly shrunk, feeling something amiss. At this time, a boyish voice came from behind him. Fiend Mosquito, you are finally here. Hehe. I have been waiting for you. Go and test the formation for me. Oh no! Fiend Mosquito heard this and shuddered, wanting to dodge. But it was already too late. A storm of feathers made from blue light landed on his body. Fiend Mosquito was unable to help himself. The blue feathers brought him into the sandstorm. Fiend Mosquito's screams could be heard from inside the sandstorm. Three Feather Boy finally appeared now. He was rosy and tender. His young face was plump and very cute. He looked at the sandstorm as he laughed. Soon, Fiend Mosquito's cries came to a stop. Blood leaked into the sandstorm, but the moving sand quickly devoured it entirely. Three Feather Boy's laughter came to a stop as he had a worried expression. So powerful! He breathed in deeply. As expected of the defensive formation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch, Fiend Mosquito was a rank 6 expert, but he only lasted so long. Who is it? Three Feather Boy turned around and stared ahead with a fixed gaze. Over there, a figure suddenly appeared. Damn! A rank 7 Gu Immortal. Three Feather Boy sensed the newcomer's aura and felt bitter internally. He observed carefully, seeing that this Gu Immortal had a handsome and gentlemanly appearance. He wore white clothes and had black hair. Even though he was a young man, and even though they were both guys, Three Feather Boy felt amazed at such an appearance. What a handsome person! Seeing his demeanor, he seems to be a righteous path Gu Immortal. Just as Three Feather Boy was guessing, Fong Yuan looked at him and squinted, having some joy in his tone. Good. This is the third person I've met after eating you. My appetite will be appeased for some time. What? Three Feather Boy was shocked. he quickly retreated. What righteous path is this? He wants to eat me? Sister, save me. Fang Yuan's words made Three-Feather Boy pale with horror. He immediately called for help. A figure rapidly appeared, going to Three-Feather Boy and consoling him. Little brother, don't be afraid. Big sister is here. This female Gu Immortal had a small and dainty body. She was like a little girl wearing a flowery green dress. There were 2 pearl earrings hanging on her ears. As if water was inside the pearls, there were green ripples inside when they shook. I am Chui Bo. Who might you be? Is scaring my brother so fun? Fang Yuan assessed this fairy Chui Bo. She was emanating rank 7 Gu Immortal aura. She thought that she was on equal status with Fang Yuan, who was also rank 7. Her skin was white as snow, but the green rippling light from her earrings made her look eerie. Her face was quite delicate, but her nose was slightly sharp, ruining her image. Fang Yuan rubbed his tummy, sighing. I am speaking the truth. What do you mean by that? Hee, since you have come to me, I shall eat both of you then. The sovereign immortal body's flaw was the need to devour apertures. Fang Yuan had understood this from Purple Mountain True Monarch. Originally, according to Shadow Sect's plan, they sought to refine the rank 10 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was known as Sovereign. It naturally surpassed rank 9. This was the ambition of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Unfortunately, he only managed to refine the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, and it was snatched away by Fang Yuan. According to Spectral Soul's concept, rank 10 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu had no weakness, it was nearly perfect. But at rank 9 it had one flaw that was not a flaw. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was an immortal Gu. Immortal Gu needed to be fed. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu's food were immortal fetuses. What was an immortal fetus? Immortal fetus was an ancient term. For example, apertures were also known as essence pools or purple residences, but most people called them apertures. What was the biggest difference between immortal and mortal? Immortal apertures were also known as immortal fetuses, except that immortal apertures were a more widely known name. To feed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu with others' immortal apertures, the paths did not matter, but the cultivation level did. For example, as a rank 7, Fang Yuan needed to annex rank 7 immortal apertures now to feed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. When he becomes rank 8, he would need rank 8 immortal apertures. The perfect rank 10 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu did not need any food. It could create a truly perfect immortal body from the Gu. Unlike Fang Yuan currently, even though he had the Sovereign Immortal body, he could still be turned back into the Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu if an appropriate method was used. Right now, even though Fang Yuan used Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu and obtained the Sovereign Immortal body, the flaw was still left behind. Thankfully, Fang Yuan changed his cultivation plan earlier. The time in the immortal aperture was slowed. By giving up some time path resources, he avoided heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, annexing other people's apertures to raise his cultivation level. This way, through a stroke of luck, he managed to feed the Sovereign Immortal body. Fang Yuan did not lie to Three-Feather Boy. On the way here, Fang Yuan met 3 rank 6 Western Desert Gu Immortals and killed them, capturing their souls and annexing 2 of their immortal apertures. Fang Yuan could not annex the final one because of attainment level. He let it become a blessed land. Fairy Chui Bo and Three-Feather Boy were a strong duo. They schemed and deceived Fiend Mosquito into entering the Gu formation, testing it for them while Fairy Chui Bo waited in ambush nearby. When they met ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals, Fairy Chui Bo could talk to them equally, but unfortunately they met Fang Yuan. Coincidentally, a rank 7 Gu Immortal who cultivates Water Path appeared. After eating her, I will not need to worry about Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu's food for some time. Fang Yuan was filled with killing intent. It was rare to find someone whose immortal aperture he could annex, especially in Western Desert where Fire Path and Wind Path were the most popular paths, while Water Path was very rare, forming a clear contrast to Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan was a Water Path Grandmaster, but his Fire Path and Wind Path attainment levels were just ordinary. Rumble. Fang Yuan struck rapidly, using his immortal killer move Myriad Self First Style Giant Hand. Immediately, a huge hand pushed away the air and charged at Fairy Chui Bo and Three-Feather Boy with an overwhelming aura. Three-Feather Boy shouted in shock as he dodged. Fairy Chui Bo also showed a look of surprise. She waved her hand as green acid appeared. The acid moved like a snake, landing on the giant hand and corroding it by 20%. However, the giant hand still had 80% of its power left. Under Fong Yuan's manipulation, it ignored Three-Feather Boy and rushed towards Fairy Chui Bo. Fairy Chui Bo retreated as she called out, "Hold on. I am the third concubine of Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Why don't you give Ancestor face, becoming allies with us and sharing this zombie alliance treasure?" Even though Fairy Chui Bo had rank 7 cultivation level, her strength was not impressive, it was very ordinary. But her status was quite extraordinary. She was related to Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though Fong Yuan had little information of Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, he knew about the reputation of Thousand Transformations Ancestor. This ancestor cultivated transformation path solely. When he was young, he obtained a portion of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true inheritance. He had 1,000 transformations. Thus, he was called Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though he inherited a Demon Venerable's true inheritance, he was not a demonic path Gu Immortal. He was a famous lone immortal in Western Desert. His personal interest was similar to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He loved beautiful women and had hundreds or even thousands of wives and concubines. Among them were nearly 10 Gu Immortals. Fairy Chui Bo was one of them. If I take Western Desert Zombie Alliance's inheritance, I will also get Thousand Transformations Ancestors' animosity? Fong Yuan frowned. Fairy Chui Bo dodged as she observed his expression, before saying, "I came here due to Ancestors' orders. Sir, you have such battle strength, but it is not possible to get through the defensive Gu formation using brute force. The treasure has not appeared yet. Why must we fight to the death now? If we waste time, unexpected mishaps might occur." Fairy Chui Bo was quite talented at speaking. Fong Yuan nodded. "You make sense." Fairy Chui Bo and Three-Feather Boy were overjoyed upon hearing this. But immediately after, Fong Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and led out by Ning Bing, He Lulan, and Fairy Miao Yin. "Go kill these two. I will take the inheritance here," Fong Yuan said. Bai Ningbing snorted. Even though she was unhappy with Fong Yuan giving orders, she still charged towards Fairy Chui Bo. He Lulan fought against Three-Feather Boy. Fairy Miao Yin smiled lightly, watching from the side to reinforce them. Fairy Chui Bo and Three-Feather Boy were truly in fear now. They did not expect that Fong Yuan's Immortal Aperture would have 3 Gu Immortals, and all of them were from other regions. This was very rare. Gu Immortals would not let other Gu Immortals hide inside their Immortal Apertures for no reason. Soon, Fairy Chui Bo and Three-Feather Boy were heavily suppressed. They could not retaliate against He and Bai. These two are 10 extreme immortals. Their methods are impressive. I have never seen them before. I remember now they are fugitives. Demonic scoundrels. This person is one of the culprits behind the fall of 88 True Yong Building. Three-Feather Boy and Fairy Chui Bo realized some information about Fong Yuan and the others. They were even more shocked now. They lost their morale and tried to escape. He and Bai chased after them, quickly getting out of this cave. Fong Yuan stood before the sandstorm, using his method that had been brewing for some time. In a few breaths' time, the sandstorm weakened, splitting in the center and revealing a path. Fong Yuan entered without hesitation. Fairy Miao Yin was still standing guard outside against any intruders. The sandstorm became larger after Fong Yuan entered. The path vanished as it returned to the original state. A city soon appeared in Fong Yuan's vision. Corpse City. Looking at it, this was a city made from yellow clay. It was not impressive. But the truth was, this city was a huge mortal goo house. It was like the Dark Flow Giant City in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. However, Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was different from the one in Northern Plains. The true base of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was an Earth Path Blessed Land. Corpse City was inside the Blessed Land. Back then, when Shadow Sect activated their 100,000-year plan to defy heaven and refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, they lost nearly everything. The Blessed Land base of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was discarded. The resources inside were hidden in Corpse City. The entire mortal goo house was moved to underneath translocation desert, and a defensive goo formation was activated. This method allowed Western Desert Zombie Alliance to preserve most of its foundation. Not long after the Battle of Etion Mountain, the former Earth Path Blessed Land of Western Desert Zombie Alliance was broken into by Western Desert Goo Immortals. But when they plundered it, these Western Desert Goo Immortals were not satisfied. They became angry from this, because they did not get the loot that they planned to get. After their constant investigation and deduction, along with the secret help of Heaven's will, they finally found this translocation desert, and confirmed that Western Desert Zombie Alliance's inheritance was hidden here. But to find the exact cave was not easy. Not only were these caves numerous like the stars in the sky, most importantly, these caves were constantly moving. At every moment, old caves vanished while new caves appeared. This made the Western Desert Goo Immortals' search difficult. Fong Yuan was different. He was the leader of Shadow Sect. He got here and entered Corp City. It was simply too easy for him. However, meeting Fairy Chui Bo here was likely the plot of Heaven's will. To make me oppose a rank 8 great expert the moment I enter Western Desert. Along with me, Bai Ningbing and the others have been hit with investigative killer moves. I need to relocate these inheritances as soon as possible. Fong Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and waved his hand, as the entire Corp City entered his Immortal Aperture. Corp City did not have Immortal Goo stored up, but the defensive Goo formation used Immortal Goo as the core. There were a total of 2 Immortal Goo. One of them was Fong Yuan's main objective in this journey. From the appearance, this resembled a rhinoceros beetle. Fong Yuan held it in his palm, feeling the heavy stone-like weight. It had a huge carapace and a thick head, giving people the feeling of strength. Its tall and long forked horns seemed like a spear stabbing towards the sky. Rule Path Rank 7 Immortal Goo. Fight. This Immortal Goo was Fong Yuan's biggest gain this time. With his status as Shadow Sect's leader, Fong Yuan quickly refined this Goo and kept it in his Immortal Aperture. Other than that, there was another Immortal Goo. It was rank 6 Earth Path called Yellow Sand. This Immortal Goo looked like a ladybug and had a round carapace with 6 yellow stars on it. With rank 7 Immortal Goo Fight and rank 6 Immortal Goo Yellow Sand, as well as some Mortal Goo, the dense Earth Chi inside these caves, and Earth Path Dowmarks, Western Desert Zombie Alliance created this defensive Goo formation. But as Fong Yuan gathered Goo worms into his Immortal Aperture, the Goo formation broke apart and collapsed. Fong Yuan took another look at the treasury of Corp City. Within the Mortal Goo House, there were lots of immortal materials. The most precious one was the Cold Moon Divine Bravery. It was a rank 7 immortal material condensed from moonlight at the center of the desert, taking 10,000 years to form. Inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, it was priceless. The quantity was so few that even rank 8 Goo Immortals did not have much. The one with the most quantity was a rank 6 immortal material, phosphorescent wood. This grew in Fierce Ghost Desert, in the territory of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. There was a lot of phosphorescent wood. This was the accumulation of the Western Desert Zombie Alliance branch after countless years. This shows the massive foundation that Shadow Sect once had. Unfortunately, to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, they invested too much. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, their remaining forces were targeted by Heaven's will, Heavenly Court, as well as me. Fong Yuan sighed internally. Ing Wuxia and gang had already visited the other branches, Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Borders Zombie Alliance inheritance had already been used up. Over at Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance branch, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals had taken over and were in control of it. And now, the final Western Desert inheritance was in Fong Yuan's hands. This was the final bit of fortune that Shadow Sect had. Other than this, there were some minor things, but in Western Desert, the only things that Fong Yuan cared about were the resource points similar to Jade Pot Mountain. Shadow Sect had secretly nurtured them to spawn wild immortal goo. In the underground cave, Fairy Miao Yin and Fong Yuan waited for some time. A white-clothed person walked in. It was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. She was cold like an icy mountain. Her robe was white as snow. She was holding a captive in her hands. It was Fairy Chui Bo from earlier. Right now, she was a frozen popsicle. Her eyes were shut and her body was covered in frost. She did not move. She was at by Ning Bing's mercy. Bai Ningbing actually captured Fairy Chui Bo. This result made Fairy Miao Yin praise her as Fang Yuan's eyes shone. Even though Bai Ningbing had rank 6 cultivation level, her battle strength was truly at rank 7, and one of the stronger experts among rank 7 too. Northern Dark Ice Soul physique of the 10 extreme physiques complemented by Xiang's true inheritance to display many times the original effect. And most importantly, Bai Ningbing did not fear death. She was someone with incredible talent. Back in Southern Border, she had fought against 3 and killed 2 while heavily injuring the last one. The results were incredible. And now, she forcefully captured a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Her battle strength was only second to Fang Yuan now. Even though we captured Fairy Chui Bo, I am in no rush to annex her immortal aperture, Fang Yuan thought. Firstly, this place was filled with earth qi and did not have heaven qi. It was not suitable to place immortal aperture. Earlier, the rank 6 Gu immortal fiend mosquito in the defensive Gu formation had turned into sand. Both his immortal aperture and corpse were of no value now. Fang Yuan was not hungry now. He was not at the point of needing food yet. And most importantly, Fairy Chui Bo was related to the rank 8 Gu Immortal Thousand Transformations ancestor. He could use her to alleviate some of Heaven's Will's schemes. Since you captured her, you can keep her inside your immortal aperture, Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded. She could not turn back now. She was pursued by both Heavenly Court and Southern Border. She also needed Shadow Sect's help to refine Gu. She had to cooperate with Fang Yuan. He Lu Lan returned too. There were traces of blood on her. That boy was burned to ashes. His immortal aperture was destroyed too. Additionally, the battle attracted a bunch of Western Desert Gu Immortals. But I did not fight them. I returned immediately. Their aura shows they are not simple. Fang Yuan nodded. Even though He Lu Lan had just undergone her immortal ascension, she already had very keen insight. Her evaluation was unlikely to be wrong. These Western Desert Gu Immortals should be experts among rank 7s. It was no wonder. Western Desert Zombie Alliance was a superforce after all. It was normal for the Western Desert Gu Immortals to come to search for its inheritance. Even superforces would pay attention to it. Moreover, don't forget Heaven's Will was here trying to cause more problems for them. We will leave now, Fang Yuan said, but before he finished, 3 figures emerged from left, right, and above him. Friend, you are dreaming if you want to leave after getting Zombie Alliance's inheritance. At the left, a thin young-looking Gu Immortal with rainbow feathers laughed shrilly. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal who cultivated enslavement path, known as Peacock Deity. You can leave, but you need to leave a portion of Zombie Alliance's inheritance for us. A female immortal above him wore a traditional Western desert white dress. Her face was half concealed by a veil. Her beautiful eyes had thick and long eyelashes on them. This beauty was a famous fairy in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world. Her status was on par with Xiao Si Lu and Fairy Miao Yin. She was called Beautiful Camel Immortal. To the right was a Gu Immortal with a beard and bare chest. His muscular body and strong arms, along with his bronze skin and deep breathing, made him seem like a powerful person. He had a huge background because his surname was Dong. Dong clan was a super clan of Western Desert. Dong Lifeng, Wind Path rank 7 expert, most skilled at tracking and following people. 2 Southern Border, 1 Northern Plains, and 1 Western Desert Gu Immortal. Why such a motley crew? Dong Lifeng frowned. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body and was in Western Desert. He had the aura of a Western Desert Gu Immortal. He Lu Lan underwent immortal ascension in Northern Plains. She was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Bai Ningbing and Fairy Miao Yin were both Southern Border Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals of other regions were usually ostracized. In this regard, Eastern Sea displayed it the least, but the other 4 regions normally hated outsiders. Gu Immortals of other regions usually acted with a low profile because any strife or conflict would cause them to be ganged up upon by everyone. Be it Peacock Deity, Beautiful Camel Immortal, or Dong Lifeng, they had ugly expressions. Because Fang Yuan and the others took away Zombie Alliance's inheritance. This belonged to them in their minds. These are Gu Immortals of other regions. We can put down our differences and work together to kill all of these outsider Gu Immortals first. That's right, Western Desert is ruled by us Western Desert natives. These outsiders want to steal our treasures in our territory. Hand over Zombie Alliance's inheritance, and we might spare your lives. The three Western Desert Goo Immortals shouted. At the same time, they communicated secretly. Be careful, they have 2 rank 7 and 2 rank 6 Goo Immortals. Those 2 rank 6s are not simple. Their auras are strange. That rank 7 youngster seems quite familiar. Where have I seen him before? Dong Lifeng's pupils shrunk as he realized Fong Yuan's identity. Fong Yuan was currently using his real appearance. Since he knew about the investigative killer move on him, and since Familiar Face used up mental energy and immortal essence, he decided to stop concealing his identity since it was pointless. He is Lu Guanyi. Dong Lifeng thought in shock. He immediately retreated. Swoosh, he spiraled away, vanishing in an instant. Beautiful Camel Immortal and Peacock Deity were stunned. What happened? They were still filled with battle intent earlier and discussing about battle tactics, but now Dong Lifeng ran away? Was he hit by a peculiar killer move from the enemy? Or did he retreat on his own? Wait! Beautiful Camel Immortal's expression also changed. She realized that Fong Yuan was Lu Guanyi. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi became famous in all 5 regions. His appearance was known to all. This level of popularity varied in the 5 regions. Northern Plains was the most informed about it, while Central Continent also knew a lot because Heavenly Court participated in the battle. As for the other 3 regions, some knew about Lu Guanyi's appearance, but others only heard about the matter. They did not have much information. After all, in their minds, Lu Guanyi was a Northern Plains Goo Immortal. He was not in the same region as them. Like earlier, Fairy Chui Bo did not manage to recognize Fong Yuan, ending up as a captive. Beautiful Camel Immortal recognized Fong Yuan and immediately gasped. Why would she stay here? She escaped immediately. What a joke, this person could rival rank 8 experts. How could she fight him? Trying to find trouble with him was courting death. At the same time, Beautiful Camel Immortal scolded Dong Lifeng in her mind. He ran so quickly without informing them. But in his perspective, if Beautiful Camel Immortal found out about Fong Yuan's identity first, she would do the same. After all, when escaping, not only did you and your enemy's speed matter, the important thing was the difference in speed between you and your allies. Peacock Deity was dazed. Beautiful Camel Immortal fled too. Oh no! At this moment, Peacock Deity felt something amiss. Even though he did not understand why, he had a lot of life experience, he immediately reacted. His body shook as he flew away like lightning. He was even faster than Beautiful Camel Immortal. Before Fong Yuan did anything, these 3 Western Desert rank 7 experts fled in fear. Fong Yuan looked at the sky as he snickered. Even if heavens will plotted, so what? As long as Fong Yuan was strong enough, no matter who was instigated, their survival instincts would take over at the crucial moment. Earlier, when he escaped around southern border, it was because his enemies were too strong. But in fact, Fong Yuan was already a Goo Immortal expert. Ordinary rank 7 Goo Immortals could not even face him directly. Humph! A bunch of clowns. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly. He Lulan was silent, feeling deep emotions. Peacock Deity, Beautiful Camel Immortal, and Dong Lifeng were rank 7 experts, even in southern border. Although they could not compare to Old Treeman Bada and Wu Clan's Wu Bo, they could match Wu Ran. That Beautiful Camel Immortal had status similar to Fairy Miao Yin and Xiao Si Lu in Western Desert's Goo Immortal world. But against Fong Yuan, who could rival rank 8s, they were simply too weak. Unknowingly, he had already grown to this extent. Such terrifying growth speed. He Lulan's heart was truly in a commotion. Her battle strength had surged greatly as well. But after her immortal ascension, she had been pursued constantly. She rarely had time to flaunt her strength. This time, when the enemies ran away from them, she finally realized their side was truly powerful. Their earlier encounters were because the enemies were too powerful. Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, and the entire Righteous Path Alliance of Southern Border. The truth was, as long as there were no rank 8 Goo Immortals, with their power, they could rampage unhindered. In the entire Gu Immortal world, rank 8 Gu Immortals are very few. As long as we get rid of the investigative killer moves on us, we can hide ourselves and develop quietly. With such strength, most Gu Immortals cannot obstruct our development. He Lulan thought of this as her ambitions grew again. She was a bold and formidable person. Her ambitions were huge. Even though she was restrained by Shadow Sect's alliance agreement, she was not going to be an obedient subordinate of Fang Yuan forever. All right, we got what we want. Let's go. Fang Yuan said. By Ning Bing, He Lulan, and Fairy Miao Yin gathered together. The four immortals worked together and used the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Whoosh! With a bright light, they vanished. When they opened their eyes, they were above an ordinary sand dune. The sun was hanging in the sky. As the sand below them were heated and the air was distorted from heat, they felt a strong wave of hot air blowing at them. Fang Yuan looked afar. Translocation Desert was over there. They were far away now. We will rest here. Guard the surroundings. Fang Yuan said as he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, letting Lady White Rabbit out. He was now the leader of Shadow Sect. He had Shadow Sect's information. All these members, wandering other regions, chose to obey Fang Yuan. The four immortals flew out and concealed themselves, using their investigative methods. Fang Yuan entered the desert and went deep underground, creating a small cave in the sand. This cave was very simple, but Fang Yuan used some mortal goo to create a goo formation. Not only did he reinforce this cave, he even allowed fresh air to come in. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. Such a mortal goo formation was as easy as breathing to him. After creating it, Fang Yuan did not waste time. He sat down and shut his eyes. He raced against time and quickly used an immortal killer move. This move was called Soaring Fighting Spirit. It was a non-mainstream wisdom path killer move that Fang Yuan got from Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. This move only had one core immortal goo. It was the rule path rank 7 immortal goo that Fang Yuan obtained from Corpse City's defensive goo formation, Fight. The other supplementary goo worms were all mortal goo, and most were wisdom path. It was a rank 7 immortal killer move after all. Even though time was pressing, Fang Yuan was not overly rushing it. He moved step by step, meticulously. Goo worms were activated as profound lights formed, enveloping the sky of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. As the number of mortal goo increased, the profound lights became deeper in color. After reaching the limit, Fang Yuan started to instill Red Date Immortal Essence into Fight Immortal Goo. The Immortal Essence expenditure was not high. Only using 3 beads, the back of Fight Goo opened up as it started to fly, drawing a silver trace in the sky using its body. This trace entered the profound light. It shined instantly with a blinding glare. Boom! The profound light exploded, fading instantly. A large number of mortal goo were destroyed, even Fight Goo fell to the ground. The killer move activation failed. The backlash made Fang Yuan's soul shake as he suffered major injuries. Thoughts were rampaging in his mind. Countless thoughts collided or destroyed themselves uncontrollably. Fang Yuan started to think about random things as absurd thoughts filled his mind. But he was prepared for it. He held on and endured it. After a dozen breaths, the thoughts in his mind settled down. Fang Yuan was pale and let out a breath of air, healing his injuries. The injuries on his body were mild, but his soul was heavily injured and his mind was also hurt badly. It was not surprising. This immortal killer move was used for the first time. Even though Fang Yuan simulated it earlier, the actual use of it would definitely be different from his deductions. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the backlash when its activation fails. And backlash also had different types. Like this time, Fang Yuan's body was not injured much. His soul and mind were the ones which suffered. After some healing, Fang Yuan recovered from his injuries. Currently, although Fang Yuan did not have any strong immortal healing methods, he had sufficient ways. If his body got injured, he had Time Path Immortal Goo Man as before. If his soul was injured, he had Guts Goo. His mind was injured this time, but Fang Yuan also had many Wisdom Path methods to heal himself. These were all inherited from Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. the healing effect was very good. Of course, with an injured mind, just these small methods could not completely resolve the issue, but the lingering symptoms were of no concern. Fang Yuan ignored these. He continued to try and activate the immortal killer move, Soaring Fighting Spirit. He failed the second time but finally succeeded on the third time. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a profound light flowed like water, turning from a spread-out cloud to a condensed basin-sized shape. Go! At Fang Yuan's will, this round profound light shot down and landed on Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia was still in the pure dream reality seeker physique body, but he had suffered too big of an impact. He was like a corpse lying on the ground, lifeless and dull. The profound light landed on him like water going into the soil. It directly went into Ying Wuxia's brain. Not just that, a big portion went into his soul. The entire process was very fast. It completely fused into him with just a few breaths of time. Ying Wuxia's body shook. Next, his eyes burst out with sharp light. Ah! He opened his mouth and shouted, before jumped and sitting up. Damn it! Damn it! He clenched his fists. Veins were popping on his arms. His fingers were cracking. Heavenly Court captured my main body. This is unforgivable. I must get back my main body. I must save him. Even if it is Heavenly Court, I will smash them to bits. Ah! Ying Wuxia continued to shout. He stood up and screamed at the sky. I want to fight. I must persevere. I was too weak-willed earlier, that was not right. Oh Fang Yuan, you are a complete otherworldly demon. Since Lord Purple acknowledged you, I will do the same. In this world, who has a chance of destroying Fate Gu? You are the most likely person. I believe that you can lead us and charge into Heavenly Court, destroy Fate Gu and rescue my main body. Ying Wuxia was no longer as depressed as earlier. He was like a new person. Good. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ying Wuxia's display showed he had not wasted his efforts. Ying Wuxia's battle strength was rank 7, but he had the ultimate lead soul into Dream Killer move. Even rank 8 Gu immortals could not defend against him, or even immortal Gu houses. If Ying Wuxia helped them during the battle against Wu Yong might have died. Ying Wuxia regained his fighting spirit. Not only did it increase Fang Yuan's strength, it also involved another person. Sixth Hair. Inside Lang Ya Blessed Land, in a refinement hall. Rumble. Earth fire burst up and exploded like thunder. From the flames, a figure jumped out. This person was covered in black hair, had a brawny figure and was coughing pathetically. It was Lang Ya Land Spirit. Cough, cough. I failed again. Damn it. If I used the nature refinement method of my race, the immortal Gu refinement would have succeeded already. But that Fang Yuan wants to use the human isolation style to refine the immortal Gu. Isn't he just making things difficult for me? Lang Ya Land Spirit complained incessantly. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. I am Sixth Hair, requesting to meet Lord First Supreme Elder. Sixth Hair, what is it? Facing his fellow hairy man, Lang Ya Land Spirit had an amiable disposition. I want to help First Supreme Elder refine Gu. It will help with raising my refinement path attainment. Sixth Hair answered, bright light shining deep in his eyes. Lang Ya Land Spirit was most skilled at the hairy man heaven and earth style Gu refinement method. But this method would never succeed in refining Fang Yuan's Gu, because this method attracted heaven's will and even heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. Only the human isolation method had a chance of success. Lang Ya Land Spirit did not know this, and as a matter of fact, he did not excel at the human isolation style. As a hairy man supremacist, he scoffed at the human isolation style, looking down on it. In terms of success rate, the hairy man heaven and earth style was far superior to the human isolation style. Lang Ya Land Spirit was not familiar with this method, but Sixth Hair was. Sixth Hair was a split soul of spectral soul. He was skilled at the human style. But when he lived in Lang Ya Blessed Land all these years, he did not expose that talent. Until now. O Fang Yuan, since you obtained the acknowledgement of Ying Wuxia, I will try and accept you as the leader of Shadow Sect. Let me help you to refine the immortal Gu. This was where Sixth Hair could help Fang Yuan the most. Even though exposing his talent would be risky and attract Lang Yalan's spirit's suspicion, putting Sixth Hair in danger, he could not care about it now. Being able to help Shadow Sect would be good enough. His wavy black hair flowed down to his shoulders. He had a tall nose, his lips were sharp like blades. He was currently pressing his lips together lightly, showing a cold and cool demeanor. It was Ying Wuxie's soul. Now, he had already left the pure dream reality seeker physique body. His soul was floating in the air. This body. Ying Wuxie frowned, looking at the ice coffin in front of him. This ice coffin was emitting frost energy at all times. It was translucent like a crystal. A goo immortal was sealed inside. Her body was small and dainty. She was like a little girl wearing a flowery green dress. There were 2 pearl earrings hanging on her ears, as if water was inside the pearls. There were green ripples inside when they shook. Her eyes were shut, with Bai Ningbing sealing her in the ice. Even the thoughts in her mind were frozen. Her life was in their hands. This female immortal was none other than the Western Desert Goo immortal who, out of lack of knowledge, did not flee from Fang Yuan immediately and got captured by Ningbing, Fairy Chui Bo. Seeing Ying Wuxie's hesitation, Fang Yuan urged, "In this situation, how can we find another suitable body for you? Just use this for now." Ying Wuxie nodded. "Sigh. This is the only way. Let's start." Fang Yuan waved his right hand as a rank 7 immortal goo flew out from his hand. This immortal goo was like a swan's egg. It was translucent, and from the outside, jade light could be seen in it. When it was close, Fang Yuan could feel a bone-chilling coldness emitting from this immortal goo. This cold was different from the frost of the ice coffin. The ice coffin's coldness was bone-piercing, but this immortal goo's coldness was targeted directly at the soul. Ying Wuxie's soul shuddered uncontrollably when this immortal goo came out. On the other end, Bai Ningbing watched quietly. Her gaze was attracted to this rank 7 immortal goo. "This is change soul immortal goo?" Bai Ningbing thought to herself. Indeed, it was change soul immortal goo. This immortal goo's history was quite complex. It was first refined by Green of Spectral Soul's first-generation split souls. It was then passed to Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao. To save her lover Bo Qing, Mo Yao used Change Soul to swap her soul with Bo Qing. Bo Qing's remnant soul was saved by Shadow Sect and hidden inside Central Continent's Earth Abyss. They tried healing him, but his injuries were too severe. He was captured by Heavenly Court in the end. Meanwhile, Mo Yao's remnant soul was left inside Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, and Change Soul immortal goo, as well as Bo Qing's Sword Path immortal goo, were all left behind. After this, Fang Yuan went into Falling Heavenly River and used Mo Yao's will to lure out some immortal goo, including Change Soul immortal goo. But even though Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to refine these immortal goo, he knew nothing about Change Soul immortal goo. Only when Star Constellation Heavens will directed Fang Yuan and gave him a powerful killer move for switching souls, did Fang Yuan learn about its effect. Fang Yuan switched souls in his dream and took over Ying Wuxie's body at the most crucial moment. He successfully plotted against Spectral Soul and took away Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. One could say, during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect lost completely and Fang Yuan managed to turn it around for himself. This Change Soul Immortal Goo played a crucial role. And now, this Immortal Goo was used once again. But this time, Fang Yuan was not dealing with Shadow Sect, he was helping it. He had even become the leader of Shadow Sect himself. Events in life were truly unpredictable. Before this, be it Fang Yuan or Shadow Sect, who could have expected this outcome? Under the effect of Change Soul, Ying Wuxie's soul and Fairy Chui Bo's soul were switched. "What are you doing? What have you done with me?" Fairy Chui Bo's soul left the ice coffin and woke up, screaming in terror. But she lacked a body. Even though her soul was screaming, the only thing that came out would be meaningless screeches to a person's ear. Of course, Fang Yuan understood them. He had soul language goo worms. They were mortal goo and he possessed a huge quantity of them, inherited from Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan snickered, waving lightly towards Fairy Chui Bo's soul. Fairy Chui Bo felt an irresistible force as she floated towards Fang Yuan's hand. "No!" She screamed loudly. Her voice was so shrill that even Bai Ningbing frowned lightly. At the next moment, she was stuffed into the sovereign immortal aperture by Feng Yuan's method. Even though Bai Ningbing had already soul-searched Fairy Cui Bo and she had no secrets left, her Gu immortal soul itself could be used. Dang Hun Mountain was an effective way to use her. Gu immortal souls, especially human Gu immortal souls with higher cultivation level, would have deeper foundations. After they were smashed on Dang Hun Mountain, the guts Gu produced would be higher in quantity. But now, Feng Yuan had other methods to deal with her. Thanks to Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, there were many soul path methods recorded inside. One of them was a way to refine a Gu immortal soul into a human-shaped soul beast. Fairy Cui Bo, with rank 7 cultivation level, would become an ancient soul beast. If Feng Yuan refined her into a soul beast, he did not need to use any enslavement path methods. He could make her obey him with absolute loyalty. After becoming the leader of Shadow Sect, Feng Yuan's greatest gain was in methods and killer moves. Even though there were many immortal materials and immortal Gu, their value in total was still lower. But these methods needed time to be converted into true battle strength. And Feng Yuan was now facing the pursuit of enemies. He lacked time. Fairy Cui Bo's soul was suppressed, and Feng Yuan stored away Change Soul Immortal Gu. At this time, Bai Ningbing let out Fairy Cui Bo from the ice coffin. Or rather, it was Ing Wuxie inside Fairy Cui Bo's body. So cold. Ing Wuxie muttered he was still covered in frost. Bai Ningbing gave a wave. The frost on Ing Wuxie's body vanished. Ing Wuxie expressed his gratitude before receiving a large number of Gu worms from Feng Yuan. He received a large amount of mortal Gu and immortal Gu, as well as immortal essence stones. You still want me to use lead soul into dream? Ing Wuxie saw these Gu worms and was surprised. Take them, I already know about lead soul into dream. This killer move is too complex. I cannot master it in a short time. We were hit by Heavenly Court's investigative killer move earlier. We need your battle strength, Feng Yuan said calmly. Ing Wuxie nodded deeply. His eyes were shining as he clenched his fists. Sect leader, you are right. I will not let you down. Bai Ningbing had a look of suspicion in her gaze. Even though Ing Wuxie regained his morale, his personality seemed to have changed. Feng Yuan nodded in agreement, but he understood. Wisdom Path had thoughts, wills, and emotions. Ing Wuxie was originally depressed, but because his fighting spirit was renewed, his personality had changed slightly. It was natural. Sect leader, what are we going to do next? Tell us. Even if we are attacking Heavenly Court, I will follow you. Damn these righteous path scoundrels. I will kill all of them. Ing Wuxie said as he waved his arms. He was extremely excited. His huge plump chest was bouncing up and down in response. Feng Yuan pondered. Heavenly Court's pursuit is the problem I want to address. They are the people most familiar with our information. The Gu immortals they send will definitely be too strong for us to resist. Feng Yuan thought of this as he frowned. He thought of Feng Jiugu. Feng Jiugu said that he had met Feng Yuan and the others because he was pursuing an immortal Gu related to thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But their encounter was simply too coincidental. Was Feng Jiugu the backup plan of Heavenly Court? Seemed like it, yet not really. Feng Yuan thought in their shoes. If I were Heavenly Court, I would do my best to deal with the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and deal a fatal blow. Sending Feng Jiugu seems to be a poor decision. Feng Yuan did not understand this. There was little chance of Heavenly Court making a mistake. Heavenly Court dealt with Shadow Sect and attacked twice with great effect. The first was during the Battle of Etion Mountain, and the second was the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm. These were two crucial battles. Because of Heavenly Court's interference, Shadow Sect lost and Spectral Soul's 100,000-year plan was foiled. I became the leader of Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court immediately makes a careless mistake? No. There is something that I am not understanding. Feng Yuan thought to himself. At the same time, someone emerged from Western Desert's regional wall. He had a tall body, sharp brows, and bright eyes. His expression was warm and he had a graceful demeanor, making people feel admiration towards him. It was Feng Jiugu. With such a rank 8 immortal Gu, Crossing the regional wall is countless times easier now. Feng Jiugu looked behind, recalling the scene earlier. Two Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu Immortals suddenly appeared and stopped Feng Jiuji's and Wu Yong's battle. Heavenly Court returned the Gu Worms of Southern Border's righteous path, and because Wu Yong was already injured, he accepted this result and left. Feng Jiugu, you have already vowed upon it. From now on, go pursue Feng Yuan and Shadow Sect. This rank 8 Immortal Gu will be lent to you in the future when you face rank 8 Gu Immortals. It will not be so difficult. But against Feng Yuan, you need to be careful of one thing. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals instructed Feng Jiugu. Feng Jiugu was confused, asking, "What do you mean?" The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had dark gazes. Feng Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon. He needs to be killed. But it is not enough to kill him. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's chosen pawn is Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan has Spring-Autumn Cicada and is now the leader of Shadow Sect. He will definitely head to the River of Time and find the Stone Lotus Islands to inherit Red Lotus' true inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance is hidden deep in the River of Time. It is incredibly concealed. Pursue Feng Yuan and force him to find Red Lotus' true inheritance, before destroying him along with Red Lotus' true inheritance. Feng Jiuji's gaze flickered. He finally understood Heavenly Court's true objective. Feng Yuan, Red Lotus' true inheritance. Back in reality, Feng Jiugu muttered as he flew into the sky, directly towards the location where Feng Yuan and the others were hiding. The sun was blazing. The rays were like countless arrows shooting down at this majestic desert. On this desert, there were countless sand statues. These statues made from sand had the forms of humans or beasts. Some were fighting while some were lying down, looking like they were on their final breaths. There were larger and smaller sand statues, but the smallest one was tens of feet tall. Countless statues formed a forest of sand statues. It was a grand sight. It was the myriad statue desert. This desert was huge. There were countless sand statues in it. Everyone in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world knew about it. It had a long history. It was formed during the Olden Antiquity era and had been around for over 1,000,000 years. This desert was formed from a particularly important situation in human history. It was during reckless savage demon Venerable's era. A huge battle was fought here between humans and variant humans. After 100 days and night, rivers of blood flowed, almost turning into a sea. During that era, transformation path was the mainstream path. In the battle, humans won a Pyrrhic victory. Be it the humans or the variant humans, large numbers of Gu Immortals died here. Their immortal fetuses formed into blessed lands. Their Tao marks spread out and changed the environment. Gradually, this became the myriad statue desert. The sand moved on its own, growing like trees at a slow rate each year, eventually turning into huge statues. This was the former location of the Great Battle where the different races fought from day until night. Countless life forms died. But fortune and disaster coexisted. This place became a sanctuary for cultivation, as it was now filled with resources. Every sand statue was an immortal material filled with transformation path Tao marks if it was at least 60 feet tall. There were no longer any blessed lands here. After 1,000,000 years, these blessed lands were either destroyed by tribulations or taken by Gu Immortals. But here, there were countless wild Gu worms and even wild immortal Gu. Nobody would step here rashly. Because the environment was too dense with Tao marks, mortals could not traverse the desert. It was too dangerous for them. As for Western Desert Gu Immortals, they would also make a detour when they came here. Because of one person, 1,000 Transformations ancestor, this rank 8 Gu Immortal specialized in transformation path had been here for 1,000 years. The might of rank 8 deterred everyone from antagonizing him. Myriad Statue Desert was 1,000 Transformations ancestors' territory. Any Gu Immortal who entered without his permission would need to prepare to face the fury of a rank 8. Deep below the desert, in Myriad Statue Palace. Deep within the palace, in an eerie dark corner, there was a painful cry that could be heard. Ah! 1,000 Transformations ancestor raised his head and screamed. He seemed to be in great pain. His expression was terrifying. Every time he shouted, sound waves could be seen spreading outwards. But when these sound waves landed on the palace walls, there would be a veil of light that absorbed all the sound waves rapidly. Because of these walls isolating him, all of the commotion from Thousand Transformations' ancestor could not be felt outside. Pain. Intense pain. An unbearable pain was assaulting Thousand Transformations' ancestor's mind and body. His forehead had popping veins. He could not take it anymore. He rolled around the ground in pain. If any other Gu Immortal saw this, they would be deeply shocked. What was the reason that made Thousand Transformations' ancestor suffer such intense torture, to have lost all of his rank 8 demeanor? Cling, clang. More than 10 thick chains coiled around Thousand Transformations' ancestor's body. His 4 limbs were connected to chains that stabbed deeply into the surrounding walls. Seeing this, Thousand Transformations' ancestor was actually imprisoned. No, this cannot continue. I am going to go crazy completely. The intense pain will engulf all my reason and make me a lunatic. Rank 8 Myriad Tribulation. Even the first one is so terrifying. How can I deal with the next 2? Damn it! The final bit of clarity in Thousand Transformations' ancestor's eyes struggled. Using this last bit of sanity, Thousand Transformations' ancestor made his choice. Immortal killer move. Cutting flesh transformation. He activated his killer move. He was extremely familiar with this move at the crucial moment. Even though he was in deep pain, the activation did not fail. This rank 8 immortal killer move had grand aura. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's immortal body started to expand. Like he was a balloon, he became larger and larger, from a muscular middle-aged man into a round and fat meatball. The fat Thousand Transformations' ancestor shook his body as soft sounds could be heard from within him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Along with the sound, a meat lump appeared on the side of his neck. The meat lump became larger and larger. It inflated like a balloon. His pain intensified. Thousand Transformations' ancestor gritted his teeth. His face had swollen up. His eyes could not be seen anymore. Guh. Soon, after the meat lump on his neck grew to the size of a face, it reached its limits and exploded. The meat lump exploded as yellow pus splattered. A year beast jumped out and landed on the ground. Woof, woof, woof. After this year beast landed, it started to bark. It was a dog year beast. And its aura was not weak. It was a desolate year beast. After the dog year beast landed on the ground, Thousand Transformations' ancestor felt a bit of relief. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. And now a rock had been lifted off that mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Next, on Thousand Transformations' ancestor's body, more meat lumps appeared. Puff, puff, puff. In a short time, these meat lumps expanded and exploded. As pus oozed out and year beasts appeared. Chicken, monkey, sheep, rabbit, all sorts of year beasts appeared. These year beasts were not just desolate beast level. There were also some ancient year beasts. After some time, the year beasts gathered and attacked Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not surprised. His expression became more relaxed instead. His pain was greatly reduced. Even though it was still painful, it was at a bearable level now. Against the attack of a dozen year beasts, Thousand Transformations' ancestor snorted as he willed. Cling clang. Countless thick chains shot out from the surrounding walls at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, all of the year beasts were captured and suppressed, no matter how they struggled inside the palace. Thousand Transformations' ancestor let out a breath of air. I can finally catch a breather. He grabbed the snake year beast closest to him and observed it with his methods. The snake year beast continued to hiss as it exposed its tongue. It wanted to bite Thousand Transformations' ancestor but was restrained and could not move. A moment later, Thousand Transformations' ancestor's expression was unchanged. But he was deeply shocked. I used all my methods earlier, but this snake year beast still has such great animosity against me. It wants me dead. My cutting flesh transformation is one of the styles of an immortal killer move from Reckless Savage True Inheritance, Suicide Transformation. Whenever I use it, life forms would be produced from my body regardless of form. They will be manipulated like my limbs. I can use them freely, because they are a portion of my body to begin with. But these year beasts were produced from my body, yet I cannot control them. Even with all my methods, they are useless. Such an amazing myriad tribulation. 1,000 transformations ancestor's forehead produced a drop of sweat. He thought about his tribulation half a month ago. He was still feeling lingering fear from it. Rank 8 Goo Immortals had to go through 3 myriad tribulations. 1,000 transformations ancestor had just gone through the first. If not for this immortal Goo house left behind by reckless savage demon venerable, I would not be able to survive the first myriad tribulation at all. Even though I passed it now, I am still severely injured. I had to use cutting flesh transformation to cut my losses short. 1,000 transformations ancestor wanted to find some other way around it, but after half a month, he reached his limit and could not endure it anymore. Without a choice, he could only use cutting flesh transformation to discard a portion of his immortal body and get rid of the part of his body that was heavily injured. This time, he met with a time path myriad tribulation. The injuries on him were all of time path Dao marks. 1,000 transformations ancestor got rid of all these time path Dao marks using cutting flesh transformation, abandoning them. This way, the cutting flesh transformation turned them into year beasts. And because they were filled with heaven's will, these year beasts were not under his control. They were his enemies. 1,000 transformations ancestor felt great loss. The costs were too severe. Not just the near catastrophic damage to his immortal aperture from the myriad tribulation. Looking at the Dao marks he lost from cutting flesh transformation, not only did he lose the time path Dao marks, he even lost his own transformation path Dao marks. The Dao marks losses were too huge. 1,000 transformations ancestor counted. After this myriad tribulation, not only did he not have any growth in Dao marks, he even made a small loss instead. This means I was better off not going through the tribulation? Thinking of this, the experienced 1,000 transformations ancestor's heart felt some bitterness. He sighed deeply. Could not be helped. In the past, he had cultivated boldly and advanced quickly. Facing his myriad tribulation, he had stalled it until recently, when he could no longer stall it anymore. Even though he passed the myriad tribulation, 1,000 transformations ancestor's foundation did not grow. He even became weaker in terms of Dao marks. I was wrong. 1,000 years ago, by relying on this reckless savage true inheritance, I thought I would progress unhindered. Earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, I got through all of them easily, but the myriad tribulation is a completely different story. I underestimated the myriad tribulation's power. These last years, I had unknowingly gotten more arrogant. This injury is both a blessing and a disaster to me. 1,000 transformations ancestor was a rank 8 expert. He was naturally an incredible person. He recalled his experiences and reflected on himself after this severe loss. Right at this time, outside the palace, a female immortal's voice could be heard. Lord Husband, something happened. Sister Chui Bo's life tablet goo was broken. Her soul lantern goo has turned dim. She went to Translocation Desert. But none of us can contact her now. This is too important. I had no choice but to inform you. What? 1,000 transformations ancestor heard this and became furious. Even though he had many wives and concubines, among them, he doted on his third concubine, Fairy Chui Bo, the most. Who did not know that in Western Desert's Goo Immortal world? Now that Fairy Chui Bo was in trouble, if it was intentional, then these Goo Immortal culprits were simply looking down on 1,000 transformations ancestor. There were two possibilities. The first was that the attacking Goo Immortal had a strong background, similar to that of a rank 8 great expert. They were not afraid of 1,000 transformations ancestor. The other possibility was that the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was too alluring. The value was tremendous, greed led to killing intent, and they took that risk at the spur of the moment. I'll repress it. 1,000 transformations ancestor breathed in deeply, holding down his anger for now. He could not go out in this situation. There were still meat lumps growing on his body, continuing to produce year beasts. He needed to heal himself. If he left now and met any rank 8s, his weakness would be exposed. I occupy Myriad Statue Desert. Everyone knows I obtained Reckless Savage's true inheritance. If my weak state is exposed, everyone will want to attack me. I need to lay low for now. I'll let Hong Yun deal with it. Thinking of this, 1,000 transformations ancestor transmitted outside. Hong Yun, set off now. Find Chui Bo and save her. The female immortal outside said in fear, Lord husband, I have low battle strength. My safety is secondary. But if I fail to achieve your objective, that will be worse. No worries. I will lend you a rank 8 immortal goo along with my will and immortal essence. Don't worry and go. 1,000 transformations ancestor said as a slit opened in the door. A lump of wool carrying a rank 8 immortal goo as well as some immortal essence flew out. The female immortal, Hong Yun, was overjoyed. She bowed 3 times. This concubine understands. 1,000 transformations ancestor asked Hong Yun to leave as his thoughts went back to his problem. Even though he loved Fairy Chui Bo, the bigger concern was himself. There were more and more year beasts in this palace. 1,000 transformations ancestor frowned deeply. These year beasts are either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. But they are filled with heaven's will and are my enemies. I cannot use them. Rather than killing them for immortal materials, I might as well sell them inside treasure yellow heaven. 1,000 transformations ancestor had no other choice. This myriad tribulation expended almost all of his foundation. His immortal aperture was a mess now, and so was his body. His battle strength was lower than before he went through the myriad tribulation. And the most infuriating thing was, even though he passed the myriad tribulation, he had lost Tao marks instead of gaining them. Gu immortal cultivation is truly increasingly difficult. Even though I had reckless savage's true inheritance, I still faced such great danger during the myriad tribulation. No wonder there are only 10 rank 9 Gu immortals throughout the long history of humanity. Sigh! 1,000 transformations ancestor sighed deeply as he stuffed a desolate level year beast into his immortal aperture. Using the immortal aperture, he sent this year beast into treasure yellow heaven. Any item, when placed into treasure yellow heaven, would emit treasure light. Although 1,000 transformations ancestor's desolate level year beast was not a genuine one, being formed from his flesh, and created from heaven's will and time path Tao marks, after entering treasure yellow heaven, it emitted an incredibly large treasure light. This treasure light attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Some were Gu immortal wills while others were the divine senses of Gu immortals undergoing transaction. How are you selling this year beast? Soon Gu immortals approached him. 1,000 transformations ancestor smiled and replied, No hurry. No hurry. Soon after, he stuffed a portion of the year beasts into treasure yellow heaven again. Year beasts were rare in the first place, especially when they lived inside the river of time. Be it the 5 regions or the 2 heavens, they were rarely seen. Entering the river of time was far harder than entering black heaven and white heaven. Only time path rank 8 great experts could enter freely. Right now, 1,000 transformations ancestor wanted to sell so many year beasts, and they were not ordinary beasts, they were all desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Treasure yellow heaven went into a commotion. There is a Gu immortal selling large numbers of year beasts suddenly. Go take a look. These year beasts have such high quality. It is astounding. It is hard to imagine that someone raised so many year beasts. This person must be a time path great expert. The Gu immortals conversed and guessed. 1,000 transformations ancestor was rather satisfied. He created such a commotion and watched as it spread. Soon, more and more Gu immortals will pay attention to this. These year beasts are pure and natural. I have not used any enslavement methods on them from the start. You can see for yourselves. 1,000 transformations ancestor explained. The Gu immortals took a look and found that it was true. They quickly asked for the price. No rush, no rush. 1,000 transformations ancestor stalled. He was waiting. These year beasts were not true wild beasts. They were flesh of his body, formed from the might of the myriad tribulation. There were differences between them and natural year beasts. Normal year beasts could be enslaved, but these year beasts filled with heaven's will could not. Even if anyone could do it, they would have to be incredible experts, having extraordinary methods. Thus, 1,000 transformations ancestor needed to sell them all in the shortest time possible. This could not be a sustained trade. As time passes, everyone would find out this problem and announce it. His business will suffer greatly. Hopefully, one buyer offers a high price and buy all these year beasts. Thousand Transformations ancestor was thinking about the best-case scenario. He wanted to sell it to those super forces or rank 8 goo immortals. More and more year beasts were put up in treasure yellow heaven by Thousand Transformations ancestor. The goo immortals were gasping, thinking that this was a huge trade. For the last 50,000 years, this was an extremely large number of year beasts sold. Seeing that more people were coming, Thousand Transformations ancestor announced, "I don't like trouble. Whoever buys more, I will sell to them first. For the price, I will sell according to the treasure light of each year beast. This is a fair and impartial trade." Once he said that the secluded cultivators and lone cultivators begrudged. But some emerged to ask about the transaction and price. They were either rank 8 great experts or representatives of super forces. Thousand Transformations ancestor negotiated with these people closely. His mind went back to a calm state. At this rate of sales, after he sells all the year beasts, he would earn quite a bit. He might even be able to recoup his losses. Feng Jogu was flying in the sky. It was a clear sky with no clouds anywhere. Looking down, he saw that sand dunes were moving around, flowing slowly. What made Feng Jogu comfortable was that this desert was not void of life. There was vegetation in it. Some were cactus pointers, some were arrow shrubs, and some were white teeth flowers, bringing some life to the desert. These were all common vegetation in Western Desert. The cactus pointer was very much like a cactus. There were pin-like leaves on it. The cactus pointer had the shape of a human hand. Some were clenched while others were pointing their index fingers. Some were curling their pinky or raising their middle fingers. They pointed in all directions. Arrow shrubs were the most common shrub in Western Desert. They had long and thick branches. They were about 10 feet tall, while some could reach 30 feet, even taller than houses. Under the arrow shrubs were some sandworms and even wild goo. As for white teeth flowers, they were like sunflowers at the size of a face, looking at the sun to absorb sunlight. Around the flowers, there were orange-yellow petals, and at the center of the flower, there were rows of white teeth, lined together in a packed fashion. Under the light of the sun, they shined with a milky luster. This was the special scenery of Western Desert. Feng Jogu enjoyed it very much. His main attention was ahead of him. "I am close. Feng Yuan and the rest are nearby." Feng Jogu started to descend. Soon, he went down and landed on the hot desert surface. He flew down rapidly, but from start to finish, there was no commotion. No wind had formed at all. Feng Jogu looked around. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He had a discovery. There is an illusion formation here. This illusion formation could not be destroyed. Even though it was a mortal formation, destroying it would alert them. Feng Jogu thought about it. He found that this illusion formation did not isolate the air of the inside and outside. A gust of wind blew. Feng Jogu stretched out his arm and squeezed. He actually grabbed the wind with his hand. Next, an immortal killer move was secretly activated in his hand. The aura was completely concealed. Finally, Feng Jogu opened his hand as the wind in his grasp was placed towards his chest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Next, wind moved around his entire body. It was no different from the earlier natural breeze. Under the force of this wind, he moved quickly and went past the illusion formation, getting to the core of the goo formation. His field of vision changed. A huge sand whirlpool took over Feng Jogu's sight. Loud crashing noises could be heard around his ears. Feng Jogu felt like he was in the middle of a waterfall. The rising smoke felt like the water vapor of the waterfall. The entire sand whirlpool was huge and grand. Feng Jogu looked around. He did not discover Feng Yuan and the rest. He directed his gaze towards the center of the sand whirlpool. There was a deep dark hole there. After investigating it, Feng Jogu did not hesitate. He jumped into the hole. The hole was formed from spiraling sand. Feng Jogu flew downward alone. The tunnel was quite big for one person. Deep into the sand hole, Feng Jogu soon found himself in darkness. Feng Jogu could not see anything, but it did not matter. His investigative methods were not few. They were very useful. This darkness could not stop him. Time Path Aura. Feng Juji's heart jumped. He knew he was at the right place. This could be a tributary of the River of Time. If Feng Yuan followed the tributary of the River of Time, he could enter the River of Time and find Red Lotus True Inheritance. The tunnel deep within the center of the sand whirlpool seemed to extend endlessly underground. The deeper Feng Jiugu went, the more he could feel the time path aura getting denser. Suddenly, from the darkness, there was a shining spark. Inside the darkness, this light was extremely eye-catching. It was shining in a brass color. A wild mortal goo? Feng Jiugu flew closer and saw a rank 3 Daegu. Daegu looked like a shell with the size of a child's palm. It was round with 2 fins on its sides. The fins moved around as the shell swam in the darkness gently. Compared to year beasts, Daegu was much more common. It could be found anywhere in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. What got Feng Juji's attention was the fact that the River of Time was filled with a vast number of Daegu, month goo, and year goo to begin with. There were wild Daegu here. Was there a tributary of the River of Time like he thought? Tributaries of the River of Time were a commonly seen yet rare cultivation resource. Commonly seen because every Gu Immortal's immortal aperture had a tributary of the River of Time. It allowed time to flow within the immortal aperture's world. But rare because inside the 5 regions and 2 heavens, there were few tributaries of the River of Time, yet their scale was much larger than those inside immortal apertures. Once they appeared, super forces would fight for them using great strength. If lone immortals found them, they would try to conceal them and use them to gain a fortune themselves. Not only were time path Gu worms needed by time path Gu masters or Gu immortals, they were very widely used in Gu refinement. For example, Daegu, this rank 3 Daegu has 3 days worth of time in it. If one had the relevant refinement path method, by expending this rank 3 Daegu, they could shorten the time needed for Gu refinement by 3 days. There were also time path lifespan extension methods using Daegu, month Gu, and year Gu to increase lifespan. Of course, these methods had flaws and would carve time path Dao marks in the person's body. When these Dao marks accumulated, they would not be able to use lifespan Gu in the future. But lifespan Gu were hard to find. If one did not have any, and their lifespan was at its end, would they not use these methods? If there is a tributary of the River of Time here, Shadow Sect must have found it and secretly hid it here. Feng Jiugu continued to delve deeper. Soon, he saw more and more wild time path Gu worms. Daegu, month Gu, year Gu and more. A white ripple of light appeared in front of Feng Jiugu. This ripple was the size of a bed. It was like the ripples on the surface of a lake, completely silent. Feng Jiugu slowed down cautiously. This was a ripple of time, a special phenomenon, like wind in the desert, fog in the mountains, and rain from the sky. Ripples of time were a natural phenomenon as well. Any life form which entered a ripple of time would be affected. Their time would become faster, they would grow older more quickly. They could also become slower, the world would seem to move faster from their perspective. But regardless of fast or slow, their lifespan would be shaved away. Feng Jiugu did not dare to test it. He slowed down and detoured around it. After leaving the ripple of time, Feng Jiugu let out a breath of air. He was even more certain now that there was a tributary of the River of Time here. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals have already pointed out to him that Red Lotus True Inheritance was hidden in the Stone Lotus Islands. If Feng Yuan wanted to inherit it, he would need to enter the River of Time, and to get into the River of Time, the best way was to find a tributary of the River of Time. This tributary of the River of Time was like an entrance, it had to be big enough to enter. The tributary of the River of Time in a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was not big enough. Only a tributary of the River of Time in the 5 regions and 2 heavens had an almost similar rate at which time flowed as the River of Time. It could allow Gu Immortals to enter. More and more ripples of time started to appear in front of Feng Jiugu. The deeper he went, the larger the tunnel became. At first, there were only a few time path mortal Gu, but they increased in numbers. When he got to the deepest part, there were Gu worm groups of at least 100 per group. The time path aura was getting denser. Feng Jiugu could even hear the sound of flowing water. Next, in his vision, he saw a long line. As Feng Jiugu got closer, this line got larger, until it became the form of a river. A tributary of the River of Time. Feng Juji's heart shook. It was indeed here. But where are Feng Yuan and the others? Feng Zhougu had just thought of this when a figure emerged from a ripple of time near him, pouncing at him. Feng Zhougu immediately dodged as bright light shined in his eyes. An immortal killer move was instantly activated. Sound path. Silence surpasses sound. Feng Zhougu cultivated sound path and aspired to create 9 songs to represent everything in this world. He had already created 7 songs currently. Separation song was one of them. But other than his 7 songs, he also had other sound path methods. Sound path killer move silence surpasses sound was one of them. Feng Zhougu had practiced it a lot, he was extremely familiar with it, his activation succeeded instantly. He started to punch with his fist and strike with his palm, attacking the black shadow from a distance. This was a killer move, with his fist as the drum fist, and his palm as the bell palm. It was the content of Spirit Affinity House's 3 sounds true inheritance. Within the 3 sounds true inheritance, other than drum fist and bell palm, there was also whistle finger. But Feng Zhougu had not learned it yet. He had only practiced this with the aim of covering some shortages of methods in battle. That huge shadow monster was growling from Feng Zhuji's attacks. But the strange thing was, its growling vanished the moment it opened its mouth. Feng Zhuji's drum fist created drumming noises, while his bell palm created bell chimes. But at this moment, there was no sound produced here. Soon, Feng Zhougu had the upper hand. His attacks became fiercer as the monster became dazed from the attacks. It could not retaliate. Feng Zhougu also saw that the thing that assaulted him was a year beast. Monkey year beast. And it was only a desolate beast, it was not an ancient desolate beast. Otherwise, it would not be suppressed so easily. Feng Zhougu squinted. In the river of time, not only were there wild time path goo worms, there were also wild beasts and plants. Year beasts were rare in the 5 regions, but they were common in the river of time. But, was this desolate level year beast arranged by Feng Yuan? Or was it truly wild? Feng Zhougu was considering this problem. The answer to this would mean that Feng Yuan had either found his traces or not. Year beast. Feng Yuan watched the battle as he connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, there were actually people selling year beasts openly. This was very rare. Feng Yuan was deeply enticed. These year beasts were either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. If he could buy them and enslave them, they would be a huge force. Don't forget about his 180 slaves immortal killer move. By then, using these year beasts and 180 slaves killer move, Feng Yuan could even enslave immemorial year beasts. Even though he lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle, if he could get immemorial year beasts, Feng Yuan would get another rank 8 battle strength. But the problem was, the seller wanted to make huge transactions. Feng Yuan naturally wanted to buy all of the year beasts, but he was not the only one. His greatest weakness was that he did not have enough funds. If he wanted to buy the year beasts, he would need to sell the desolate beast eagles and ancient desolate beast eagles he bought earlier. Of course, Feng Yuan could sell immortal goo. But he would not do that unless he had no choice. During the Battle of the Dream Realm, Feng Yuan had to do that to survive. But now it was not a situation of life and death. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was making his decision now. He received many offers, but there were only 3 that moved him. One directly offered immortal essence stones, a vast number of them. It was hard to imagine that someone would actually have so many immortal essence stones. Even 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was shocked. The second one offered a lot of immortal materials of all kinds. What moved 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was that among them were a lot of Transformation Path immortal materials. The third buyer was also very sincere. He wanted to use eagle beasts to exchange for year beasts. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was currently cultivating a type of eagle transformation. This buyer's offer suited him. While 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was hesitating, one of the 3 buyers offered a new high price. They are willing to offer immortal goo? 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was shocked and surprised. He did not hesitate anymore. He agreed to the transaction. All of the year beasts were sold to 1 goo immortal. The transaction ended quickly, be it the buyer's deep foundation and offer or 1,000 Transformations Ancestor's quick decision. They were shocking. Western Desert, inside the moving sand tunnel. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The monkey-ear beast screamed shrilly. But its screams vanished due to Feng Juji's killer move. In this silent battle, the monkey-ear beast could not resist Feng Jogu. It was brutally slaughtered. Feng Jogu inspected and found that this monkey-ear beast was truly a wild, desolate beast. He took it as his spoils of battle and kept it in his immortal aperture. The entire battle only lasted for a short while. Feng Jogu had evidently not used his true power. Eliminating a desolate level-year beast was too simple. He did not need to rest. He continued to travel towards the tributary of the River of Time. The closer he got, the clearer the tributary of the River of Time became. River water was flowing, ripples were shining. The river was silently moving in this darkness. Howl! Howl! Suddenly, from the tributary of the River of Time, several year beasts flew out and attacked Feng Jogu. Feng Jogu was slightly shocked. I was discovered? Earlier at that instant, he felt the aura of an immortal killer move. The year beasts that attacked were quite powerful. There were 5 desolate level year beasts and 3 ancient year beasts. Feng Jogu snorted. His battle intent surged. Since he was discovered, he no longer needed to restrain himself in battle. Come out, Feng Yuan. Feng Jogu lightly called out. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk. More year beasts were coming out from the tributary of the River of Time. In an instant, there were more than 10 year beasts, and more were continuing to attack as they came out of the tributary of the River of Time. What is going on? Is there a group of year beasts near this tributary of the River of Time?